A mortal battle between father and son. One fights for all, and the other for one. Anonymous, from an inscription found in a 3,000-year-old Chinese shrine in the Wu Gorge, central China. Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Arthur C. Clarke. The end of all things is near. 1 Peter 4:7. Introduction. The Dark Ceremony. 12 midnight, 20th August 2007. Location unknown. In a dark chamber beneath a great island in the most distant corner of the world, an ancient ceremony was underway. A priceless gold stone, pyramidal in shape, with a crystal at its peak, was set in place. Then an ancient incantation, unheard for thousands of years, was uttered. No sooner had the words been spoken than a great purple beam blasted down from the star-filled sky and lit up the pyramidal capstone. The only witnesses to this ceremony were 5 angry men. When it was over, the leader of the group spoke into a satellite radio. "The ritual has been performed. In theory, the power of Tartarus has been broken. This must be tested. Kill one of them tomorrow in Iraq." The next day, on the other side of the world, in war-torn Iraq, an Australian Special Forces soldier named Stephen Oakes was shot dead by insurgents. Ambushed in his jeep at a security checkpoint, he was ripped apart by an overwhelming wave of gunfire from 6 masked attackers. His body was riddled with over 200 bullet holes. His attackers were never found. That an Allied soldier should die during the occupation of Iraq was nothing new. Already over 3,200 American servicemen had been killed there. What was unusual about this death was that it had been an Australian who had been killed. For curiously, since March 2006, there had not been a single Australian death in combat in any conflict around the world. But with the death of Specialist Steve Oakes on August 21, 2007, the uncanny luck of Australian troops came to a bloody and conclusive end. The day after that, an encrypted message was handed to one of the most powerful men in the world. It read, "Secure transcript 061-7332/1A. Class level, Alpha Super. For A1's eyes only. 22 Aug 07. Begin secure message. Note death of Australian Specialist Oakes in Iraq. The power of Tartarus has been nullified. Someone has the other capstone. The game is back on. Now we must find the stones. End secure message." The 6 Sacred Stones. Prologue. Witch Mountain. Witch Mountain off the Wu Gorge, Three Gorges region, Sichuan Province, Central China. 1 December 2007. Sitting in a sling harness suspended from a long rope and hanging in near total darkness, Professor Max Epper cracked the top off his flare, illuminating the subterranean chamber around him. "Oh my," he breathed. "Oh my." The chamber was simply breathtaking. It was a perfect cube, wide and high, cut out of the living rock, perhaps 50 feet to a side. And every square inch of its walls was covered in carved inscriptions, characters, symbols, images, and figures. He had to be careful. The amber light of his flare revealed that the floor directly beneath him contained a well shaft that perfectly matched his opening in the ceiling. It yawned wide, a dark hole of indeterminate depth. In some circles, Max Epper was known by the call sign Wizard, a nickname that was entirely appropriate. With a flowing white beard and watery blue eyes that glistened with warmth and intelligence, at 67 he looked like a modern-day Merlin. A professor of archaeology at Trinity College, Dublin, it was said that, among other feats, he had once been part of a secret international team that had located and re-erected the golden capstone of the Great Pyramid at Giza. Swinging to the floor of the chamber, Wizard unclipped himself and gazed in awe at the text-covered walls. Some of the symbols he recognized, Chinese characters and even a few Egyptian hieroglyphs. This was not unexpected. Long ago, the owner and designer of this tunnel system had been the great Chinese philosopher Lao Tzu. In addition to being a venerated thinker, Lao Tzu had been a great traveler and was known to have ventured as far as Egypt in the 4th century BC. In pride of place, in the exact center of the feature wall, was a large raised relief that Wizard had seen before. Known as the mystery of the circles, it had not yet been decoded. Modern observers guessed it to be a representation of our solar system, but there was a problem with this analysis. There were too many planets circling the central sun. Wizard had seen the mystery of the circles perhaps a dozen times around the world, in Mexico and Egypt, even in Wales and Ireland, and in various forms, from crude scratchings on bare rock walls to artistic carvings over ancient doorways. But none of those renderings was anywhere near as beautifully and elaborately carved as this one. This specimen was dazzling. Inlaid with rubies, sapphires, and jade, each of its concentric circles was rimmed with gold. It glittered in the glare of Wizard's high-powered flashlight. Directly beneath the mystery of the circles was a thin doorway of sorts, perhaps 2 feet wide and 6 feet high, but shallow, recessed a couple of feet into the solid stone wall. It reminded Wizard of a coffin standing vertically, embedded in the wall. Strangely, its rear wall was curved. Carved above it was a small symbol that made Wizard's eyes widen with delight. "The symbol for Lao Tzu's stone," he breathed. "The philosopher's stone. My God, we found it." Surrounded by this repository of ancient knowledge and priceless treasure, Wizard pulled out a high-tech Motorola UHF radio and spoke into it. "Tank, you aren't going to believe this. I found the antechamber, and it's positively stunning. It also contains a sealed doorway, which I assume gives access to the trap system. We're close, very close. I need you to come down here and—" "Wizard," came the reply, "we just got a call from our lookout at the docks down on the Yangtze. The Chinese army is snooping around. Gunboat patrol, 9 boats, heading into our gorge. They're coming this way." "It's Mao. How could he have found us?" Wizard said. "It may not be him. Could just be a regular patrol," the voice of Yobu, Tank Tanaka, said. "Which could actually be worse." Chinese military patrols were notorious for roughing up archaeological expeditions in these parts in search of petty bribes. "How long have we got till they get here?" Wizard asked. "An hour, maybe less. I think it would be wise for us to be gone by the time they arrive." "I agree, my old friend," Wizard said. "We'd better hurry. Get down here and bring some more lights. Tell Chow to fire up his computer. I'm going to get started recording images and transmitting them up to him." The underground chamber in which Wizard found himself was situated in the Three Gorges region of China, in an area that very much suited him. This was because the Chinese character Wu means wizard or witch, depending on the context, and it was used often in the names of the area's features. Wu Gorge, the second of the famous Three Gorges. Wushan, the ancient walled fortress town that once sat on the banks of the Yangtze. And of course Mount Wushan, the colossal 2-mile-high peak that towered above Wizard's chamber. Translation: Witch Mountain. The Wu Gorge area was renowned for its history: shrines, temples, carvings like the Kong Ming tablet, and rock-cut caves like the Greenstone Cavern, nearly all of which had now been submerged beneath the waters of the 350-mile-long lake that had formed behind the gargantuan walls of the Three Gorges Dam. The area was also known, however, for certain unusual events. The Roswell of China. For hundreds of years it had been the site of numerous strange sightings, unexplained celestial phenomena, swarms of shooting stars and aurora-like apparitions. It was even claimed that on one gruesome day in the 17th century, the clouds over Wushan had rained blood. The Wu Gorge area certainly had a history. But now, in the 21st century, that history had been drowned in the name of progress, swallowed by the waters of the Yangtze, as the great river backed up against the largest structure ever built by mankind. The old town of Wushan now lay 300 feet beneath the waves. Fast-flowing tributaries that had once gushed into the Yangtze via spectacular side gorges had also been humbled by the expanding dam lake. What had once been dramatic 400-foot-high whitewater ravines were now just regular 100-foot-high gorges with placid water at their bases. Small stone villages that had once sat on the banks of these little rivers, already far removed from the outside world, had now disappeared completely from history. But not from Wizard. In one partially flooded gorge, deep within the mountains to the north of the Yangtze, he had found an isolated mountain hamlet built on higher ground, and in it the entrance to this cave system. The hamlet was primitive and ancient, a few huts constructed of irregular stones and tilting thatch roofs. It had been abandoned 300 years ago, and the locals thought it haunted. Now, thanks to the ultra-modern dam 100 miles away, the deserted hamlet was flooded to knee-height. The entrance to the cave system had been neither guarded by booby traps nor heralded by elaborate gates. It was rather its very ordinariness that had kept it secret for over 2 millennia. Wizard had found the entrance inside a small stone hut that backed onto the base of the mountain. Once inhabited by the great Chinese philosopher Lao Tzu, the inventor of Taoism and the teacher of Confucius, this unassuming little hut possessed within it a stone well with a raised brick rim. And at the bottom of that well, concealed beneath a layer of foul black water, was a false floor, and underneath that false floor had been this magnificent chamber. Wizard got to work. He pulled a powerful Asus laptop from his backpack and connected it to a high-res digital camera and started clicking away, taking shots of the chamber's walls. As the camera gathered its images, a rapid-fire series of computations took place on Wizard's computer screen. At work was a translation program, a complex database that had taken Wizard years to compile. It featured thousands of ancient symbols from many countries and cultures, and their accepted translations. It could also perform fuzzy translations, a kind of best guess when a symbol's meaning was ambiguous. Every time a symbol was captured on the digital camera, it was scanned by the computer and a translation found. For example, 3 Chinese characters. Element translations: Shitao, stone; Zi, temple; full sequence trans, the temple of stone; fuzz trans possibilities: stone shrine, stone temple of the dark sun, Stonehenge; match ref ER 46-2B. Among the other glyphs and reliefs on the walls, the computer found Lao Tzu's most famous philosophical invention, the Taijitu. The computer translated: Taijitu, ref Tao Te Ching; Western colloquial ref Yin Yang; common symbol for the duality of all things. Opposites possess small traits of each other, e.g., in the good there is some evil, and in the evil there is some good. On other occasions, the computer found no prior record of a symbol. No image match, sequence trans, unknown, new file created. In these cases, it created a new file and added it to the database, so that if the symbol in question was ever found again, the database would have a record of it. Either way, Wizard's computer whirred, absorbing the images hungrily. After a few minutes of this scanning, one particular translation caught Wizard's attention. It read, "The first pillar must be inlaid exactly 100 days before the return. The prize shall be knowledge." Ambiguous terms: pillar, bar, diamond block. Knowledge, wisdom. "The first pillar," Wizard breathed. "Oh my goodness." 10 minutes later, as Wizard continued to feed more photos into his computer, a second figure descended into the chamber. It was Tank Tanaka, a stocky Japanese professor from the University of Tokyo, Wizard's research partner on this project and longtime friend. With soft brown eyes, a kind round face, and wisps of gray at his temples, Tank was the professor every history student wanted. As he swung himself to solid ground, Wizard's computer pinged loudly, alerting them to a new translation. The two old professors peered at the screen. It read, "The coming of Ra's destroyer." The coming of Ra's destroyer sees the starting of the great machine, and with it the rise of the Sa-Ben-Ben. Honor the Sa-Ben-Ben. Keep it close, keep it near, for it alone governs the Six, and only the empowered Six can prepare the pillars and lead you to the shrines, and thus complete the machine before the second coming. The end of all things is near. Ambiguous terms: starting, commencement, or trigger, or set off. Machine, mechanism, or world. Second coming, the return. Match reference: Ref XR 5-12. Partial inscription found at Jiaozu Monastery, Tibet, 2001. "The Sa-Ben-Ben?" Tanaka said. Wizard's eyes went wide with excitement. "It's a little-used name for the uppermost and smallest piece of the golden capstone of the Great Pyramid. The entire capstone was called the Ben-Ben. But the top piece is special because, unlike the other pieces, which are all trapezoidal in shape, it's a mini-pyramid, and so, essentially, a small Ben-Ben. Hence the name, Sa-Ben-Ben. The Eastern name for it is a bit more dramatic. They call it the Firestone." Wizard gazed at the symbol above the translation. "The machine," he whispered. He scanned the translation carefully, saw the match reference at the end of the entry. Yes, I've seen this before. It was on a cracked stone tablet unearthed in northern Tibet. But because of the damage to the tablet, only the first and third lines were readable. The coming of Ra's destroyer, and with it the rise of the Sa-Ben-Ben. But this is the full text. This is momentous." Wizard began muttering quickly to himself. Ra's destroyer is Tartarus, the Tartarus sunspot. But Tartarus was averted. Only what if the Tartarus event started something else, something we didn't anticipate? And if the Firestone governs the 6 sacred stones, empowers them, then it's fundamental to everything, to the pillars, to the machine, and to the return of the dark sun. Oh, dear Lord. He snapped up, his eyes wide. "Tank, the Tartarus event at Giza was connected to the machine. I never suspected. I should have seen it all along, but A frantic look crossed his face. "When did we calculate the return?" Tank shrugged. "Not until next year's vernal equinox, 20th March, 2008. What about the placing of the pillars? There was something here about the first pillar. Here it is. The first pillar must be inlaid exactly 100 days before the return. The prize shall be knowledge." 100 days, Tank said, calculating. That's... damn. December 10th, this year. Wizard said, 9 days from now. Good God, we knew the time was approaching, but this is... Max, are you telling me that we only have 9 days to set the first pillar in position? We haven't even found the first pillar yet, Tank said. But Wizard wasn't listening anymore. His eyes were glazed, staring off into infinity. He turned. Tank, who else knows about this? Tank shrugged. Only us. And, I guess, anyone else who has seen this inscription. We know of the tablet in Tibet, but you say it was only partial. Where did it end up? The Chinese Cultural Relics Bureau claimed ownership of it and took it back to Beijing. It hasn't been seen since. Tank scanned Wizard's frowning face. Do you think the Chinese authorities have found the other pieces of the cracked tablet and put it back together? You think they already know about this? Wizard stood suddenly. How many gunboats did you say are coming up this river gorge? 9. 9? You don't send 9 gunboats on a routine patrol or a shakedown. The Chinese know, and they're coming for us now. And if they know about this, then they know about the capstone. Damn, I have to warn Jack and Lily. He hurriedly pulled a book from his backpack. Oddly, it wasn't a reference book of any kind, but rather a well-known paperback novel. He began flipping pages and writing numbers down in his notebook. When he was done, he grabbed his radio and called up to their boat topside. Chow, quickly take this message down and post it immediately on the notice board. Wizard then relayed a long series of numbers to Chow. Okay, that's it, go. Upload it now. Now, now, now! 100 feet above Wizard, a battered old river barge bobbed among the half-submerged huts of the ancient mountain village. It lay at anchor alongside the stone hut that gave entry to the underground chamber. Inside its main cabin, an eager grad student named Chow Ling hurriedly tapped out Wizard's code, posting it on, of all things, a website devoted to the Lord of the Rings movies. When he was done, he called Wizard on the radio. Code has been sent, Professor. Wizard's voice came through Chow's headset. Thank you, Chow. Good work. Now I want you to forward every image that I've sent up to you to Jack West via email. Then delete them all from your hard drive. Delete them? Chow said in disbelief. Yes, all of them. Every last image. As much as you can before our Chinese friends arrive. Chow worked fast, tapping keys feverishly, forwarding and then deleting Wizard's incredible images. As he tapped away on his computer, he never saw the first People's Liberation Army gunboat glide by behind him, cruising down the submerged street of the village. A harsh voice over a loud hailer made him jerk up. Hey, Zuchu, lai dao jiaban xiang! Wo yao kan de dao ni! Bashaoju zhi gao gao de! Translation. Hey, come out onto the deck! Remain in plain sight! Hold your hands up high! Deleting a final image, Chow did as he was told, kicked back from his desk, and stepped out onto the open foredeck of his barge. The lead gunboat towered above him. It was a modern one, fast, with camouflaged flanks and a huge forward gun. Chinese soldiers with American-made Colt Commando assault rifles lined its deck, their short-barreled guns pointed at Chow. That they held modern American weapons was a bad sign. It meant that these soldiers were elite troops, special forces. Ordinary Chinese infantrymen carried clunky old Type 56 assault rifles, the Chinese ripoff of the AK-47. These guys weren't ordinary. Chow raised his hands. A bare second before someone fired, and the entire front half of his body exploded with bloody holes, and he was hurled backwards with violent force. Wizard keyed his radio mic. "Chow? Chow, are you there?" There was no reply. Then, abruptly, the harness that until now had hung suspended from the well hole in the ceiling went whizzing back up into the hole like a spooked snake, hauled up by someone above. "Chow!" Wizard called into his radio. "What are you—" Moments later, the harness came back into view, with Chow on it. Wizard's blood turned to ice. "Oh, dear me, no!" He rushed forward. Almost unrecognizable from the many bullet wounds, Chow's body came level with Wizard. As if on cue, the radio suddenly came to life. "Professor Epper," a voice said in English, "this is Colonel Mao Gong-li. We know you're in there, and we are coming in. Try nothing foolish, or you will meet the same fate as your assistant." The Chinese troops entered the chamber quickly, abseiling down drop ropes with clinical precision. Within 2 minutes, Wizard and Tank were surrounded by a dozen men with guns. Colonel Mao Gong-li entered last of all. At 55 years of age, he was a portly man, but he stood with perfect poise, ramrod straight. Like many men of his generation, he'd been patriotically named after Chairman Mao. He had no operational nickname, except the one his enemies had given him after his actions at Tiananmen Square in 1989 as a major. The Butcher of Tiananmen, they called him. Silence hung in the air. Mao stared at Wizard with dead eyes. When at last he spoke, he did so in clear, clipped English. "Professor Max T. Epper, call sign Merlin, but known to some as Wizard. Canadian by birth, but resident professor of archaeology at Trinity College, Dublin. Connected with the rather unusual incident that took place atop the Great Pyramid at Giza on March 20th, 2006. And Professor Yobu Tanaka from the University of Tokyo, not connected with the Giza incident, but an expert on ancient civilizations. Gentlemen, your assistant was a gifted and intelligent young man. You can see how much I care for such men." "What do you want?" Wizard demanded. Mao smiled, a thin, joyless smile. "Why, Professor Epper, I want you." Wizard frowned. He hadn't expected that answer. Mao stepped forward, gazing at the grand chamber around them. "Great times are upon us, Professor. In the coming months, empires will rise and nations will fall. In times such as these, the People's Republic of China needs knowledgeable men like you. Which is why you work for me now, Professor. And I'm sure that with the right kind of persuasion, in one of my torture chambers, you are going to help me find the 6 Ramessian stones." First ordeal: the flight of the Firestone. Australia, 1st of December 2007, 9 days before the first deadline. Great Sandy Desert, northwestern Australia, 1st December 2007, 07:15 hours. On the day his farm was attacked with overwhelming force, Jack West Jr. had slept in till 7 a.m. Normally, he got up around 6 to see the dawn, but life was good these days. His world had been at peace for almost 18 months, so he decided to skip the damn dawn and get an extra hour's sleep. The kids, of course, were already up. Lily had a friend over for the summer holidays, a little boy from her school named Albie Calvin. Noisy and excited and generally up to mischief, they'd played nonstop for the past 3 days, exploring every corner of the vast desert farm by day, while at night they gazed up at the stars through Albie's telescope. That Albie was partially deaf meant little to Lily or to Jack. At their school in Perth for gifted and talented students, Lily was the star linguist and Albie the star mathematician, and that was all that mattered. At 11, she now knew 6 languages, 2 of them ancient and 1 of them sign language. It had been easily acquired, and was actually something that she and Jack had done together. Today, the end tips of her beautiful long black hair were colored electric pink. For his part, Albie was 12, black, and wore large, thick-lensed glasses. He had a cochlear implant, the miraculous technology that allowed the deaf to hear, and spoke with a slightly rounded inflection. Signing was still necessary for those times when he needed to understand extra emotion or urgency in a matter. But, deaf or not, Albie Calvin could rumble with the best of them. West was standing on the porch with his shirt off, sipping a mug of coffee. His left arm glinted in the morning sun. From the bicep down, it was made entirely of metal. He gazed out at the wide desert landscape, hazy in the morning light. Of medium height, with blue eyes and tousled dark hair, he was handsome in a rugged kind of way. Once upon a time, he had been ranked the 4th best Special Forces soldier in the world, a lone Australian on a list dominated by Americans. But he was no longer a soldier. After leading a daring 10-year mission to acquire the fabled golden capstone of the Great Pyramid from the remains of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, he was now more a treasure hunter than a warrior, more skilled at skirting booby-trapped cave systems and deciphering ancient riddles than killing people. The adventure with the capstone, which had ended atop the Great Pyramid, had forged West's relationship with Lily. Since her parents were dead, Jack had raised her, with the help of a truly unique team of international soldiers. Soon after the capstone mission had concluded, he had formally adopted her. And since that day, nearly 2 years ago, he had lived out here in splendid isolation, away from missions, away from the world, only traveling to Perth when Lily's schooling required it. As for the golden capstone, it sat in all its glory in an abandoned nickel mine behind his farmhouse. A few months back, a newspaper article had troubled West. An Australian Special Forces trooper named Oakes had been killed in Iraq, shot to death in an ambush, the first Australian battle casualty in any conflict in nearly 2 years. It bothered West because he was one of the few people in the world who knew exactly why no Australian had been killed in battle these past 18 months. It had to do with the Tartarus rotation of 2006 and the capstone. Thanks to his performance of an ancient ritual back then, West had assured Australia invulnerability for what was supposed to be a very long time. But now, with the death of that soldier in Iraq, that period of invulnerability appeared to be over. The date of the man's death had struck him, the 21st of August. It was suspiciously close to the northern autumnal equinox. West himself had performed the Tartarus ritual atop the Great Pyramid on March 20th, 2006, the day of the vernal equinox, the spring day when the sun is perfectly overhead and day equals night. The vernal and autumnal equinoxes were twin celestial moments that occurred at opposite times of the year. Opposites but the same, West thought. Yin and yang. Someone, somewhere, had done something around the autumnal equinox that had neutralized Tartarus. West was disturbed from his reverie by a small brown shape cutting across his view to the east. It was a bird, a falcon, soaring gracefully across the dusty sky, wings wide. It was Horus, his peregrine falcon and loyal companion. The bird landed on the railing next to him, squawking at the eastern horizon. West looked that way, just in time to see several black dots appear in the sky there, flying in formation. About 500 kilometers away, near the coastal town of Wyndham, military exercises were underway, the biennial Talisman Sabre exercises that Australia held with America. Large in scale, they involved all sections of both nations' armed forces, Navy, Army, and Air Force. Only this year, Talisman Sabre came with a twist. For the first time ever, China was participating. No one was under any illusions. Under the chaperoning of neutral Australia, it had significant trade links with China and long-standing military links with the U.S. China and America, the two biggest kids on the block, were sizing each other up. At first, the U.S. hadn't wanted China's participation, but the Chinese had exerted some considerable trade pressure on Australia to be involved, and the Australians had begged the U.S. to allow it. But happily, West thought, these weren't matters that concerned him anymore. He turned to watch Lily and Albie scamper around the barn, kicking up matching dust trails, when the computer in his kitchen pinged. Ping, 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 ping. Emails. Lots of them. Jack stepped inside, still gripping his coffee, and checked the monitor. Over 24 emails from Max Epper had just come in. Jack clicked on one and found himself staring at a digital photo of an ancient carved symbol. Chinese by the look of it. "Oh, wizard," he sighed. "What's happened now? Did you forget to take your extra hard drive again?" Wizard had done this before. He needed to back something up, but had forgotten to take a second hard drive, so he'd emailed his photographs to Jack for safekeeping. With a groan, Jack clicked over to the internet and brought up a Lord of the Rings chat room, punched in his ID tag, Strider 101. A little-used notice board came up. This was how he and Lily communicated with Wizard, through the anonymity of the internet. If Wizard was sending a bulk block of emails, then he'd probably also sent an explanatory message via the chat room. Sure enough, the last message left on the notice board was from Gandalf 101, Wizard. West scrolled down to view the message, expecting to see the usual bashful apology from Wizard, only to be surprised by what he saw. He saw numbers, lots of numbers, interspersed with parentheses and forward slashes. Jack frowned, concerned. It was a coded message from Wizard, a special code known only to the members of their trusted inner circle. This was serious. Jack quickly grabbed a paperback novel from the nearby bookshelf, the same novel that Wizard had used to compose the message in China, and began flicking pages, unraveling the coded communication. He jotted down words underneath each numerical reference, until at last he had the full message, and his blood ran cold. Get out. Get out. Now. Grab fire stone and my black book and run. New emergency. Very dangerous. Enemies are coming. Will meet you at Great Tower. The worst is coming. Holy shit, Jack breathed. He snapped to look back out the kitchen window, saw Lily and Albie still playing out by the barn. Then he saw the hazy orange sky beyond them, glorious in the morning sun. As it began to fill with falling figures, dozens and dozens of them, figures that issued blooming parachutes above them, slowing their falls. Paratroopers. Hundreds of paratroopers. Coming for his farm. West burst out of the farmhouse, calling, "Kids, get over here, quickly!" Lily turned, perplexed. Albie did too. West motioned in sign language as he spoke. "Lily, pack a suitcase. Albie, get all your stuff. We're leaving in 2 minutes." "Leaving? Why?" Albie said. Lily, however, knew the look on West's face. "Because we have to," she said/signed. "Come on." West rushed back into the farmhouse and pounded on the doors of the farm's 2 guest rooms. "Zoe, Sky Monster! Wake up! We're in trouble again!" Out of guest room number 1 stepped Sky Monster, a hairy New Zealander who was West's good friend and resident pilot. With his great black beard, pot belly, and overgrown eyebrows, Sky Monster wasn't exactly pretty first thing in the morning. He had a real name, but no one except his mother seemed to know it. "Not so loud, Huntsman," he growled. "What's up?" "We're being invaded." West pointed out the window. Bleary-eyed, Sky Monster looked out through it and saw the swarm of falling parachutes filling the morning sky. His eyes sprang wide. "Australia's being invaded?" "No, just us. Just this farm. Get dressed and then get down to the Halicarnassus. Prep her for immediate liftoff." "Gotcha." Sky Monster hurried away, just as the door to guest room number 2 opened, revealing a far more pleasant sight. Zoe Kissane emerged from her room, dressed in a spare pair of West's pajamas. With sky-blue eyes, shortish blonde hair, and a lightly freckled face, she was a true Irish beauty. She was also on leave from the Sciathan Fiannaglach an Éirm, the famed crack commando unit of the Irish Army. A veteran of the Capstone adventure, she and West were close, and, some said, getting closer. The end tips of her blonde hair were also electric pink, the remains of a hair session with Lily the previous day. She opened her mouth to speak, but West just pointed out the window. "Well, you don't see that every day," she said. "Where's Lily?" Jack ducked into his room, snatching stuff from all sides: a canvas miner's jacket, a fireman's helmet, and a double-holstered gun belt that he strapped round his waist. "Getting her things. Albie's with her." "Oh, God, Albie. What will we—" "We take him with us. I was going to say, what will we tell his mother? Hi, Lois, yes, the kids had a great summer, outran an invading force of paratroopers." "Something like that," Jack said, dashing into his study and emerging a moment later with a large black leather folder. Then he hurried past Zoe, heading down the hallway to the back door of the farmhouse. "Get your things and corral the kids. We're leaving in 2 minutes. I have to get the top piece of the capstone." "The what?" Zoe asked, but West had already dashed out into the sunlight, the screen door clapping shut behind him. "And grab the code books and computer hard drives, too," came his distant, shouting voice. A moment later, Sky Monster came bustling out of his guest room, buckling his belt and holding his pilot's helmet. He, too, shoved past Zoe, with a gruff, "Morning, Princess," before stomping out the back door. And suddenly, Zoe woke up to the situation. "Holy shite!" She hurried back into her room. Jack West hustled across the backyard of his farmhouse and dashed inside the entrance to an old abandoned mine set into a low hill there. He hurried down a dark tunnel, guided by the penlight attached to his fireman's helmet, until after about 100 meters he came to a larger space, a wide chamber containing the golden capstone. 9 feet tall, glittering and golden, the great mini-pyramid that had once sat atop the Great Pyramid at Giza possessed an authority, a presence, that humbled Jack every time he saw it. Arrayed around the capstone were several other artifacts from his previous adventure, artifacts that were all in some way related to the seven wonders of the ancient world: the mirror from the lighthouse at Alexandria, the head of the Colossus of Rhodes. On occasion, Jack would come here and just sit and stare at the priceless collection of treasures assembled in the cavern. But not today. Today he grabbed an old stepladder and climbed up alongside the capstone and carefully removed its uppermost piece, the only piece that was itself a pyramid, the Firestone. The Firestone was small, its square base perhaps as wide as a hardback book. At its summit was a tiny, clear crystal, an inch wide. All the other pieces of the capstone possessed similar crystals in their centers, all seven of which lined up in a row when the capstone was assembled. West tucked the Firestone into his rucksack and hurried back out the exit tunnel. As he ran down it, he triggered several black boxes mounted on wooden supports along the way. Red lights blinked on. At the last support beam, he switched on a final box and grabbed a remote handheld unit that had lain on top of the box for just this occasion. Then West was out, back in the morning sunshine, standing before the entrance to the old mine. "I never wanted to do this," he said sadly. He hit detonate on the remote. Muffled sequential booms thudded out from the mine tunnel as each charge detonated, the innermost charges going off first. Then, with a great rushing whoosh, a billowing cloud of dust came blasting out from the mine's entrance. As the last charge exploded, it caused a landslide to cascade down from the low hill above the mine entrance, a loose body of rubble, sand, and rocks. Jack turned and ran back toward the farmhouse. If he'd had time to look back, he would have seen the great dust cloud settle. Once the dust had completely come to rest, all that remained in its place was a hill, a plain, ordinary rock and sand-covered hill, no different from any of the others in the surrounding area. Jack returned to the farmhouse in time to see Sky Monster zoom off in a pickup truck, heading south for the hangar. The parachutes were still falling from the sky, many of them close to the ground now. There were literally hundreds of them, some obviously bearing armed men, while others were larger chutes carrying oversized objects, jeeps and trucks. "Mother of God," Jack whispered. Zoe was pushing Lily and Albie out the back door of the farmhouse, with a computer hard drive tucked under one arm. "Did you grab the code books?" West called. "Lily's got 'em. This way, to the barn." West waved them to follow. The four of them ran together, 2 adults, 2 children, struggling with either backpacks or essential gear, with Horus flying above them. As he ran, Albie saw West's guns. West noticed the shocked look on the boy's face. "It's okay, kid. This sort of thing happens to us all the time." West came to the barn's huge door, ushered the others inside, before he peered out after Sky Monster's pickup as it sped south alongside a spur of hills, kicking up a thick dust cloud behind it. But then a parachutist cut off his view of the truck, a fully equipped Chinese trooper who hit the dusty ground and rolled skillfully, slewed his chute, and quickly pulled out an automatic rifle. Then he started running directly for the farmhouse. Another man landed behind him, then another and another. West swallowed. He and the others were cut off from Sky Monster. "Damn it! Damn it!" he breathed. Then he ducked inside the barn as over 100 more paratroopers hit the ground on every side of his farm. The East Drive. Moments later, the barn doors blasted open, and 2 compact all-wheel drive vehicles boomed out from it. They looked like something out of a Mad Max movie. They were modified long-line light strike vehicles, or LSVs, ultralight two-seater dune buggies with chunky all-terrain tires, high-tolerance wishbone suspension, and sleek bodies made only of roll bars and struts. Jack and Albie were in the first car, Zoe and Lily in the second. "Sky Monster," Jack called into the radio mic wrapped around his throat. "We're cut off from you. We're going to have to meet you at the highway. We'll take the East Drive and the river crossing." "Copy that," Sky Monster's voice replied. "The highway it is." "Jack," Zoe's voice came in, "who are these people and how the hell did they find us?" "I don't know," Jack said. "I don't know. But Wizard knew they were coming. He sent us a warning." Just then, a storm of bullets chewed a line across the dirt road in front of Jack's car. Jack yanked his steering wheel hard over, blasted through the dust cloud. The shots had come from a big all-terrain vehicle thundering in from the desert plain to the north. It was a distinctive six-wheeled vehicle, a WZ-551 armored personnel carrier built by the Chinese North Industries Corporation for the PLA. Featuring heavy armor and a French-made Dragar turret on its top, it had a box-shaped body and a flat prow-like nose that sloped backwards underneath it. The Dragar turret boasted a brutish 25mm cannon and a 7.62mm coaxial machine gun. It was the first of many APCs coming from the north. Jack counted 7, 9, 11 vehicles behind it, plus even more smaller ones, jeeps and trucks, all overflowing with armed troops. It was the same from the south. Men and vehicles had touched down there, discarded their chutes, and were now coming north toward the East Drive. An armada of vehicles coming right at them, from both the north and the south. Zoe's voice. "Jack, those APCs look Chinese." "I know." He keyed his radio scanner, picked up the broadcast frequency for the Talisman Saber exercises. A voice was shouting, "Red Force 3, come in! You are way off course for this drop! What the hell are you guys doing?" Clever, West thought. His attackers had made this look like an exercise drop gone wrong. He evaluated his options. The East Drive led to the Fitzroy River, a north-south running river that was currently full, it being the wet season. A single bridge spanned it. Beyond that river was an old highway which, at one straight section, doubled as West's own private runway. If his cars could make it across the river before these inrushing forces cut them off, they could make it to the highway, where they'd rendezvous with Sky Monster. But a quick glance at the twin columns coming at him from the north and the south revealed a simple mathematical truth. It was going to be close. West's LSV roared down the dusty East Drive. In the passenger seat, Albie gripped the roll bar, his eyes wide with terror. West glanced over at the little boy. "Bet you never experienced anything like this at another kid's house over the summer." "Nope," Albie shouted over the whipping wind. "You a Boy Scout, Albie?" "Yes." "And what's the Boy Scout motto?" "Be prepared." "Absolutely. Now, young man, you're going to find out why you're not allowed to play on the cattle crossings or the bridge." The two LSVs whipped down the dusty road, with their twin hordes of pursuers closing in from either side, converging on them in a V-shaped formation. Giant clouds of dirt rose behind the two incoming forces. "Zoe, swing in front," West called. Zoe obeyed, pulled her car in front of West's, just as the two cars zoomed over a cattle grid. As his LSV shot over the grill, however, West swung left, plowing right into a low signpost that read Cattle Crossing. The post, unknown to the casual observer, was equipped with a tripwire that snapped as the LSV shot over it, triggering a concealed mechanism that launched 100 six-pronged nails onto the roadway behind the fleeing car. Albie turned, saw the star-shaped nails bounce down onto the road, fanning out all across it, just as the first pursuing jeep, the men on it firing hard, drove right into the field of nails. Blasting puncture noises ripped the air as all four of the Jeep's tires blew, and the vehicle skidded and then flipped, spraying men in every direction. A second Jeep suffered a similar fate, but the rest skirted the nail field, bouncing around the suspect section of road. Albie watched them crash before turning to face West, who shouted over the wind, "Be prepared!" Albie then swung back to see the trailing APCs, slower than the Jeeps, reach the nails. With their run-flat tires, they just thundered right over them, impervious to damage. Chasing, pursuing, hunting. As she drove, Zoe continued to monitor the airwaves with her car's radio scanner. A moment after the two Jeeps crashed, it picked up voices speaking in Mandarin over a secure military frequency. "Jack," she called into her own mic, "I got the bad guys on UHF 610.15. In his car, Jack switched to that channel and heard the voices of his enemies speaking Mandarin. "Heading east in 2 cars. Ground Force 7 is in pursuit. Ground Force 6 is going for the bridge. Command, this is Ground Force 2. We're right on their tail. Please repeat capture instructions." A new voice came on the line, a calmer one possessing clear authority. "Ground Force 2, this is Black Dragon. Capture instructions are as follows. Priority 1 is the Firestone. Priority 2, the girl and West. Both are to be captured alive if possible. Any other captives are to be executed. There can be no witnesses to our doings here." Hearing this, West snapped to look over at Albie. Then he looked forward at Zoe driving the lead car. It was one thing to know that if everything ended badly, you were safe. But it was another thing entirely to know that those dear to you were not. "You hear that?" Zoe said over the radio. "Yep," West said, his jaw tightening. "Please, get us out of here, Jack." As Jack and Zoe's cars sped away to the east, a Chinese command APC was arriving at Jack's farmhouse, flanked by several escort jeeps. As it skidded to a halt, 2 men stepped out of it, one Chinese, the other American. While the Chinese man was clearly older, both bore the rank of major on their colors. The Chinese major was Black Dragon, the owner of the voice on the airwaves. Officious and intense, Black Dragon was known for his cold, methodical efficiency. He was a man who got the job done. The younger American with him was tall and broad, powerful, and he wore the customized uniform of a U.S. Army Special Forces operator. He had a sharp-edged crew cut and the unblinking eyes of a psychopath. His call sign, Rapier. "Secure the farmhouse," Black Dragon ordered the nearest unit of paratroopers. "But be wary of any improvised devices. Captain West is clearly a man who prepares for eventualities such as this." Rapier said nothing. He just stared intently at the abandoned farmhouse, as if absorbing every feature of it. The river crossing. The bridge was up ahead now, maybe 2 kilometers away, an old wooden single-lane bridge. West saw it come into view, just as 3 APCs and 5 Chinese jeeps skidded to a halt in front of it, blocking the way, a roadblock. They'd got there first. Damn! The lead APC lowered its turret-mounted cannon ominously. At that exact same moment, 4 Chinese jeeps caught up with West's cars from behind, 2 to each side. The soldiers on the jeeps looked angry as all hell, and, buffeted and jostled by the uneven terrain, they tried to aim their rifles at West's tires. "Jack!" Zoe called over the radio. "Jack! Stay on the road. Whatever you do, stay on the road till you reach the windmills." 2 skinny windmills flanked the road up ahead, halfway between them and the bridge. An explosion boomed out behind Jack's LSV, barely a meter behind it, tearing a crater from the road. A shot from the APC's cannon. "Sheesh," Jack turned to Albie. Do me a favor, kid. Try not to tell your mother about this part of your stay." Zoe's car came to the windmills flanking the roadway, shoomed between them, closely followed by Jack and Albie's LSV, still harried by the 4 Chinese jeeps. Jack cut through the windmills, while the jeeps took them differently. One jeep swung onto the road proper and sped between the windmills, while the 3 others went wider, whipping around the outside of the windmills, and suddenly the first such jeep dropped from view, as did the jeep traveling immediately behind it, and the one that had sped around the windmill on the other side of the road. The 3 jeeps just fell out of sight, as if they had been swallowed by the earth. In fact, that was exactly what had happened. They had fallen into Indian tiger traps, large concealed holes in the ground next to the windmills, designed by Jack for an escape just like this one. "Zoe, quickly! Let me pass, then drive exactly where I do." Jack zoomed past Zoe's car, and then abruptly shot left, off the road and out onto rough scrubland. Zoe followed him, swinging her LSV left, chased now by the sole surviving Chinese jeep. Bouncing over the scrub, the river up ahead, the roadblock off to their right. "Exactly where I drive," West repeated into his mic. He swept down an embankment toward the Fitzroy River, a suicidal course. There was no way he could possibly cross the fast-flowing waters of the river in his low-slung LSV. But into the river he went, at full speed. The LSV plunged into the Fitzroy, kicking up spectacular fans of spray on either side as it sheared right through the water, unusually shallow water, across an uncommonly smooth section of riverbed, a concealed concrete ford. As Jack's LSV skipped out the other side of the river, roaring up the far bank with a meter-high jump, Zoe's car hit the near edge of the stream at the same time as the last Chinese jeep came alongside it. Zoe hit the ford, following Jack's path exactly. But the pursuing jeep didn't, and the ford was deliberately narrow, a submerged concrete bridge only 1 car width wide, and thus the Chinese jeep nosedived into the water and came to a jarring, splashing halt, while Zoe's LSV just continued on, bouncing safely up the far side. Seeing the 2 LSVs successfully cross the river to the north, the Chinese troops blocking the bridge leapt into their jeeps and APCs and started across the bridge in pursuit, only for the bridge to collapse completely beneath the first jeep. Amid a tangled mess of pre-cracked wooden beams and struts, the jeep tumbled down into the river, leaving the remaining vehicles bunched up behind the void, now with no bridge to cross. They hurried for the ford, but by the time they found it and negotiated its narrow span, Jack's 2 escape cars were already speeding onto the highway. The escape plane. While Jack and Zoe had been fleeing east, tripping nail traps and racing over concealed river crossings, Sky Monster had been busy too. He'd arrived in his pickup at the very south of the farm, where he disappeared inside a cabin set into the hillside, a hillside which, when seen from up close, was actually a giant camouflage-netted structure, a hangar. And in it was a giant black 747. If one looked closely at the plane's underbelly, one could still make out an inscription in Arabic. President 1, Air Force of Iraq, Halicarnassus. It was a plane that had once lived in a secret hangar outside Basra, one of several such 747s that had lain in secret locations around Iraq, ready to whisk Saddam Hussein to safe havens in East Africa in the event of an invasion. Saddam, it turned out, had never been able to use this particular plane. But in 1991, cornered by enemy forces and abandoned by his own men, Jack West Jr. had. It was now his plane, the Halicarnassus. The Halicarnassus rumbled out of its hangar and down a wide dirt taxiway, which itself crossed the flowing Fitzroy River via a second submerged concrete ford a few kilometers south of the rigged bridge. Once over its ford, Sky Monster brought the big 747 left onto the highway, pointing north. The giant plane thundered up the desert highway, a great black behemoth speeding along the shimmering blacktop, until Sky Monster saw the two LSVs of Jack and Zoe swing out onto the bitumen, a few hundred meters in front of him. A ramp at the rear of the Halicarnassus lowered to the roadway, kicking up sparks as it did so, and, with the great plane still moving at considerable speed, the two LSVs swung in behind it and zoomed up the ramp into its belly, closely followed by the tiny shape of Horus. Once the second car was inside and firmly tied down with a crank harness, the ramp was raised, and the plane sped up and hit takeoff speed, and slowly, gracefully, lifted off the empty desert highway, leaving the farm, now crawling with Chinese cars and troops, in its wake. West strode into the cockpit of the Halicarnassus. "We're not out of this yet, boss," Sky Monster said. "I got incoming bogies, 4 of them. Look like J9 interceptors, Chinese MiG variants." West charged back into the main cabin, where Zoe was buckling in the kids. "Zoe," he said, "to the guns." Moments later, he and Zoe were harnessed into the Halicarnassus's wing-mounted gun turrets. The plane also had revolving guns on its roof and underbelly that Sky Monster could control from the cockpit. "They can't blow us out of the sky, can they?" Sky Monster asked over the intercom. "They'd destroy the Firestone." "It's made of almost solid gold," West replied. "It'd survive just about anything except a total fuel fire. If I were them, I'd shoot us down and expect to find it in the wreckage." "Great. Here they come." 4 Chinese J9 interceptors blasted across the sky in pursuit of the Halicarnassus, screaming low over the desert, unleashing their missiles. 4 small aerial darts zoomed out from their wings, spiraling smoke trails extending out behind them. "Launch countermeasures," West called. "Launching countermeasures," Sky Monster reported back. He punched some buttons, and immediately several chaff bombs sprang out from the underbelly of the Hali. 3 of the missiles took the bait and detonated harmlessly against the fake targets. West himself nailed the 4th and last one, blowing it to pieces with his cannon. "Sky Monster, hit the deck! Rawson's Canyon! Let's throw the line and hope Super Betty still works! Go, go, go!" The Halicarnassus banked and dived, swooping for the flat desert floor. 2 of the interceptors took off in pursuit, the other 2 staying high. The Halicarnassus came to a rocky canyon land, a wide dry plain flanked by low mesas and hills. It shot into Rawson's Canyon, a long, thin, chute-like canyon that ended at a narrow aperture between 2 mesas. Technically, this was all Army land, but no one except Jack West Jr. had set foot out here in years. The Halicarnassus zoomed low through the canyon, barely 100 feet off the ground, chased by the 2 Chinese interceptors. The fighters fired their guns. Jack and Zoe blazed back from their revolving turrets. Tracers sizzled through the air between the chased and the chasers, the landscape whizzing by in a blur of speed. Then Zoe got a bead and hammered the left-hand interceptor with a wave of tracers that entered it square in its intakes. The J9 shuddered instantly, belching black smoke, before it wobbled in the air and lurched dangerously to the left, popped its ejection seat, and smashed at 800 kilometers an hour into the canyon wall. The remaining fighter kept firing, but Sky Monster kept banking within the confines of the narrow canyon, and the bullets sizzled past the speeding black plane, nicking its wingtips but hitting nothing of value. Then the Halicarnassus hit the end of the canyonway and blasted through the narrow exit, just as Jack called, "Sky Monster, call in Super Betty, now!" And bam! Sky Monster punched a switch on his console marked Launch Soup Bet. 100 feet below and behind him, the solenoid on a large explosive that had sat undisturbed on the desert floor for many months tripped. The explosive was a large RDX one, based on the principle of the Bouncing Betty landmine. Once triggered, it set off a preliminary blast that launched the main bomb 100 feet into the air. 3 seconds later, the main charge went off, just like a Bouncing Betty, only much bigger, plane-sized, and filled with shrapnel. The Super Betty. A giant star-shaped blast exploded in the air behind the fleeing Halicarnassus, right in the path of the second speeding interceptor. Shards of shrapnel assaulted the fighter jet head-on, smacking against its cockpit canopy, lodging in its reinforced glass, creating 100 spiderwebs. More shards slammed into the J-9's air intakes, ripping apart the innards of the plane. The pilot's ejection was followed by the fighter's full-scale explosion. Dead interceptor. "I hadn't checked on Betty for months," West said. "Glad she still worked." The Halley soared up into the sky, where the last 2 interceptors were waiting. By now, Sky Monster had taken them northwest, towards the coast, and as the Halicarnassus left the mainland of Australia and shot out over the Indian Ocean, the 2 interceptors engaged it. Missiles, guns, they gave it everything they had. West and Zoe returned fire with equal violence, until finally West nailed one interceptor with his cannon and went dry. "Right side gun is out," he called into the intercom. "How are you traveling, Zoe?" "Still got a few rounds left," she said as she fired at the last J-9. "But not many. Shit, I'm out too." They were out of ammo, and there was still one bad guy left. Huntsman," Sky Monster called expectantly. "What are we gonna do now? Throw rocks?" Jack stared at their remaining pursuer. The interceptor hovered in the sky behind them, waiting, watching, holding back a little, as if it sensed something was wrong. "Shit, shit, shit, shit," he muttered. He unbuckled himself from his gun chair and hurried back into the main cabin, thinking fast. Then it hit him. He keyed his headset radio. "Sky Monster, take us vertical as you can go." "What? What are you doing?" "I'll be in the rear hold." Sky Monster pulled back on the yoke, and the Halicarnassus went nose up into the sky. Climbing, climbing, climbing. The interceptor gave chase, zooming upwards after it. Battling the slope, Jack staggered into the rear hold, clipped a safety rope to his belt, and opened the rear loading ramp. Air rushed into the hold, and beyond the entryway he saw the interceptor immediately behind them, beneath them, framed by the deep blue ocean. It fired. Sizzling hot tracer bullets entered the hold, smacking into the girders all around Jack. Sping, sping, sping! Just as he kicked a release lever, the release lever that held his LSV harnessed in place. The spring-loaded harness retracted instantly, whip-snapping away, and the light strike vehicle rolled out the back of the plane and fell out into the sky. Seen from the outside, it must have looked very odd indeed. The Halicarnassus soaring upwards with the J-9 behind and below it, when suddenly the LSV, an entire car, came dropping out of the Halley and sailed past the J-9, the Chinese fighter banking at the last moment, just getting out of the way. Its pilot grinned, proud of his reflexes. Reflexes, however, that weren't fast enough to evade or avoid the second LSV that came tumbling out of the Halicarnassus's rear hold a moment later. The second falling LSV smashed squarely into the fighter's nose, causing the whole interceptor to just drop out of the sky. It plummeted down to the ocean, ejecting its pilot a moment before it and the car entered the water with twin gigantic splashes. High above it, the Halicarnassus righted itself, retracted its rear ramp, and flew off to the northwest, safe and away. "Huntsman!" Sky Monster's voice came over the intercom. "Where to now?" Standing in the hold, Jack recalled Wizard's message. "Will meet you at Great Tower." He keyed the intercom. "Dubai, Sky Monster. Set a course for Dubai." Back at West's farm, Chinese troops stood guard at every gate. The two majors, Black Dragon and Rapier, waited formally on the front porch as a helicopter touched down on the dusty turnaround in front of them. Two figures emerged from the chopper, an older American man shadowed by his bodyguard, a 20-something U.S. Marine of Asian American extraction. The older man walked casually up onto the porch, unchecked by any of the guards. No one dared stop him. They all knew who he was and the considerable power he wielded. He was a Pentagon player, an American colonel in his late 50s, and he was fit, extremely fit, with a barrel chest and hard blue eyes. His hair was blonde but graying, his features weathered and creased. In stance and bearing he could have passed for Jack West 20 years from now. His Marine bodyguard, ever alert, went by the call sign Switchblade. He looked like a human attack dog. Black Dragon greeted the senior man with a bow. "Sir," the Chinese major said, "they have escaped. We brought enormous force and executed our landings perfectly. But they were prepared," the senior man said. "They were prepared for this eventuality." He strolled past the two majors and entered the farmhouse. He ambled slowly through West's abandoned home, taking it in, pausing every so often to examine some trinket closely. A framed photograph on the wall of West with Lily and Zoe at a waterslide park. A ballet trophy on a shelf that belonged to Lily. He lingered longest over a photo of the Great Pyramid at Giza. Black Dragon, Rapier, and the bodyguard, Switchblade, followed him at a discreet distance, waiting patiently for whatever instructions he might have. The senior man picked up the photo of West, Lily, and Zoe at the waterslide park. The three of them appeared happy, smiling for the camera, grinning in the sunshine. "Very good, Jack," the senior man said, staring at the photo. "You got away from me this time. You're still wary enough of the world to have a getaway plan. But you're slipping. You detected us late, and you know it." The senior man gazed at the smiling faces in the photo, and his lip curled into a snarl. "Oh, Jack, you've become domesticated, happy even. And that is your weakness. It will be your downfall." He dropped the photo, let it shatter against the floor, then turned to the two majors. "Black Dragon, call Colonel Mao. Tell him we have not yet acquired the Firestone, but that need not stop him from advancing at his end. Tell him to commence his interrogation of Professor Epper with extreme prejudice." "As you command." Black Dragon bowed and stepped a few yards away to speak into his sat phone. The senior man watched as he did this. After a minute or so, Black Dragon hung up and returned. "Colonel Mao sends his regards and says that he will do as you order." "Thank you," the senior man said. "Now, if you wouldn't mind, Black Dragon, shoot yourself in the head." "What?" "Shoot yourself in the head. Jack West escaped because of your ham-fisted assault. He saw you coming and so got away. I cannot tolerate failure on this mission. You were responsible, and so you must pay the ultimate penalty." Black Dragon stammered, No, I cannot do that." "Rapier," the senior man said. Quick as a whip, the big man named Rapier drew his pistol and fired it into the Chinese major's temple. Blood sprayed. Black Dragon collapsed to the floor of Jack West's living room, dead. The senior man hardly even blinked. He turned away casually. "Thank you, Rapier. Now call our people at Diego Garcia. Tell them to initiate blanket satellite surveillance of the entire southern hemisphere. Target is an aerial contact, Boeing 747, black with stealth profile. Use all aerial signatures to locate it. Transponder, contrail wake, infrared, the lot. Find that plane. And when you do, let me know. I'm eager to reunite Captain West with his Jamaican friend." "Yes, sir." Rapier hurried outside. "Switchblade," the senior man said to his bodyguard. "A moment alone, please." With a deferential nod, the young Asian-American Marine left the room. Alone now in the living room of West's farmhouse, the senior man pulled out his own sat phone and dialed a number. "Sir, it's Wolf. They have the Firestone, and they're running." As all this was going on in Australia, other things were happening around the world. In Dubai, a middle-aged American cargo pilot staying overnight in the Gulf City was being brutally strangled in his hotel room. He struggled against his 3 attackers, gasping and thrashing, but to no avail. When he was dead, one of his attackers keyed a cell phone. "The pilot is prepared." A voice responded. "West is en route. We'll keep watching him and tell you when to proceed." The dead pilot's name was Earl McShane from Fort Worth, Texas, a cargo hauler for the Transatlantic Air Freight Company. He was not a particularly noteworthy individual. Perhaps the biggest thing he'd done in his life was after 9/11, when he had written to his local newspaper, denouncing the dirty Muslims that done this and demanding revenge. At the same time, in rural Ireland, County Kerry to be exact, a crack force of 12 men in black were advancing stealthily on an isolated farmhouse. Within 7 minutes it was all over. They had achieved their goal. All 6 of the guards at the farmhouse had been liquidated, and in the attackers' midst as they left the darkened farmhouse was a small boy named Alexander, aged 11. As for the Halicarnassus, it shot across the Indian Ocean, heading for the Persian Gulf. But it didn't fly there directly. It took a circuitous route that included an overnight stop at a deserted airfield in Sri Lanka, just in case the Chinese had anticipated their escape route. It meant that they approached Dubai in darkness, late in the evening of the 2nd of December. Inside the Halicarnassus, all was quiet and still. Only a few lights were on. The 2 kids were asleep in the bunk room of the plane. Zoe had nodded off on a couch in the main cabin, and Sky Monster was up in the cockpit, staring out at the stars, his face illuminated by the instrument dials. In a study at the rear of the plane, however, one light was on. The light in Jack West's office. Ever since they had taken off from Sri Lanka, the first time he had truly felt out of reach, Jack had been reading intently from the black folder he had grabbed just before leaving his farm, an old leather binder crammed with notes, clippings, diagrams, and photocopies. This was Wizard's Black Book, the one Wizard had instructed Jack to take. And as he read it, Jack's eyes grew wide with wonder. "Oh my God, Wizard! Why didn't you tell me? Oh my God!" A Meeting of Nations. Dubai, United Arab Emirates, 2nd of December, 2007. 8 days before the first deadline. Burj Al Arab Tower, Dubai, United Arab Emirates, 2nd of December, 2007, 23:30 hours. The Burj Al Arab is one of the most spectacular buildings in the world. Shaped like a gigantic spinnaker, it is stunning in almost every respect. 81 stories tall, it houses the world's only 7-star hotel. On its 80th floor, jutting out from beneath a revolving restaurant, is a huge helipad practically designed for photo opportunities. Tiger Woods once hit golf balls from it. Andre Agassi and Roger Federer once played tennis on it. It is the most recognized structure of the most modern Arab nation on earth, the United Arab Emirates. A great tower, some would say. The Great Tower, Wizard would say. Soon after their arrival in Dubai, the Hali had landed at a military airbase. West and his group were flown by helicopter to the Burj Al Arab, where they were accommodated in no less than the presidential suite, a vast and plush expanse of bedrooms, sitting rooms, and lounge rooms that took up the entire 79th floor. This royal treatment was not unwarranted. The Emirates had been a partner in West's initial adventure with the Golden Capstone, an adventure that had seen a coalition of small nations take on and prevail against the might of the United States and Europe. One of the most heroic members of West's team on that mission had been the second son of one of the Emirates' most senior sheikhs, Sheikh Anzar al-Abbas. West, Zoe, Sky Monster, and most of all, Lily, were always welcome in Dubai. Albie, needless to say, was impressed. "Whoa," he said, gazing out the windows at the stunning view. Lily just shrugged. She'd stayed here before. "I get dibs on the double bed," she yelled, racing into a bedroom. The doorbell rang, despite the fact it was almost midnight. West opened the door to reveal Sheikh Anzar al-Abbas and his entourage. With his great beard, round belly, deeply etched olive skin, and dressed in a traditional desert robe and headscarf, the regal old sheikh could have stepped straight out of Lawrence of Arabia. "The hour is late, and Captain Jack West, Jr. arrives in haste," Abbas said in his deep voice. "I sense trouble." West nodded grimly. "Thank you once again for your hospitality, Lord Sheikh. Please come inside." Abbas entered, his robe flowing, followed by his 6 attendants. "My son Zahir sends his regards. He is currently working as a senior instructor at our Special Forces training facility in the desert, teaching our best fighters many of the strategies you taught him. He begged me to inform you that he is on his way at all possible speed." West walked with the sheikh. "I fear the circumstances are grave, far graver than ever before. Where once we banded together to fight against the desires of selfish men, now, if Wizard's research is correct, we face a far more sinister threat. Wizard hasn't arrived here yet, but I imagine he'll enlighten us further when he gets here." Abbas's eyes flickered. "You do not know?" "Know what?" "What has happened to Max Epper, the wizard?" Jack froze. "What's happened?" "We picked it up from Chinese satellite radio chatter last night. Wizard was arrested 24 hours ago by Chinese forces not far from the Three Gorges Dam. I fear he won't be coming here any time soon." Jack could only stare. "Wizard left this file at my home," he said, once he and the sheikh were settled in one of the sitting areas of the suite. Zoe and Sky Monster were there too, along with Lily and the rather confused Albie. Significantly, Sheikh Abbas's entourage had been left in an outer room. The file summarizes his research into a set of 6 stones called the Ramessian stones, and their relationship with 6 oblong blocks known as the Pillars of the World, or sometimes the Pillars of Vishnu. "Vishnu?" Abbas said, recognizing the word. As in... Yes, West said. As in, I am Vishnu, destroyer of the world. The study of the Ramsian stones was Wizard's life's work. Our 10-year mission to locate the 7 wonders of the ancient world, and through them the golden capstone, was merely a side mission for him. This is the study that has consumed his entire life. And now he's been arrested in China, at the same time Chinese forces attacked my supposedly secret farm in Australia. The Chinese know about his work, and that we have the Firestone, the top piece of the capstone. Abbas frowned. The capstone has greater significance beyond the Tartarus event? From what I read last night, more significance than we can possibly imagine, West said. The striking of the capstone by the sun during the Tartarus rotation was just the beginning. At that moment, West seemed to retreat into himself, thinking in silence. Then he said, I need more time to examine Wizard's work and to make some calls. After that, we have to convene a meeting, a new meeting of concerned nations. Give me a day to study all this, and then let's gather here for what might be the most important meeting in the history of mankind. West spent the whole of the next day reading and sorting through Wizard's voluminous notes. Names were scattered among Wizard's writing, of which West knew some but not others. Tank Tanaka, for instance, he knew. Tank was Wizard's long-time Japanese colleague. West had met him on numerous occasions. Others he only knew slightly, like the terrible twins, Lachlan and Julius Adamson, a pair of mathematical geniuses from Scotland, who had studied under Wizard in Dublin. Fast-talking, exuberant, and much loved by Wizard, the twins operated as one brain, and taken together they were arguably the most formidable non-computerized mathematical force in the world. In their spare time they liked to beat Vegas casinos at the blackjack tables, simply by doing the math. One summary sheet that Wizard had prepared commanded most of Jack's attention. It was virtually a representation of Wizard's thoughts, a mixture of diagrams, lists, and handwritten notations by the old professor. West recognized a few of the terms on the sheet, like the Sa-Benben, Firestone, and Abydos. Abydos was a little-known but hugely important Egyptian archaeological site. It had been sacred to the ancient Egyptians from the very beginning to the very end of their civilization, spanning some 3,000 years. It bore temples belonging to Seti I and his son Ramesses II, and contained some of the earliest shrines in Egypt. Jack had also seen the mystery of the circles before, but had no clue what it meant. Other things, however, were completely new to him. The Great Machine, the 6 pillars, that they might be oblong-shaped uncut diamonds was certainly intriguing. The obscure references to Fabergé eggs, Easter, and the sinking of the Titanic at the bottom of the page, well, they completely baffled him. And, of course, the unusual diagrams scattered all over it. He used this sheet as his central reference point and read on. Elsewhere among Wizard's notes, he found some digital photos of stone carvings written in a language he had not seen since the 7 Wonders mission. It was an ancient script known only as the word of Thoth, named after the Egyptian god of knowledge. Mysterious and obscure, it was a language that defied translation even by modern supercomputers. Indeed, its cuneiform-like strokes were often thought to contain secret mystical knowledge. Historically, only one person in the world could read it, the oracle of the Siwa Oasis in Egypt. This person, magically it seemed, was born with the ability to read the word of Thoth. A long line of oracles had existed right up to the present day, and although it was unknown to her teachers and friends at school, Lily was one of them. She was the daughter of the last oracle at Siwa, a foul, spoilt man who had died shortly after her birth. Most unusually for an oracle, though, Lily was a twin. As Jack had discovered during the Capstone mission, she had a brother named Alexander, like his father, a disagreeable, spoilt boy, who could also read the Word of Thoth. After that mission, Alexander had been spirited away to a quiet life in rural Ireland, in County Kerry. Jack got Lily to translate many of the Thoth inscriptions in Wizard's notes. Many were nonsensical to Jack, while some were just plain weird. For instance, one Thoth carving stated that the ancient Mesopotamian city of Ur, famous for its huge ziggurat, was an exact replica of the second great temple shrine, whatever that was. Jack also showed Lily one prominent Word of Thoth carving from Wizard's notes. Lily looked at the complex array of symbols and shrugged, translating it in seconds. It says, "With my beloved, Nefertari, I, Ramesses, son of Ra, keep watch over the most sacred shrine. We shall watch over it forever. Great sentinels, with our third eyes we see all." With our third eyes, Jack frowned. That's what it says. Nefertari was the favorite wife of Ramesses II, Jack said. And together they keep watch over the most sacred shrine, whatever that is. Thanks, kiddo. Lily smiled. She loved it when he called her that. Later that afternoon, the outer door to the presidential suite opened, and Lily rushed into the arms of the man standing in the doorway. Pooh Bear, you came!" The man was a shorter, younger version of Sheikh Abbas. He was the great Sheikh's second son, Zahir al-Anzar al-Abbas, call sign Saladin, but renamed by Lily Pooh Bear. Short, rotund, and bushy-bearded, he had a voice as big as his heart, and that was big. With him was a taller man, thinner, with skeletal features, a master sniper once known as Archer, now Stretch, having also been rechristened by Lily. Israeli by birth, Stretch had once been a member of the Mossad, but after a certain conflict with them during the Capstone chase, he was now persona non grata in Israel. In fact, it was known that the Mossad had put a price on his head for his actions back then. Greetings were exchanged with Zoe, Sky Monster, and when they finally extracted him from his study, West. Lily said to Pooh Bear, "And this is my friend, Albie. He's a whiz at maths and computers."
"It's a pleasure to meet you, Albie," Pooh Bear roared. "I hope your intentions with my little Lily are pure. No, let me put that another way. If you break her heart, boy, I'll hunt you down to the ends of the earth."
Albie gulped.
"We're just friends."
Pooh Bear smiled, winking at Lily.
"So, young Albie, are you joining us on this endeavor?"
Lily said,
"Albie's parents are currently in South America and out of phone contact. Albie was supposed to be staying with us at the farm. Now I guess he's staying with us wherever we go."
"So, Huntsman,"
Pooh Bear exclaimed,
"what ails you this time?"
"It could be bad, Pooh. Really bad. Tartarus has been neutralized, and some people want the Firestone badly. We barely got away at all."
"They found you in Australia?"
"Yes. I've called a meeting, one that will bring the original team back together. Fuzzy is the last one. He's on his way from Jamaica."
"And Wizard?"
"He's out of the picture for the moment, but he's sent me enough information to make a start. With Lily's help, I've managed to decipher a few of his recent discoveries."
Pooh looked at Lily.
"Is that so? How many are you up to now, young one?"
5, plus sign language."
"Good girl," he said. "Never stop learning. Never stop honing your gift."
Pooh turned back to West, his face serious.
"My father sends a message. At tomorrow's meeting there will be a few other countries represented, some not from the original 7. Word has got out, it seems."
West frowned. This was moving too fast, at a pace beyond his control. It was as if he was still trying to catch up himself. He pulled out several copies of a 5-page summary he'd found amid Wizard's notes and handed them out to the others. "This is a summary I'll be giving to everyone at the meeting tomorrow. It's about Wizard's work. Read it beforehand. It'll be less astonishing that way." Then, looking at them all, his old friends who had bonded over the course of a long, hard, and at times seemingly impossible mission, he smiled. "I'm glad you're all here for this one." The meeting, Burj Al Arab Tower, 4th of December, 2007. The next day, as each delegation arrived at the presidential suite, they were handed the 5-page briefing. It was a peculiar array of national representatives. Of the original 7 nations who had sponsored West's initial quest to locate the Golden Capstone, only 4 were present now: Australia, West; Ireland, Zoe; the UAE, Pooh Bear; and New Zealand, Sky Monster. Canada's Wizard was missing in China. Spain, having lost a man during the first mission, had declined to send a representative to this one. And Jamaica's man, Fuzzy, was uncharacteristically late. "We're still waiting for Fuzzy and a few others," West said. "So please, while you wait, acquaint yourself with the briefing material." They did so. The briefing was headed, "The 6 Ramessian Stones and the Pillars of the World," by Professor Max T. Epper, Trinity College, University of Dublin. The Mystery of the Circles. The end of the world has preoccupied humanity for as long as humanity has existed. For Hindus, Vishnu will destroy the earth. Christians fear the apocalypse prophesied in the final books of the Bible. No less than St. Peter himself famously wrote, "The end of all things is near." I fear it may be nearer than we think. The marriage of light and dark. Our small planet does not exist in a void. It exists in concert with our sun and the other planets of our solar system. Certain ancient civilizations knew about these relationships: the Maya, the Aztecs, the Egyptians, even the Neolithic peoples of Britain. All of them saw patterns in the night sky. And as I myself discovered during the Tartarus event of 2006, our Earth is directly linked to our sun. Our sun begets life. It provides the light that sparks photosynthesis and the temperate warmth that allows our fragile human bodies to exist without the blood in our veins freezing or boiling. This, however, is a more delicate situation than many realize. To paraphrase the Chinese philosopher Lao Tzu, nothing exists in isolation. For life to exist, there must be balance. Balance implies the harmonic existence of 2 things, what philosophers call duality. But not only must there be 2 of everything, man, woman, heat, cold, light, darkness, good, bad. But inside the good there must be some bad, just as inside the bad there must be some good. This has never been better displayed than in the famous Taijitu, the yin-yang. So what does this concept of duality mean in the context of our solar system? It means this. Our sun does not exist alone. It has a twin, an opposite, an invisible body of dark matter known as a zero-point field. This spherical field roams through the outer regions of our solar system like a moving black hole, not so much possessed of negative energy as no energy at all. It absorbs light. It is indescribably cold. It breaks down oxygen at the molecular level. It is, in short, a variety of energy that is anathema to life as we know it.
And if this zero-point field, this dark sun, if you will, ever sweeps into our solar system, it will destroy all life on Earth. Observe the image at the beginning of this circle. It is a carving found all over the world, from Abu Simbel in Egypt to New Grange in Ireland to Peru in South America. It is called the mystery of the circles. A quick glance at it leads the observer to conclude that it depicts our solar system, with the sun at the center, orbited by 9 planets. Not so. If you look closely, you will see that the mystery of the circles contains 10 planets orbiting a central sun. It also features, somewhat mysteriously, a strange black orb sitting outside the orbits of the 10 planets, equal in size to the central sun. It is my belief that the mystery of the circles is indeed a depiction of our solar system, but not as we see it today. It is a picture of our solar system as it was a long time ago. Forget the planets for a moment, and keep your eyes on the black orb hovering outside the circles. This must be the focus of our inquiry, for it represents our sun's dark twin, and it now approaches, bringing with it our destruction. The machine. But a mechanism has been put in place to allow us to avert our destruction. Unfortunately, the knowledge crucial to our salvation, to the operation of this machine, which was known to the ancients, has long since been lost through wars, dark ages, witch hunts, and holocausts. However, great men and women throughout history have held pieces of this knowledge. Lao Tzu and his famous student Confucius, Ramesses II, the mighty pharaoh, and his priest-builder Imhotep II, Cleopatra VII, the doomed Egyptian queen, the great Mayan ruler King Pakal, and in more recent times Isaac Newton in his obsessive search for the secrets of alchemy. In all their writings there is one common feature. The machine is always represented by this image. What the image actually means, though, remains elusive. The 6 Ramessean stones. Of all the impressive individuals who have known about this machine, it is Ramesses II, greatest of all the pharaohs, greater even than Khufu, builder of the Great Pyramid, who has left us the most information about it, and indeed identified the key to solving the mystery. The 6 sacred stones. 6 stones which, in his honor, we now call the Ramessean stones. They are: 1. The Philosopher's Stone. 2. The altar stone of the Temple of Ra's dark twin, Stonehenge. 3. The twin tablets of Thutmosis. 4. The killing stone of the Maya. 5. The seeing stone of the southern tribe, Delphi. 6. The basin of Ramesses II. In his temple at Abydos, in a remote corner of southern Egypt, not far from his famous list of 76 pharaohs carved into a wall, Ramesses left a tablet mentioning the 6 guide stones of Ra's dark twin. Now, while it is not impossible that Ramesses could have seen all of these stones, it is unlikely. It is believed, however, that all 6 of the stones resided at one time in Egypt, even the Stonehenge and Mayan ones. Whatever the case, Ramesses does seem to have been in possession of some advanced knowledge about them, and of all the pharaohs, he alone committed that knowledge to writing. These guide stones, he said, once impregnated by the Sa-Ben-Ben, would provide the necessary wisdom when Ra's dark twin returned to wreak his vengeance on the world. As you can imagine, for many years this confounded Egyptologists. Ra was the sun. Who or what, then, was Ra's dark twin? Another sun? It took the technological wizardry of modern astronomy to find it. The dark sun now approaching our solar system. So what do the 6 Ramessean stones do? Why did Ramesses call them guide stones? Simple. They guide us to the machine. And the machine saves our planet. We thought our troubles were over when we erected the capstone atop the Great Pyramid. But no, we were only completing a necessary precondition for this, the main event. We charged the Sa-Ben-Ben. And so now the Sa-Ben-Ben has been charged by the sun. As such, it is ready to interact with the Six. It is my belief that when the Sa-Ben-Ben comes into contact with each sacred stone, that stone will provide a unique insight into the coming of the dark sun and the earth-saving operation of the machine. The end of all things is near, but it's not over yet. A door slammed somewhere. The assembled delegates looked up from their reading.
Aha, my son!
Sheikh Abbas leapt up from his chair and embraced the handsome young man who had entered the room. He was Captain Rashid Abbas, commander of the UAE's elite 1st Commando Regiment. The Sheikh's first son, he was a strikingly handsome man, with a chiseled jaw, dark Arabian skin, and deep blue eyes. His call sign was typically grand, the Scimitar of Allah, or just Scimitar for short.
Father,
he said, embracing Abbas warmly,
forgive my lateness, but I was waiting on my friend here.
Scimitar indicated his companion, who had entered the room almost invisibly, outshone by Scimitar's luminous presence. He was a delicate, precise fellow, with a bald head and a long rat-like nose. His shifting eyes swept the room, taking in everything, tense and edgy, suspicious. Scimitar said,
Father, allow me to introduce Abdul Rahman Al Saud from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, from their esteemed Royal Intelligence Service. His call sign, Vulture.
Vulture bowed to Sheikh Abbas, low and slow. Lily disliked Vulture on sight. His bow was too low, too obsequious, too deliberate. As for Scimitar, she had seen him once or twice before. And then, as now, she noticed that Pooh Bear retreated into a corner of the room at the arrival of his handsome older brother. It seemed to Lily that the presence of his dashing brother clearly affected the younger and fatter Pooh Bear. It made her dislike Scimitar, too. Jack was also disturbed, but for different reasons. While he had expected Scimitar, he had not expected him to bring a Saudi spy along, the first of Sheikh Abbas's uninvited guests. "Vulture?" he said. "Not the blood vulture of Abu Ghraib prison fame?" Vulture visibly stiffened. So did Scimitar. During the official investigation into the atrocities at the notorious Iraqi prison, it emerged that Saudi intelligence agents had carried out torture activities that American soldiers were forbidden to do. One such Saudi intelligence agent had performed acts of torture so shockingly brutal that he had earned the nickname Blood Vulture. "I visited that prison on several occasions, Captain West," Vulture said in a low voice, his eyes locked on Jack's. "But not at the times the depravities took place."
"I will personally vouch for this man," Scimitar said irritably. "We have been through much together, over 2 Gulf wars and more in between. The rumors of Abu Ghraib are unfounded lies. He is practically my brother."
At that, Lily saw Pooh Bear lower his eyes. Vulture said, "I bring information that I am sure will be useful to you and your cause. For instance, I know the plans of the Chinese." That got West's attention. "You do?" The phone rang. Zoe got it, turned to West. "Jack, it's the hotel manager. He says there are a couple of people downstairs who would like an audience with you. He says they're American." Moments later, the door to the suite opened to reveal 2 men. One a tall, gray-haired gentleman in a suit.
The second, a younger man dressed in plain clothes that scarcely disguised his military physique, a soldier. From his chair, Sheikh Abbas recognized the older man.
"Why, Attaché Robertson, what are you—"
Jack remained standing between the two Americans in the meeting, blocking the way. "Names, now." The older gentleman didn't flinch an inch.
"Captain West, my name is Paul Robertson, Special Attaché to the U.S. Ambassador here in the United Arab Emirates. This is Lieutenant Sean Miller from the United States Marine Corps, call sign Astro. We're here to express our country's concern at recent Chinese actions, both military and archaeological, and hopefully assist you in some way."
Special attaché, Jack thought, meant CIA agent.
"And how can you help me?"
he asked. Jack's relations with the United States of America were somewhat strained. His mission to locate the 7 ancient wonders had been in direct opposition to an influential group of Americans known as the Caldwell Group, who at the time had had the ear of the president. There had been some deaths involved, including people dear to Jack. Robertson remained impassive, a cool customer.
"We know, for instance, where the Chinese are keeping your friend, Professor Epper."
West stepped aside immediately. "Come on in. Take a seat." At that very moment, a windowless Boeing 767 cargo plane took off from Dubai International Airport. On its flanks were emblazoned the words, Transatlantic Air Freight. Its listed pilot, Captain Earl McShane. And so now, the representatives of 6 nations sat arrayed around the presidential suite of the Burj Al Arab. Australia, Ireland, New Zealand, the Emirates, Saudi Arabia, and the United States of America. "You've all read the briefing document," West said. "Here is the translation of a carving that I received from Wizard in China just before he was captured by Chinese forces." West distributed a new 3-page handout. On the first sheet was Wizard's translation from China. The coming of Ra's destroyer. The coming of Ra's destroyer sees the starting of the great machine, and with it the rise of the Sa-Ben-Ben. Honor the Sa-Ben-Ben. Keep it close, keep it near, for it alone governs the 6, and only the empowered 6 can prepare the pillars and lead you to the shrines, and thus complete the machine before the second coming. The end of all things is near. Ambiguous terms. Starting, commencement, or trigger, or set off. Machine, mechanism, or world. Second coming, the return. Match reference. Ref XR 5-12. Partial inscription found at Zhaozhou Monastery, Tibet, 2001. West said, "As you'll see, this decryption refers to a great machine and the importance of the Sa-Ben-Ben. The second coming to which it refers is the coming of the dark sun."
"This dark sun or star, this bringer of the apocalypse. Why have astronomers not seen it before now?"
Sheikh Abbas asked. "According to Wizard," West said, "it exists on a light spectrum unknown to humanity, so we can't see it through any of our telescopes in any spectra, like infrared or ultraviolet or UVB. Its presence has only been verified by what it blocks from our view. From what I've read, it seems to roam the outer reaches of our solar system in a hyper-elongated elliptical orbit. When it comes near, which is not very often, about once every 6 million years, Jupiter's movement shields us from it, blocks us from its deadly radiation. But even if this didn't happen, you couldn't see this dark sun with the naked eye. In any case, it's close now, and this time, apparently, it will emerge from behind Jupiter, and that's when things get really ugly. That's when its constant discharge of radiation-like zero-point energy will wash over our planet, killing every living creature on it.
unless we can rebuild this machine. The machine, apparently, sends out a balancing response that counters the dark sun's energy stream, saving the Earth. It always comes back to balance, to harmony.
Come on, Jack, Zoe said. Listen to yourself. Are you seriously saying that there is some kind of evil celestial orb out there, bent on destroying the Earth?
It's not evil, Zoe. It just is. Call it antimatter. Call it a singularity. Call it a moving black hole. In the end, it is a net negative void, a dense moving hole in the air. It's not evil, and it doesn't hate us. We're just in its way. Stretch said, and yet somewhere, sometime, someone built a machine here on Earth that is somehow connected to this dark sun. Are you talking about advanced technology, Jack? Alien technology? Jack bowed his head. I don't know. Wizard doesn't say. Vulture mused aloud. Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Arthur C. Clarke.
So how do we rebuild this machine? Sheikh Abbas asked. And why does China have such a keen interest in doing so by itself? Surely even the Chinese would realize that a united global coalition would be the best vehicle to achieve this.
As always, Lord Sheikh, you go directly to the heart of the matter, West said. Please turn to the second sheet of your handout. They all did so. On it was a photocopy of Wizard's summarizing page. West directed them to the center of the page. To your first question, Sheikh, how do we rebuild the machine? Observe the 6 pillars drawn by Wizard and described as oblong, uncut diamonds. Elsewhere in his notes, he states that these pillars are each about the size of a brick. He also says,
A diamond the size of a brick,
Scimitar said in disbelief.
Just one alone would be larger than the Cullinan, the largest diamond ever found, and beyond value. And you claim there are 6 of these?
Yes, 6. Wizard also says that each pillar must be cleansed by the Philosopher's Stone before being placed in the machine, inspiring his exhortation that we must have both the Sa-Ben-Ben and the Philosopher's Stone. They are central to everything. The way I see it is this. To rebuild the machine, we must place the 6 pillars, cleansed by the Philosopher's Stone, in position in this mysterious, all-powerful machine. Which leads me to your second question, Abbas. Why does China want to do this alone? They want to go it alone because it seems that whoever sets each pillar in place in the machine receives a reward. You can see the rewards listed by Wizard: knowledge, heat, sight, life, death, power. What these rewards actually are, I don't know. I assume Wizard knows, but there's nothing about their actual nature in his notes. But given what the Chinese have already done, grabbing Wizard in China and trying to steal the Sa-Ben-Ben from me, I imagine the rewards are pretty damn rewarding. West threw a sharp glance at the 2 Americans, Robertson and Astro. Robertson cleared his throat.
I am not privy to my country's research on this matter, so please don't even ask me about that. But yes, the United States is unwilling to allow China to obtain the benefits you so describe.
We'll be wanting to talk to someone about your country's research soon, West said pointedly. Wait, Zoe said. I need to backtrack a bit. The 6 Ramessian stones plus the Sa-Ben-Ben give us information about this machine. The Philosopher's Stone, once charged by the Sa-Ben-Ben, cleanses the 6 pillars, which then have to be placed in the machine. So what is this machine, and how big can it be? West tapped the image that signified the machine. After reading Wizard's notes these last couple of days, he'd been thinking about the machine a lot, about this image and Wizard's scribblings around it. At last he said, "Wizard doesn't say what or how big the machine is, but I have a theory." "And?" West turned to face Zoe. "I think the machine is another name for our planet." He pointed at the image. "This circle is Earth, and these dark triangles are sites located around the Earth, 6 sites at which the 6 pillars, properly cleansed or activated, must be set in place, thus restoring the machine to working order before the dark sun emits its fatal burst." "Good God," someone said. "Yes. And if we don't rebuild this machine by the appointed time, our planet will be destroyed. People, the end of the world really is nigh." Sheikh Abbas breathed. "The end of the world?" He glanced around the room, only to see that the American, Robertson, was unmoved by Jack's conclusion, likewise Scimitar and his Saudi companion, Vulture. Jack said, "You'll recall that in his article, Wizard mentioned the black orb depicted in the mystery of the circles. He suggested that it was a dark star, a twin of our own sun, its opposite. He also mentioned that the mystery of the circles depicts our solar system with 10 planets instead of 9. "Yes?" "Today, our solar system possesses 9 planets, plus an asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter. But this may not always have been so. Later, in his article, Wizard postulates that asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter was once a very small planet, not unlike our own. Now, if a planet were to be somehow destroyed, its pieces would coalesce into a floating belt of asteroids similar to the one found between Mars and Jupiter." There was silence in the room. "Yes," Jack said, reading their thoughts. "This has happened before." "Ladies and gentlemen," he went on, "we need to pool our resources and fight this menace. We need to restore this machine before that dark star arrives. But at the moment there are too many pieces of this puzzle missing, such as when this dark star will arrive, and thus the time by which the machine must be rebuilt. Wizard knows many of the answers to these questions, but I imagine your own researchers know some of them too. And that's not even mentioning the rewards and China's interest in this situation and whatever she might know." Jack eyed the group arrayed before him. "I need to know what you all know." There was an uncomfortable silence. It was time for some of them to reveal their secrets. Someone coughed, clearing his throat. It was the Saudi spy, Vulture. "My family, the High House of Saud, possesses one of these pillars you describe," he said. "It is indeed a large uncut diamond, oblong in shape, translucent to look at, yet still breathtaking to behold. We have held it for generations, always in a secure place. Other identical diamond pillars are held by the 2 great European houses of Saxe-Coburg-Gotha and Oldenburg. I cannot, however, vouch for the whereabouts of the remaining 3. "Thank you," Jack said, nodding. The American attaché, Robertson, cleared his throat. "I am authorized to disclose that the United States of America has in its possession one of the Ramessean stones you describe, the killing stone of the Maya. I am also authorized to make this stone available to any multinational effort to combat the arrival of the Dark Sun." Other minor pieces of information were offered, but after all was said and done, it appeared that the single greatest source of wisdom on the matter of the machine, the stones, and the pillars was Professor Max T. Epper. "We have to get Wizard back from the Chinese," Jack said. "Mr. Robertson, it's time for you to pay your entry fee." Robertson said, Professor Epper is being held at Xintan Prison, a remote facility in the mountains of Sichuan Province in central China. He is classified as a D-class prisoner, high value but subject to vigorous interrogation.
You mean torture, Pooh Bear said.
Scimitar added,
Xintan is a fortress. No man who has entered it against his will has ever left it alive.
That's about to change, West said. Vulture backed up Scimitar. One does not just walk into the torture wing of Xintan Prison and stroll out again. It is beyond fortified. It is impregnable. Robertson spoke formally.
The United States would have serious reservations about participating in any incursive act against China, especially one that would appear so aggressive. If Lieutenant Miller here were captured on Chinese soil during such a raid, it would be on the front page of every newspaper in the—
Then don't come, Stretch said from the side of the room. A veteran of the first mission, Stretch was still seriously wary of these apparently well-meaning intruders. Jack said, "We'll handle those logistics when we come to them. Is there anything more? Anyone else have anything to offer?" The room was silent. The meeting was over. But then a hand went up, timidly, hesitantly. A little hand in the back of the room. Albie. Paul Robertson turned and said,
"Well, if we're taking questions from children now, my time here is over. I have things to do."
Jack wasn't so dismissive. In fact, he found it quite courageous of Albie to raise his hand, given the company around him. "What is it, Albie?" "I think I can help you with something on Wizard's note page," the little boy said, signing at the same time. "What exactly?" Jack was surprised that Albie was using sign language, since it wasn't really necessary here. "Here," Albie said, "where he says, 'Titanic sinking, December 2007 and Titanic rising.' It's not a reference to Titanic, the boat. It means the sinking and rising of Saturn's moon, Titan, behind the planet Jupiter. Titanic sinking and Titanic rising are terms used by astronomers to describe it. It's pretty rare, but when Jupiter and Saturn are in alignment, which they will be until next March, it occurs twice a week." "And exactly when will Earth, Jupiter, and Saturn be in alignment again?" Zoe asked. Albie shrugged. "Maybe 300–400 years?" Abbas coughed.
"This is significant."
"You bet it is." Jack glanced at Albie, only to find Albie staring intently back at him, right in the eye. The boy signed, "There's also something else." Jack nodded in understanding. "Later," before saying to the group, "Thank you, Albie. That's a great contribution, and something I imagine Wizard will be able to clarify." Beside Albie, Lily gave her friend a proud nudge. At that moment, two things happened. The doorbell rang, and Sheikh Abbas's phone buzzed. The old sheikh answered it quietly while Jack went to the door. At the door was a hotel clerk, bearing a package for Jack, a designer hat box of all things. On it was a card, "For Jack West, from Jamaica." Jack frowned as he opened the box, and when he saw its contents he froze in horror, his face draining of blood.
"Oh no! Fuzzy!"
Inside the box was a severed human head. The severed head of his Jamaican friend and veteran of the Capstone mission, V.J. Weatherly, callsign Fuzzy. At exactly the same moment, Abbas frowned into his phone.
"Good God! Call the hotel! Order it evacuated! Now!"
Everyone in the room spun as the old bearded sheikh ended the call and looked up.
"We have to leave this building immediately. It's about to be struck by an aeroplane."
Jack blinked, put the lid back on the hatbox before anyone else saw what was inside it.
A what?
Then a klaxon sounded, a hotel alarm. Red emergency lights blazed to life as a voice came over the internal PA system, speaking first in Arabic, then in English. "Would all guests please evacuate the hotel? This is an emergency. Would all guests please evacuate the hotel and convene out by the parking lot?" Everyone exchanged worried glances as the voice went on in other languages. And then other phones started ringing. First Robertson's, then Vulture's. "What is it?" Jack asked Abbas. The Sheikh's face was white.
They say a plane that took off a short time ago from Dubai International has departed from its flight plan and deviated from the regular flight corridor. It's headed this way, toward this building.
Jack froze.
This can't be a coincidence. Everybody out, now! We'll rendezvous at the Halicarnassus. Move!
Everyone cleared the room. Abbas was whisked outside by his minders. Robertson went out all by himself. The Marine, Astro, stayed, saying to Jack, "How can I help?" Jack was already springing into action.
"Zoe, Pooh Bear, get the kids out of here. I've got to grab Wizard's stuff. Stretch, help me out. Lieutenant," he said to Astro, "you can help too. I could use an extra pair of hands."
It was then that West looked out through the wide panoramic windows of the presidential suite, and his jaw dropped. He saw a Boeing 767 cargo jet banking across the sky, and then leveling out on a dead-straight flight path that would end at the Burj Al Arab Tower.
"Oh, crap," he breathed.
If you could have seen it up close, you would have made out the words Transatlantic Air Freight on the side of the speeding cargo plane. And although the pilot listed on its flight plan was Earl McShane, it wasn't Earl McShane who sat at the controls. It was a lone man who was prepared to die for a matter of honor. The 767 zeroed in on the tower. In the hotel, people were running every which way. Every elevator was jammed to overflowing. The fire escape stairs were filled with fleeing guests, some in tuxedos, others in their pajamas. Up on the helipad, high above the world, a helicopter lifted off and powered away from the building. The PA blared, "This is an emergency. Would all guests please evacuate the hotel?" Zoe and Pooh Bear burst out of the fire escape into the wide lobby of the hotel, gripping Lily and Albie by the hand. "This is crazy," Zoe whispered. "Just crazy." They dashed outside into the morning sunshine, into the massing crowd. Up in the presidential suite, Jack, Stretch, and Astro were the last ones left. They were packing frantically, gathering together all of Wizard's notes and books in a few sports bags. When at last they had everything, they ran from the suite, West coming last of all, peering back out the window in time to see the cargo plane looming large right outside it. Then the plane dipped below the window line, and a moment later Jack felt the building shudder in a way he wished he'd never feel again. Seen from the outside, the speeding 767 hit the Burj Al Arab Tower, about 2/3 of the way up its side, around the 50th floor. The entire plane instantly burst into a billowing fireball, a flaming meteor that spewed out the other side of the waterfront tower. The building shuddered violently and tottered, belching a great plume of smoke, eerily reminiscent of the World Trade Center towers on 9/11 in that terrible hour before they fell. "We're cut off," Stretch called from the entrance to the fire stairs. "We can't get down." West spun. The world around him was literally crumbling. The tower was swaying. Black smoke rose past the windows, blotting out the sun. "Up," he said. "We go up." Minutes later, the three of them burst out onto the helipad of the burning Burj Al Arab Tower. The coastline of Dubai stretched out before them, a dead-flat desert plain meeting the aqua waters of the Persian Gulf. The sun was blood-red in color, veiled by the smoke.
"This is outrageous," Astro yelled.
"Welcome to my world," West called back, as he flung open the door to a supply shed situated at the edge of the helipad. Suddenly, the building rocked. Girders shrieked.
"Huntsman, we don't have much time," Stretch yelled. "This building is going to fall any second." I know.
West was rummaging around inside the shed.
"Here."
He hurled something out through the doorway and into Stretch's arms. A pack of some sort. A parachute.
"Safety precaution for a helipad this high up," West said, emerging with 2 more parachutes. He flung one to Astro. "Again, welcome to my world." They strapped the chutes on and hurried to the edge of the helipad, railless and dizzyingly high, 80 stories above the ground. The building's steel skeleton shrieked once more. The air around it began to shimmer in the heat. It was about to collapse. "Jump!" West called. And they did, together, the 3 of them base-jumping off the burning building, plummeting through the shimmering sky, the building beside them blurring with speed. A bare instant before the whole top third of the Burj Al Arab tower came free from the rest of the building and toppled off it. The building's great spire, its helipad, and its top 30 floors all tipped as one, falling sideways like a slow-falling tree, folding at the point where the plane had hit it, before tearing free of the main structure and falling off it, chasing the 3 tiny figures that only an instant before had leapt off the helipad. But then, abruptly, 3 parachutes blossomed to life above the 3 figures, and they sailed clear of the peak of the tower. They flew away to landward, as the now upside-down spire of the building came crashing down into the sea with a momentous, ear-splitting smash. The incredible sight would appear in newspapers around the world the following day, images of the half-standing tower. The culprit, an angry American loner, Earl McShane, seething for revenge after 9/11. Hell, he'd even written to his local paper after September 11, calling for vengeance. And so he'd decided to exact his own form of revenge on an Islamic country in exactly the same way the Islamist terrorists had attacked America, by flying a plane into their biggest, most well-known tower. Thankfully, all the papers reported, owing to the professionalism of the hotel staff, their flawless evacuation procedures, and their rapid, almost forewarned, response to the news of the incoming cargo plane, not a single person was killed in the fiendish attack. In the end, the only life McShane took was his own. Naturally, in the hours following the event, all air traffic in the region was grounded, pending further notice. The skies above the Emirates remained eerily empty for the entire next day, all flights cancelled. Except for one. One plane that was given permission to take off from a high-security military airbase on the outskirts of Dubai. A black 747 heading east for China. The first plane out the following day was a private Learjet belonging to Sheikh Anzar Al Abbas, carrying 3 passengers, Zoe, Lily, and Albie. After a quick exchange between West and Albie on the tarmac of the military base the previous day, it was decided that the team would split here, with Zoe and the 2 children heading in the opposite direction, for England. Second ordeal, the Chinese breakout. China, 5th of December, 2007, 5 days before the first deadline. Airspace over southwestern China, 5th of December, 2007. The Halicarnassus soared over the Himalayas and entered Chinese airspace. Its black radar-absorbent paint and irregular multi-angled flanks would ensure that it did not show up on any local radar systems. These features, however, would not protect it from being spotted by other, more advanced, satellite-based systems. Not long after their takeoff from Dubai, Jack had turned to his two newest team members, the American Marine, Astro, and the Saudi spy, Vulture. "Okay, gentlemen, time to show me what you know. The subject is Xintan Prison." The young American lieutenant replied with a question of his own. "Are you sure this is a wise course of action? You seem to work just fine without this wizard guy. Why not go straight for the stones and the pillars? Going after Wizard will only serve to antagonize the Chinese." Jack said, "I only know what Wizard has told me or written down. The vast stores of knowledge in his brain on this subject are the only thing that'll successfully get us through this. That alone is worth antagonizing China for. There's also another reason. And that is? Wizard is my friend," Jack said flatly. "Just as Fuzzy was my friend, and look what happened to him. Jesus. And you'd risk our lives and our nation's reputations just to save your friend?" "Yes." Jack didn't even blink. The image of Fuzzy's head in that box flashed through his mind, a friend he hadn't been able to save. "That's some loyalty you have there," Astro said. "Will you risk all that for me if I get into trouble?" "I don't know you that well yet," Jack said. "I'll let you know later, if you survive. Now, the prison." Vulture unfolded some maps and satellite photos he'd brought from Saudi intelligence. "The Chinese are keeping Professors Epper and Tanaka at the Xintan Hard Labor Penal Facility, a Grade 4 penitentiary in the remote western region of Sichuan Province. Xintan is a special facility reserved for political prisoners and maximum security inmates. Its prisoners are used to dig the tunnels and high passes for China's high-altitude train lines, like the Qinghai-Tibet Railway, the so-called Roof of the World Railway. The Chinese are the best railroad builders on Earth. They've built tracks over, under, and through the most mountainous terrain on the planet, many of them connecting the mainland provinces to Tibet." At this point, Pooh Bear's brother, Scimitar, joined in. "They're using the new railways to flood Tibet with Chinese workers, trying to wipe out the local population by sheer weight of numbers. It's a new form of genocide. Genocide by overwhelming immigration." Jack assessed Scimitar. He could not have been more unlike his younger brother. Where Pooh Bear was rotund, bearded, and earthy, Scimitar was lean, clean-shaven, and cultured. He had pale blue eyes, olive skin, and an Oxford accent. The classic modern Arabian prince. Jack noticed that he had put China's railway building into a political context. "In any case," Vulture said, "building the railways is very dangerous work. Many prisoners die doing it, and they're just buried in the concrete. Epper, however, was taken to Xintan because it features an interrogation and debriefing wing." "Torture chambers?" West asked. "Torture chambers," Vulture said. "Xintan is notorious for its torture wing," Astro said. "Falun Gong devotees, student protesters, Tibetan monks, all have been re-educated, as the Chinese put it, at Xintan. The thing is, by virtue of its unusual terrain, Xintan is uniquely positioned to be a perfect interrogation facility. You see, Xintan is built on top of not one but two adjacent mountain peaks, known as the Devil's Horns. Xintan 1, the main prison, is located on the primary peak and is entered via a high-altitude railway line that passes directly into the prison via a huge iron gate." "Sounds like Auschwitz," Stretch said. "Similar, but not entirely," Astro said. "After dropping off its cargo of new prisoners at the main prison, the railway line continues all the way through Xintan 1, emerging from another gate at the far end. There, the railway line crosses a long bridge, and arrives at Xintan 2, the smaller wing, the torture wing, situated atop its own peak. The railway enters Xintan 2 via a third massive gate, and there it ends. Apart from that gate, there is no exit from Xintan 2. Like Auschwitz, Stretch said again. In this respect, yes it is, Jew, Vulture said. Sitting nearby, Pooh Bear looked up sharply.
Vulture, I honor you as my brother's friend. I would ask, then, that you honor my friend. He is known as Cohen, Archer, or Stretch. You will not call him Jew again.
Vulture bowed low in apology, again in his slow, calculating way, which bespoke insult as much as it did regret. I humbly beg your pardon. Astro broke the awkward silence with more information. According to our intelligence, the Chinese also have a chase copter at Xintan in the event someone does escape.
What kind of chase copter? Jack asked, cocking his head.
A big motherfucking hind gunship, Astro said. The kind of helicopter you don't mess around with. Captain West, it's said that the prisoners in Xintan 1 can hear the screams from the torture victims across the valley in Xintan 2. If there's one complex in China you don't want to be in, it's Xintan 2. No one has ever escaped from it alive.
Ever?
Ever, Astro said. That had been several hours ago. Now, as they entered Chinese airspace, Scimitar charged into West's office and said,
Huntsman, we just got something from the Americans. NSA intercept. The Chinese are moving your friend Wizard today, in 1 hour.
West leapt out of his chair. The news was bad, very bad. Wizard and Tank were being transferred from Xintan 2 to Xintan 1. From there, they were to be taken by train under armed guard to Wushan. Their presence had been demanded by Colonel Mao Gongli himself.
What time? West said, entering the main cabin.
The train leaves Xintan 2 at noon, Astro called from his seat at a wall console.
Could they know we're coming?
Scimitar asked. West was thinking exactly the same thing.
It's certainly possible, Vulture said. After Captain West's rather noisy escape from Australia 3 days ago, and yesterday's plane crash in Dubai, they could well believe we're up to something.
Scimitar said, But surely the Chinese can't believe anyone would seriously consider storming Xintan.
Sky Monster,
West called to the ceiling.
ETA on Xintan?
Sky Monster's voice came back over the intercom.
It'll be close, but I think I can get you there by noon.
Do it, West called. This was happening a lot faster than he'd anticipated. He'd expected to have more time to create a plan. He stepped over to the central table, stared at Astro's maps of the mountaintop Xintan complex. The internal transfer is the weak point. The bridge between Xintan 1 and Xintan 2. That's where we can get them.
The bridge? Astro said, coming over.
Maybe you didn't hear us right, Captain. That bridge is inside the complex. Wouldn't it be better to try to grab Epper and Tanaka later, when they're traveling on the train outside the prison perimeter? West was gazing at the maps, formulating a plan. No. They'll assign extra guards for the external leg, probably army troops. But for the internal transfer, they'll only use prison guards. Regular prison guards. Jack bit his lip. It won't be pretty. In fact, it'll be downright ugly if it works at all. But that's our opening. That's where we can snatch them. Xintan Hard Labor Penal Facility, Sichuan Province, southwestern China. 11:59 hours. The two gray concrete structures sat atop their adjoining mountain peaks, like twin castles in a fantasy world, gazing out over the mountain wilderness, high above the cloud layer. The larger structure, Xintan 1, was 5 stories tall, bulky and fat. It sat lazily on its peak, bulging over the precipices, as if some god had just dropped a slab of plasticine onto the summit from a great height. Built almost entirely of dirty gray concrete, communism's contribution to architecture, it possessed 4 high towers soaring into the sky. The smaller structure, Xintan 2, lay to the south of its big brother. It was only 3 stories tall and had just 1 tower. But its compact size only seemed to make it harsher, more confident in its authority. It didn't need to be big to be feared. Connecting the 2 wings was a long arched railway bridge, about 1 kilometer in length, and spanning a jagged valley gorge hundreds of feet deep. Today that gorge was obscured by a layer of low clouds that wound its way between the mountains like a river. High and isolated, and silent save for the whistling of the mountain wind, the scene might have been beautiful if it weren't for the stench of death and despair that surrounded the place. At precisely 12 noon, the great iron gates of Xintan 2 rumbled open to reveal the prison train. With black iron flanks and reinforced grills on every window, except for those on the engine cars at either end of the 5-carriage-long train, it looked like a ferocious armored beast. Held back at the threshold of the gate, it snorted like a bull, expelling steam, its forward engine growling. The 2 prisoners were loaded into the middle car of the train. They were dressed in rags and blindfolds, and they shuffled rather than walked, their arms and legs bound in chains. There were only the 2 of them, Wizard and Tank. Stony-faced prison guards surrounded them, 12 in total, the standard number for an internal transfer. All the guards were aware that 2 entire platoons of Chinese army troops were waiting at Xintan 1 to accompany the prisoners on their external journey. Wizard and Tank were placed in the 3rd carriage, where their leg irons were padlocked to ring bolts in the floor. Then the sliding door to their carriage clanged shut, and a whistle blew, and the armored train moved out, expelling more steam, so that as it emerged from the gates, it looked like a great evil thing emerging from the depths of hell itself. The train commenced its short journey across the long arched bridge, looking tiny against the wild mountains of China, just as 2 bird-like objects appeared in the sky above it, descending fast, objects that as they came closer lost their bird-like appearance and took on the appearance of men. 2 men dressed in black with wings on their backs. Jack West Jr. shot down through the air at bullet speed, a high-altitude face mask covering his face, a pair of ultra-high-tech carbon fiber wings called gull wings attached to his back. The gull wings were an FID, a fast insertion device, developed by Wizard for the U.S. Air Force many years ago. Fast, silent, and stealthy, they were essentially one-man gliders, which also possessed small compressed air thrusters to enable gliding for sustained periods. In the end, the USAF had decided against using them, but Wizard had retained several prototypes, which West kept on the Halley for situations like this. Zooming down through the sky alongside West, similarly garbed, was Stretch. Both men were armed to the teeth, with many holsters packed with pistols, submachine guns, and grenades, and in Stretch's case, 1 compact Predator anti-tank rocket launcher. The prison train thundered across the long, high bridge. 1 kilometer away, the great behemoth of Xintan 1 loomed before it, the railway tracks ending at a solid 100-foot-high concrete wall fitted with not a single aperture except for the imposing iron gate. But as the train whipped across the long bridge, closing in on Xintan 1, the two winged figures swooped in low over it, traveling horizontally above the 5 armored carriages, moving gradually forward till they flew only a few feet above the frontmost carriage, the engine car. Their arrival went unseen by anyone, the guards at Xintan 1 having long grown complacent with the internal leg of the journey. After all, there had never been an escape in the prison's history. As such, no one was actually assigned to watch the train during the bridge crossing. Once the two flying figures had reached the engine car, gliding low over it, West and Stretch retracted their wings and dropped to the roof of the engine, landing perfectly on their feet. They had to move fast. By now, the train had covered almost 2/3 of its short journey, and the gates of the main facility rose large before them. West drew his 2 Desert Eagle pistols and leapt down onto the nose of the engine car and proceeded to blow out its 2 drivers' windows. The windows shattered, and he swung in through one, landing inside the driver's compartment. Both drivers, Chinese army men, shouted and reached for their guns. They never got to them. Stretch swung inside the driver's compartment to find the drivers dead, and West taking the controls of the train. "Predator!" West called above the wind, now screaming in through the shattered windshield. Stretch loaded his anti-tank rocket launcher, then shouldered it, aiming it out the broken front windows. "Ready!" he called. Then, right on cue, the iron gates of Xintan 1 cracked open, ready to receive the transfer train. At which point, West jammed forward on the throttle. As the gates rumbled open, the 2 platoons of Chinese army troops waiting on the receiving platform of Xintan 1 turned, expecting to see the armored train engaging its brakes, disgorging steam and generally slowing. What they saw was the exact opposite. The armored train burst in through the great gateway at full speed, accelerating through the tight confines of the archway and blasting past the siding. Then a finger of smoke shoomed out from the shattered forward windshield of the engine car, the smoke trail of a Predator anti-tank missile, a missile that cut a beeline for the other gate of Xintan 1, the outer gate. The Predator missile slammed into the iron gate and exploded. Smoke and dust billowed out in every direction, engulfing the receiving platform, obscuring everything. The huge iron outer doors buckled and groaned, their center sections twisted and loosened, which was all West needed, for a moment later his train thundered into them at phenomenal speed and crashed right through them, flinging them open, hurling them from their massive hinges, before the train itself rushed out into gray daylight, racing away from the mountaintop prison, running for all it was worth. At first the Chinese were just stunned, but their response when it came was fierce. Within 4 minutes, 2 compact helicopters, fast-attack Russian-built Kamov Ka-50s, otherwise known as werewolves, rose from within Xintan 1 and took off after the runaway train. Another minute later, a much larger helicopter rose from within Xintan 2. It was also Russian-made, but of far higher quality. It was an Mi-24 Hind gunship, one of the most feared choppers in the world. Bristling with cannons, gun pods, chem weapons dispensers, and rockets, it had a unique double-domed cockpit. It also possessed a troop hold, which today bore 10 fully armed Chinese shock troops. Once clear of the prison's walls, the Hind lowered its nose and thundered off in pursuit of West's fleeing train. The final aspect of the Chinese response was electronic. The Xintan complex possessed 2 outer guardhouses situated on the mountain railway a few miles north of the prison, guardhouses that the train would have to pass by. Frantic phone calls were made to the guards posted at both guardhouses, but strangely no reply came back from either one. At both outposts, the scene was the same. All the guards lay on the floor, out cold, their hands bound with flex cuffs. West's people had already been there. The armored train whipped through the mountains at breakneck speed, a rain of snow rushing in through its shattered forward windows. It roared past the first guardhouse, crashing through its boom gate as if it were a toothpick. Stretch drove, eyeing the landscape around them. Snow-covered mountainside to the left, a sheer 1,000-foot drop to the right. The train rounded a left-hand spur, and suddenly the second guardhouse came into view, plus a long, soaring iron bridge beyond it. "Huntsman, I've got a visual on the outer bridge," Stretch called. West had been leaning up and out through the shattered windshield, setting up some kind of mortar-type device and peering behind them, back at the prison complex. He ducked back inside. "We got choppers on our tail, 2 attack birds and 1 big bastard hind." "3 choppers?" Stretch turned. "I thought Astro said they only kept 1 chase copter at Sintan, the hind." "Looks like his intelligence was 2 choppers short," West said wryly. "I hope that's the only thing he got wrong. Too late to worry about it now. The rotor net is mounted and in your hands. Just get us to that bridge before somebody on that hind figures out who we are and decides it's worth blowing the bridge to stop us. Keep me posted. I've got work to do." West then grabbed a microphone from the dash, keyed the train's internal intercom, and began speaking in Mandarin. "Attention all guards aboard this train. Attention. We are now in command of this vehicle. All we want are the prisoners." In the 5 regular carriages of the train, every one of the Chinese guards looked up at the voice coming in over the PA. Among them, one other face snapped up and gasped, the only one to recognize the voice. Wizard. He was bloody, bruised, and beaten, but his eyes lit up at the sound of his friend's voice. "Jack," he rasped. "We mean you no harm. We understand that many of you are just doing your job, that you are men with families, children. But if you get in our way, know this, harm will come to you. We will be coming through the train now, so we give you a choice. Lay down your weapons and you will not be killed. Raise your weapons against us and you will die." The intercom clicked off. Up in the driver's compartment, West threw open the interconnecting door between the engine car and the first carriage. Then, holding an MP7 submachine gun in one hand and a Desert Eagle in the other, he entered the prison train. The 3 guards in the first carriage had heeded his warning. They stood backed up against the walls, their Type 56 rifles at their feet, their hands raised. West moved warily past them, his guns up, when suddenly one of the guards whipped out a pistol and blam! The guard was blown back against the wall of the carriage, nailed by West's powerful Desert Eagle. "I told you not to raise your weapons," he said to the others in a low voice. He jerked his chin at a nearby cell. "Into the cage, now." The 4 guards in the second carriage were smarter. They'd set a trap. First, they'd cut the lights, darkening the carriage. And second, they'd concealed one of their men in the ceiling above the interconnecting doorway, while the others feigned surrender to West. West entered the carriage, rocking with the motion of the train, to see 3 of them holding up their hands and crying, "Mercy! Mercy! Don't shoot us!" diverting his attention from the man hidden in the shadows above the door. Then, completely unseen by West, the concealed man extended his arm, aiming his gun at West's head from directly above. And suddenly, West looked up, too late, just as the entire carriage rocked wildly, pummeled from the outside by a ferocious burst of super machine gun fire. The chase copters had arrived and had started firing on the speeding train. The guard above him was thrown from his perch above the door, and missing West by inches, hit the floor with a clumsy thud. Then the other 3 guards drew their weapons, and the darkened carriage erupted in strobe-like flashes of gunfire, with Jack West Jr. in the middle of it all, firing in every direction with both of his guns, sidestepping to one side, then firing left, right, and down, until at the end of it all, when darkness had returned and the smoke had cleared, he was the only one left standing. He moved grimly onward. Next carriage. The prisoner carriage. At the same time, outside, the 2 chase helicopters from Xintan had caught up with the runaway train and were assaulting it with a hail of bullet fire from their strut-mounted 30mm guns. Stretch brought the train past the second guardhouse, smashing through its boom gate before racing out onto the long, swooping bridge that led to the rest of the mountain railway. Onto the bridge, totally exposed. One chase chopper swooped low over the train's engine car, just as Stretch triggered the mortar-like device on its bonnet. The device went off with a muffled whump, propelling something into the air high above the speeding train. It was a wide nylon net with heavy weighted bearings at every corner. It fanned out above the engine car like a giant lateral spiderweb, a spiderweb that was designed to bring down helicopters. The net entered the rotor blades of the lead chopper and instantly got entangled. The rotors caught horribly and with a jerk stopped, and suddenly the banking helicopter became a forward-moving glider with the aerodynamics of a brick. It sailed down into the ravine below the bridge, falling down and down and down before it hit the bottom with a tremendous explosion. Stretch left the controls of the train for a moment to grab his Predator rocket launcher and insert a final rocket-propelled grenade into it. When he returned to the controls, he found himself staring at the huge Chinese gunship, the Hind, hovering off to the side of the long swooping bridge, flying parallel to his engine car. "Oh shit," Stretch breathed. The Hind loosed a single rocket from one of its side-mounted pods, a missile aimed not at the train but rather at the bridge, a missile that would stop West from snatching Wizard and tank. That a few guards would also be lost was clearly of no concern to the Chinese generals who had ordered the missile launch. "Fuck me." Stretch keyed his radio. "Huntsman, they're going to take out the bridge." "Then drive faster," came the reply. "Right." Stretch hit the gas, pushing the train's throttle as far forward as it would go. The missile from the Hind struck the bridge right in its middle, in the latticework of struts that formed the apex of its arch, a bare second after the speeding train had shot over that point. The detonation of the missile sent a shower of iron girders and beams raining down into the ravine. But the bridge held for the moment. The train sped across it, 100 yards from the other side and the shelter of a tunnel there. There came an almighty groan, the distinctive groan of iron girders bending. Then, in almost glorious slow motion, the great bridge began to sway and rock, and from the middle outward it began to drop in pieces into the ravine. It was an incredible sight. The slowly collapsing bridge falling away in its center, while the armored train, still on it, sped off its eastern end, chased by the disintegrating bridge. But the train was just a fraction too fast. It shot off the end of the bridge and disappeared into the waiting tunnel a bare second before the rails behind its final carriage, the rear-facing second engine, dropped away into the ravine, disappearing forever. Inside the train, Jack came to the third carriage, the prisoner car, just as all the lights abruptly went off. The guards here weren't going to give up without a fight, and now in the darkness of the tunnel, the interior of the prison train was enveloped in near-total blackness. Snapping the night vision goggles on his helmet into place, Jack entered the prisoner car, seeing the world in phosphorescent green, and he beheld
2 burly Chinese guards holding both wizard and tank in front of their bodies, with guns held to each of the blindfolded professors' heads. Neither of the guards wore night vision goggles, and they stared wildly into the darkness. They didn't need NVGs to kill their hostages. When they heard the heavy interconnecting door open, one of them yelled, "Drop your weapon or we blow their ba-blam!" 2 shots. Both guards dropped, matching holes in their faces. Jack never even broke his stride. The other 2 guards in the carriage weren't so bold, and Jack quickly herded them into a spare cell before sealing the rear door of the carriage with an axe. He didn't want any more enemies bothering him. Then he slid to Wizard's side, snatched away the blindfold, and gazed in horror at his battered friend. "Wizard, it's me. Jesus, what did they do to you?" The old man's face was a mess of cuts and peeled skin. His arms and chest bore the distinctive scars of electric shock equipment. His long white beard was matted with dried blood. "Jack," he sobbed. "Oh, Jack, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry to have brought this on you. I thought I'd die here. I never thought you would come for me." "You'd do the same for me," Jack said, glancing at the thick ring bolts holding Wizard's and Tank's leg irons to the floor. "Don't celebrate too soon. We're not out of this yet." Jack then extracted a handheld blowtorch from his utility belt, fired it up, and went to work. The train zoomed through the tunnel. As it did so, the remaining chase copter flew ahead, gunning for the tunnel's exit further round the mountain. It beat the train there, steadying itself in a deadly hover just out from the tunnel's mouth, cannons ready and aimed at the oncoming engine car. But before the train emerged from the tunnel, something else did. A Predator missile. It lanced out from the tunnel's mouth, a dead-straight tail of smoke issuing out behind it, before it plowed into the hovering copter, blasting it to 1,000,000 pieces, blowing it out of the sky. Then the train roared out of the tunnel and swung hard left, following the mountain railway on its course. But the meanest pursuer of all still remained, the Hind gunship. It chased Stretch around every bend, paralleling the fleeing train, harrying the engine car mercilessly with withering fire. Before suddenly, all the gunfire stopped. Stretch frowned, confused. "What the—" Thumps on the roof. Then, before he knew what was happening, a dark figure swung in through one of the shattered forward windows and into the driver's compartment. 2 boots slammed into his chest, knocking him to the floor. "Damn it, I was stupid," he realized as he tumbled. "They're guards from the back carriages of the train. Must have crawled forward along the roof." The first guard to land inside the cabin drew his pistol, only for Stretch to kick him viciously, square on the kneecap, breaking it backwards, causing the man to howl out in pain, giving Stretch the second he needed to draw his own gun and fire it once, twice, 3 times into the man's chest. More thumps on the roof. Stretch stood, just in time to see 3 more pairs of boots jump down onto the bonnet of the engine car, blocking his view of the track ahead. A long, straight section of track that ended at a sharp left-hand curve. Beyond that curve was a steep downward slope of densely packed snow. "Huntsman," he called into his radio mic. "How's it going back there?" "I've found Wizard and Tank. Just have to cut them free." "I got overwhelming company up here, about to storm my position. They came over the roof from the rear carriages. I have to launch us now." "Do it." West's voice was calm. "Then get back here." "Right." Stretch knew what he had to do. He jammed the throttle fully forward, and the train sped up markedly. Then he wedged a grenade between the throttle and the brakes and pulled the pin. This was now a one-way ticket. He dashed back into the train itself, slamming the interconnecting door behind him, just as the grenade exploded, ripping the controls to shreds.
A moment before, the entire driver's compartment was shredded by a volley of bullets, and 3 more guards swung in through the forward windows. They entered with their guns up. Their leader, an older man, more seasoned than the others, more battle-hardened, the captain of the guard, looking pissed as hell at this brazen assault on his train. The train was now rocketing along the high-altitude railway, all but out of control, and heading for the sharp left-hand bend that it couldn't possibly take at this speed. Stretch burst into the 3rd carriage, the prisoner carriage, where he saw West kneeling beside Wizard and Tank, blowtorch flaring. Tank was free, but West was still cutting through the leg irons fastening Wizard to the floor. The captain of the guard stormed angrily into the 1st carriage, not caring for the runaway state of the train. Unable to slow it, he was going after the intruders. He found 2 of his men huddled in a cell there and heard their pathetic excuses before he put a bullet in each of their heads for cowardice. Then he moved on, hunting. West's blowtorch blazed away as it carved through Wizard's chains. "How long?" Stretch asked anxiously. "Almost there," West said, his face illuminated by the blowtorch's magnesium glare. The rocking motion of the train was getting wilder. "We don't have much track left, Jack. Just another second." The door to their carriage burst open, revealing the captain of the guard. Stretch spun, West spun. The captain of the guard stood in the doorway, grinning. He gripped his gun tighter. But he needn't have, because it was already too late. For just then, the runaway train hit the bend. The speeding train hit the Alpine curve, going way too fast. Derailment. The forward engine car jumped the tracks, bumping roughly over them before skidding out onto the steeply sloping plain of snow beyond the curve. The rest of the great black train followed the engine car, leaping off the rails before also sliding out onto the snow plain. The engine car skidded down the slope, its forward grille grinding into the powder, the rest of the train snaking along behind it like a twisted accordion, the whole crashing mess turning laterally as it slid until the entire train was sliding in reverse down the slope and headed inexorably toward the bottom, where there was nothing but a bare cliff edge and a 1,000-foot drop. And circling above all this was the hind gunship. Inside the train, the world spun crazily. The shocking jolt of their derailment had sent the captain of the guard flying sideways, slamming into the right-hand wall of the carriage. Then the inertia of the train's lateral spin as it slid down the slope, at first forwards, now backwards, pressed him into it. West and Stretch were better prepared. They'd grabbed hold of the nearest cell bars at the first bump, and it still took all of their strength to stay upright during the crazy bouncing of the derailment, Stretch grabbing Tank, West clutching Wizard. Yet still, in its own out-of-control way, this was part of West's plan. He'd planned to crash here, to end up on this snow plain with the train buried in the deep snow. Because he still needed something. He still needed the Chinese to... But then, with shocking suddenness, something happened that West hadn't planned. The train went over the edge at the base of the snow slope. Unfortunately, the snow hadn't been quite deep enough, its slick, icy base causing the snake-like train to slide all the way down the snow plain to the very edge. Now, traveling backwards, the rear engine car went over the edge first, its weight pulling first 1, then 2, then 3 carriages over with it. West felt it coming an instant before it happened, felt the distinctive tug of the train's last 3 cars, the engine car and the last 2 regular carriages, going over the precipice a moment before his own carriage lurched sickeningly and, "Grab something!" he yelled to the others, including Wizard, who was still not yet free of his ring bolts. Their carriage went over the edge. The world went vertical. Everything not nailed down dropped the length of the carriage, including one of the captain of the guard's men. With a cry, the hapless fellow fell the full vertical length of the carriage, hitting the heavy iron door at the bottom with a foul, cracking noise. The guard captain and his remaining companion had quicker reflexes. As the carriage fell, they both discarded their guns in favor of having free hands, and rolled into a nearby cell at the top end of the now vertical carriage. West and Stretch grabbed the bars of the nearest cell, holding onto Wizard and Tank, before, smack, their carriage's fall was arrested. Somehow the entire train had stopped its plunge down the cliff face, coming to a jarring, crunching halt. Although they couldn't see it, the train's lead engine car had rammed up against a large boulder at the edge of the precipice and lodged there, holding fast, holding the entire train suspended beneath it, dangling over the 1,000-foot drop. West quickly took in their new predicament. He, Stretch, Wizard, and Tank were halfway down the vertical carriage. The guard captain and his buddy were up near the top, resting against the now horizontal wall of their cell, not far from the interconnecting door that led upward to safety. A grinding, groaning sound. With a jerk, the entire train dropped a meter. Chunks of snow rained past the barred windows. The upper engine was slipping, 1 meter at a time. West exchanged a look with Stretch. Then another groan, but a different kind. The sound of a metal coupling straining under the weight of the dangling train. "We're gonna fall," West said to Stretch. "Up, now!" "What about you?" Stretch nodded at Wizard's ringbolt. The old man's leg irons were still chained to it. "Just go," West said. "I'm not leaving him. Go, someone has to get out of here alive." Stretch didn't bother to argue. He just grabbed Tank and started hauling him up the carriage, using the bars of the cells as ladder rungs. They climbed up the left-hand side of the carriage's central aisle, passing the guard captain as he emerged from his cell on the right, dazed and gunless. West went back to work on Wizard's chains with his blowtorch. He had to do this fast. Another grinding groan. More snow sailed past the window. The train dropped another meter. The blowtorch cut further through the chains before, shwack! The flame sizzled through the final section of chain, and Wizard was free. "Come on, old buddy," West said. "We gotta move." They looked up to see Stretch and Tank disappear through the interconnecting door at the top of the carriage, but also in time to see the guard captain step across their line of sight, staring daggers at West, blocking the way. "This way," West said, leading Wizard down. "Down?" Wizard asked. "Trust me." They came to the bottom door of the third carriage, just as another metallic groan squealed out from nearby, and crack! The coupling connecting their car to the carriage beneath them broke loose, and the bottom 2 carriages of the train, plus the rear engine car, just fell away into the void. The 3 cars fell forever, soaring silently down into the great mountain chasm before they smashed violently against the jagged rocks at the base of the ravine, the engine car exploding in a cloud of flames and black smoke. "No time to waste," West said to Wizard. "This way." Dangling by their fingertips, they swung out along the underside of their carriage, their feet hanging 1,000 feet above the world, before they turned upward, climbing up the outside of the third suspended prison car, using any and every protrusion on it as a handhold, the bars on the windows, hinges, handles, anything. Up the side of the third carriage they went, moving quickly, Jack helping Wizard. They reached the gap between this carriage and the next one, just as the guard captain and his companion did, moving inside the train. And so Jack and Wizard just kept on moving, scaling the exterior of the second carriage as quickly as they could, until they reached its summit and clambered onto its flat upper surface. Just in time to see the guard captain climb up into the safety of the next and last carriage above them, his junior companion still waiting to climb up after him. It was at that moment that the captain saw West, and something evil gleamed in his eye. He reached for the coupling, despite the fact that his own man was still standing on the lower carriage. The junior guard yelped, "No!" when he saw what was going to happen. But West just moved, leaping for a grill on the upper carriage, calling to Wizard as he did so, "Max, jump for my legs!" Wizard jumped immediately, reaching for Jack's waist as the guard captain disengaged the coupling. The second carriage dropped instantly. It took the junior guard with it, his wide eyes receding into the chasm, his mouth open in a silent scream all the way down. But West and Wizard were still in the game, West now dangling from the bottom of the first carriage, with Wizard hanging from his belt. "Max, quick! Climb up my body!" West yelled, as Wizard quickly and clumsily climbed up the length of West's frame, at one point using the folded carbon fiber wings on Jack's back for handholds. The look on the guard captain's face said it all. He was furious. He wouldn't let that happen again. He ducked back inside the carriage and started climbing, fast. Jack knew what was happening instantly. It was now a race to the next coupling. "Go, Jack, go!" Wizard yelled. "I'll catch up." West charged up the outer wall of the final carriage, while the guard captain raced up its internal aisle. They both moved quickly, clambering up the vertical carriage. "Stretch!" West called into his radio as he climbed. "Where are you?" "We're up on the precipice, but we've got a West knew what that problem was. He could see it. The hind chopper was hovering directly above him, a short way out from the cliff top, not far from the sharply tilted engine car hanging out over the edge, waiting for them if they made it up. "Stay alive," he thought. "As long as you're alive, you have a chance." Up he climbed, up the outside of the vertical carriage, moving like a monkey. Then he rose over the final lip and stood, just as the guard captain emerged from the doorway there. Jack had beaten him in this race, got there first by a bare 2 seconds. He stepped forward to unleash a fierce kick at the guard captain, only to see a gun appear in the captain's hand. Jack froze as the realization dawned on him. That was why he'd beaten the captain in their race. The guard captain had taken a moment to grab a loose gun on the way up. "Ah, shit," Jack thought. "Shit, shit, shit." He stood there, frozen on the horizontal end section of the upturned carriage, the beating wind from the helicopter hammering his clothes. Without thinking, he raised his hands. "You lose," the guard captain spat in English, grinning, as Wizard's face popped up over the edge behind Jack's boots and saw the situation. The captain jammed back on the hammer of his gun. "Wizard," Jack said, "it's time to fly." Then, just as the guard captain pulled the trigger on his gun, quick as a flash, Jack's raised hands grabbed the safety rod on the coupling above his head and disengaged it, causing their own carriage to drop away from the engine car, with them and the guard captain on it. The guard captain's eyes boggled. Jack had just condemned them all to death. The carriage fell fast, down the side of the massive cliff. The gray rock wall blurred with speed as the iron prison car fell past it. But as the carriage fell, Jack was all action. He grabbed Wizard and pulled him into a bear hug, yelling, "Hold on to me!" as he pressed something on his chest armor, and suddenly his gull wings sprang out from the compact unit on his back, and instantly the two of them soared away from the falling armored carriage, at first flying downwards at incredible speed before swooping up in a graceful glide, leaving the guard captain to fall the rest of the way by himself, screaming all the way to his death. With Wizard hanging from his chest, Jack caught an upward thermal draft, and they glided away from the mountain railway and the twin mountain peaks that housed Zintan Prison. "Astro," West said into his mic,
We're gonna need a pickup further down the railway. How about near that farm we saw earlier?" "Roger that, Huntsman," came the reply. "Just gotta grab Stretch first, then we'll come get you." Stretch stood on solid ground, knee-deep in snow, with the weary tank beside him, alongside the engine car of the prison train, tilted on the edge of the precipice, the only carriage still remaining. Unfortunately, hovering in the air in front of them was the Hind gunship, looming large. A voice over its loud hailer commanded in English, "You two, remain where you are." "Whatever you say," Stretch said. The Hind landed on the snowplain, its rotors kicking up a mini blizzard. 10 Chinese troops rushed out of its hold, dashing through the billowing snow, quickly forming a ring around Stretch and tank. Sitting in the chopper's cockpit, the Hind's 2 Chinese pilots saw Stretch raise his hands a moment before the mini blizzard shrouded the entire scene in white. Which was why the pilots never saw the snowplane around their gunship come alive. 3 ghost-like figures rising from beneath it, dressed in white camouflage gear and bearing MP7 submachine guns, Astro, Scimitar, and Vulture. The 3 white-clad men took the unguarded chopper easily, and once they had it, Vulture aimed its huge 6-barreled cannon at the 10-man Chinese team on the ground, and demanded over the loud hailer that they drop their weapons. Needless to say, they complied. Minutes later, the Hind's crew and troops stood shivering on the snowplain, dressed only in their undergarments, their helicopter lifting off without them, flown by Astro and Scimitar, with Vulture manning the main cannon and Stretch and tank safely in the hold. It was the final piece of Jack's plan. They'd needed the Hind to land here, so they could steal it for the next part of their mission in China. An ancient mystery, the Salisbury Stones. The Salisbury Plain, England, 5th of December 2007, 5 days before the first deadline. The Salisbury Plain, England, 5th of December 2007, 3:05 a.m. The rented Honda Odyssey zoomed along the A303, alone in the night. In the glare of a bright full moon, endless fields of Wiltshire farmland stretched away to the horizon on either side of the highway, bathed in eerie blue light. Zoe drove, with Lily and Albie beside her. In the back of the people mover sat the 2 young men who had met her and the kids at Heathrow, the totally unique Adamson brothers, Lachlan and Julius. Identical twins, they were both tall and lean, with friendly, freckled faces, carrot-orange hair, and thick Scottish accents. Both wore simple T-shirts, one black, the other white. Lachlan's black shirt read, somewhat enigmatically, "I have seen the cow level," while Julius's white one proclaimed, "There is no cow level." They also had a habit of finishing each other's sentences. "Zoe!" Lachlan had exclaimed on seeing her. "It's great to see you again," Julius said. "Hey, this sounds like a secret mission." "Is it a secret mission?" Lachlan asked. Julius: "If it is, don't you think Lockie and I should have code names, like Maverick or Goose?" "I'd like to be called Blade," Lachlan said. "And I'd like Bullfighter," Julius said. "Blade? Bullfighter?" Julius said, "Pretty rugged and heroic, huh? We've been thinking about this while we've been waiting for you." "Clearly," Zoe said. "How about Tweedledum and Tweedledee, Romulus and Remus?" "Oh, no, not twin code names," Lachlan said. "Anything but twin names." "Sorry, boys, but there's only one rule when it comes to call signs." "And that is?" "You never get to pick your own." Zoe smiled. "And sometimes your nickname can change. Look at me, I used to be known as Bloody Mary until I met this little one." A nod at Lily. And now everyone calls me Princess. Be patient, you'll get call signs when the occasion calls for it. Because yes, this mission is about as secret as it gets. Now, speeding west along the A303, they were heading for a place that of all people, Albie had led them to. The military airbase outside Dubai, 2 days previously, just after Earl McShane's cargo plane had smashed into the Burj Al Arab. Jack West had stood on the tarmac, crouched low over Albie and Lily, while armed men and CIA agents calling themselves attachés spoke into cell phones, a black pillar of smoke rising into the sky above the Burj Al Arab in the distance. "Talk to me, Albie," Jack had said. During the meeting, Albie had deciphered one of Wizard's more obscure notes, the reference to the Titanic sinking and rising. But he had hinted to Jack that there was more to it. Albie said, "I also know what one of the symbols on Wizard's summary sheet means." Jack had pulled out the summary sheet. "The symbol at the bottom right," Albie said, "next to the Titanic sinking reference." "Yes," West had said. "It's not a symbol, it's a diagram." "Of what?" Albie had looked up at West seriously. "It's a diagram of the layout of Stonehenge." Stonehenge. The Honda crested a rise, and without warning the cluster of great stones came into view. Zoe inhaled sharply. Of course she had been here before, several times. Everyone in the UK had. But the scale of the sight, the sheer bravura of it, always took her by surprise. Stonehenge. Quite simply, Stonehenge was stunning. A source of fascination to her for a long time, Zoe knew all the myths, that this ring of towering stones was an ancient calendar, or an ancient observatory, that the blue stones, the smaller 2-meter-high dolerite stones that formed a horseshoe-shaped arc within the far more famous trilithons, had been brought to the Salisbury Plain around the year 2700 BC by some unknown tribe from the Preseli Hills over 240 kilometers away in distant Wales. To this day, many believe that the bluestones, even on bitterly cold winter days, remain warm to the touch. It would be another 150 years, around 2570 BC, before the spectacular trilithons were raised around this mini-henge of bluestones. But the date is important. In 2570 BC, the Egyptian pharaoh Khufu was completing his famous work on the Giza Plateau in Egypt, the Great Pyramid. Over the years, Zoe knew, cosmologists and astrologers had tried to link Stonehenge with the Great Pyramid, but without success. The only confirmed link was the closely matching dates of their construction. Other peculiarities of Stonehenge intrigued her. Like the rare green cyanobacterium that grew on the great trilithons themselves, a variety of lichen, it was a true oddity, an uncommon hybrid of algae and fungus that grew only on exposed coastlines. Yet Stonehenge was 80 kilometers from the nearest sea, the Bristol Channel. The moss-like substance gave the stones a mottled, uneven aspect. And then, of course, there were the unexplained theories about the site's location, the unique way the sun and moon rise over the 51st parallel, and the unusually high number of Neolithic sites running the length of the British Isles, on the same degree of longitude as Stonehenge. In the final analysis, only one thing about Stonehenge could be said with any degree of certainty. For over 4,500 years, it had withstood the ravages of wind, rain, and time itself, offering a multitude of questions and very few answers. "Okay," Zoe said as she drove. "How are we going to tackle this? Thoughts, anyone?" "Thoughts," Lachlan said. "How about this, that there's no precedent for what we're about to do? Over the years, scholars and wackos have linked Stonehenge with the sun and the moon, with virgins and druids, with solstices and eclipses, but never with Jupiter. If Wizard's hypothesis is correct, and this firestone is the real deal, then we're going to see something that hasn't been seen for over 4,500 years. Julius said, "Can I add that the good folk at English Heritage don't look kindly on people who step over the rope at Stonehenge and walk among the stones, let alone lunatics like us wanting to perform ancient occult rituals. There'll be security guards." "Leave the guards to me," Zoe said. "You just handle the occult ritual." The twins pulled out Wizard's notes again, gazed at the diagram of Stonehenge. "In his notes, Wizard says that the Ramessean stone at Stonehenge is the altar stone," Julius said. "But what about the Grand Trilithon? It's the signature element of Stonehenge." "No, I'd go with the altar stone too," Lachlan said. "It's the focal point of the structure. It's also made of bluestone, laid at the same time as the original ring of bluestones, so it's older than the trilithons. And fortunately for us, it's still there." Over 4.5 millennia, Stonehenge had been pilfered by locals searching for stones to use as walls or as millstones. Nearly all the bluestones of the henge were gone. The bigger trilithons had survived, at over 6 meters tall, 7 in the case of the Grand Trilithon. They had just been too big for the local peasants to move. Lachlan turned to Albie. "What do you reckon, kid?" Albie looked up, surprised to be asked his opinion. He had thought that as kids he and Lily were just being brought along for the ride, assigned to Zoe to be kept safe. "Well," Lachlan said expectantly, "Jack West thinks you're a clever one, and Jack's a notoriously hard judge. And Zoe here doesn't hang out with losers. I mean, hey, look at us." Lily raised an eyebrow at that. Julius added, "And weren't you the one who figured out the connection between the Titanic rising and Stonehenge?" Albie swallowed. Lily smiled at him reassuringly. She had long ago become used to this kind of adult treatment. Well, Albie stammered. "The stone we're after has to fit some way with the Firestone. I can't see the Firestone fitting onto the Grand Trilithon in any practical way. But the altar stone, if re-erected, would be at the very heart of the structure. The other thing to remember is the rising of Titan to the northeast." "Ah, yes, good point," Julius said. They had gone through this earlier. As Albie had explained briefly at the meeting in Dubai, the Titanic rising and sinking occurred only when the Earth, Jupiter, and Saturn were in alignment, something that occurred approximately once every 400 years, and which, clearly by no coincidence, was happening right now. The rising of Saturn's largest moon, Titan, actually preceded the passage of Saturn itself, rising up from behind the great hulking mass of Jupiter. Soon after this rising, Saturn would sink again behind Jupiter. Due to each planet's angled orbit around the Sun, its ecliptic, this upward-downward motion occurred 8 times in the month that the planets remained aligned. Seen from Stonehenge, first Jupiter would appear on the northeastern horizon, then Titan, then Saturn. "So why is this Titanic rising so important?" Zoe asked. "What does Titan or Jupiter or Saturn have to do with the Sa-Ben-Ben and the Dark Star?" "The connection with the Sa-Ben-Ben is straightforward," Julius said. "It's the connection between Stonehenge and the Great Pyramid that people have been searching for centuries. Our theory is simple. The pyramid is a temple to our sun. Stonehenge is a temple to the dark sun. And the two are most certainly linked geographically," Lachlan added. "You know how the bluestones were brought to the Salisbury Plain from the Preseli Hills in Wales?" "Yes, Lachlan," Zoe said patiently. "I do have 2 degrees in archaeology. I just didn't do the subjects on crazy British Neolithic cosmology that you obviously majored in." "Then you know about the rectangle formed by the 4 original station stones that once surrounded Stonehenge?" "Yes." "I don't," Lily said.
To illustrate, Lachlan opened a book, showing Lily a picture of Stonehenge's layout. Arrayed around the circular henge in a perfect rectangle were 4 stones known as the station stones. They formed a 5 to 12 rectangle. Lachlan said, "Now, if you draw a diagonal across that rectangle, simple Pythagorean math tells us that the resulting right-angled triangle is a 5 to 12 to 13 triangle." He drew a triangle on the picture with a pencil. "Following me?" he said. "So far," Lily said. "Nice triangle, isn't it?" "I guess." Lachlan then pulled out a map of the United Kingdom. He indicated Stonehenge at the bottom of the map, and then drew the same 5 to 12 to 13 triangle on the map, using Stonehenge as the tip of the triangle, and keeping the triangle's baseline parallel to the equator. "The 5 to 12 to 13 triangle reveals the original location of the Bluestones in Wales, the Preseli Hills," Lachlan said. "This is pretty exceptional geography for a primitive tribe. It's so exceptional that some believe the ancients had outside help." "I thought you were going to prove a link between Stonehenge and the Great Pyramid," Zoe said. Lachlan smiled. He winked to Lily. "Remember how I said it was a nice triangle?" "Yeah." "Well, if you extend the hypotenuse of this wonderful triangle like this, see what it runs through." Lachlan turned to a map of the world and did precisely that. "No way," Lily said when she saw the finished product. The arrow passed directly through Egypt, right at the Nile Delta, at Giza. "Stonehenge and the Great Pyramid at Giza," Lachlan said proudly. "United at last." "Which brings us to the second connection," Julius said. "The connection between all this and Titan, Saturn, and Jupiter. You see, it's not Titan or Saturn or Jupiter that matters. It's what lies hidden behind them that matters." "Behind them?" Lily asked. Lachlan grinned. "Yes, we checked the data you sent us from Dubai, the data from Wizard's notes about this dark star and its rate of approach. Seems it's coming at us from behind Jupiter. Thus the importance of this celestial event, the rising of Saturn behind Jupiter. It is, to put it simply, beyond value, because it will allow us, for the very first time, to see this fearsome dark star." "How?" Zoe asked, turning in the driver's seat. "I thought we couldn't see it in our light spectrum." "Well, we won't see it. We'll see the dark space that it occupies," Julius said. "Now, are you familiar with the concept of space-time?" Julius asked. "Or, more specifically, the curvature of space-time," Lachlan added. "Yes, good clarification, brother," Julius said. "Thank you." "More or less," Zoe said. "The gravitational pull of a planet bends the space around it. I once heard it compared to a stretched-out rubber sheet with marbles placed on it." "That's right," Lachlan said. "And each marble makes a slight depression in the rubber sheet, indicating the curvature of space-time. So if you were in a spaceship traveling past these planets, your trajectory will actually bend as you pass each planet, unless, of course, you apply more power." "Yes?" Julius said, "Well, it's the same with light. Light bends too, as it passes through the gravitational fields of planets and stars." Lachlan, "And big planets like Jupiter bend it more than small planets like Mercury." "Correct," Julius said. "So tonight, as we look out at Jupiter from Stonehenge and see Saturn rise behind it, we will, if only for a moment, thanks to the peculiar bending of light around those two planets, get a glimpse of the section of space hidden behind Jupiter." Zoe frowned. "And if the Sa Ben Ben is set in place at that time, positioned atop the Ramessean stone of Stonehenge, what happens then?" Julius looked at Lachlan. Lachlan looked at Julius. Then they both turned to face Zoe and shrugged together. "That," Julius said, "is what we're going to find out." The car sped into the night. Stonehenge, 5th of December 2007, 3:22 a.m. They parked on the gravel shoulder a few hundred yards from the henge. The moon shone down on the wide plain like a great spotlight, illuminating the relentlessly flat landscape all the way to the horizon. Stonehenge stood at the junction of the A303 and a smaller side road. 2 security guards stood near the great shadowy stones, silhouettes in the moonlight. They saw the Honda stop, but did not investigate. Travelers from London often stopped to gaze at the stones while they stretched their legs. Zoe stepped closer, to within 50 meters of the 2 guards, and then quickly raised a boxy gun-like object fitted with a hand grip and trigger, aimed it at the guards and called, "Hey!" The guards looked over. Zoe pulled the trigger. There was an instantaneous flash from her device, accompanied by a deep sonic whoomp, and immediately the 2 guards dropped to the ground like marionettes whose strings had been cut, out cold. "What the hell was that?" Julius asked, coming up alongside Zoe. "And where can we get one?" Lachlan added. "Lasson V stun gun," Zoe said. "It's a non-lethal incapacitator. Laser flash accompanied by a sonic charge. Originally designed for use on planes by sky marshals to subdue hijackers without the risk of shooting out a window and disrupting cabin pressure. The sonic charge would usually be enough to knock out an aggressive attacker, but the laser flash blinds them too. No after effects, except for a splitting headache. Some people think this is what was used to disorient Princess Diana's driver just before her fatal car crash." "Okay," Julius said. "On that cheery note, let's get to work." A gap was cut in the wire fence surrounding the henge, and Zoe and the twins quickly rolled a handcart packed with equipment through it, followed by the kids. They came to the stones and paused for a moment, awed. The towering pillars of rock soared into the sky above them, looming large in the moonlight, powerful, ominous, ancient. The biggest of them, the lone pillar of the Grand Trilithon, rose to a massive 7.9 meters, a conical stone tongue at its peak, indicative of the lintel that had once lain across its top. "What time is the Titanic rising?" Zoe asked. "Jupiter should already be on the horizon," Albie said, setting up a serious-looking telescope on the grass among the stones. "Titan will rise over it at 3:49 a.m., Saturn 2 minutes later. Then, as it rises, a gap will appear between Saturn and Jupiter. And that's when we see our dark star." "Correct." Zoe checked her watch. It was 3:25. "Let's move. We've got 24 minutes." By the light of a penlight, Julius examined a more recent plan of Stonehenge, showing the layout of the stones that still stood. 3 of the 5 central trilithons are still intact, he said. 1 upright from the Grand Trilithon still stands, and 1 upright down here at the bottom right. Might be an issue. "What about the altar stone?" Lachlan said. "It's fallen." "Which one is it?" Zoe asked. "This one." Lachlan hustled among the towering stones, came to a fallen one, a great horizontal slab, half buried in the grass within the central ring of stones. It was about 8 feet long, slim and lean. A small rectangular hole in the earth lay next to it. Lachlan examined one of its ends and called, "It's got a depression in it, square in shape, maybe 20 by 30 centimeters." "That would match the Sa-Ben Ben," Zoe said. She stared at the horizontal slab, amazed at what she was about to say. "Okay, then. Let's re-erect it." They moved quickly but gently, not wanting to damage the 4,500-year-old stones. Slings were wrapped around the altar stone, and it was gently lifted by an A-frame pulley system fitted with a diesel-powered cable spooler. While this was going on, Lily cleared out the hole in the ground near the base of the altar stone. Albie was training his telescope on the northeast horizon.
"I see Jupiter," he called.
Through his telescope, he saw a small orange dot hovering on the horizon, perfectly aligned with Stonehenge's outer ring of lintels and its famous heel-stone.
"Hurry,"
Zoe called to the twins.
"I am not going to hurry with a national treasure,"
Julius said indignantly. Slowly, very slowly, the spooler reeled the great stone slab upward, pulling it vertical until, whoomp, Julius jumped at the sound. It slid abruptly downwards, slotting into the hole where over 4,000 years ago it had originally stood. Zoe checked her watch. 3:48 a.m. 1 minute to go. It was then that she removed something from her backpack. The top piece of the golden capstone, the Sa Ben Ben, the Firestone. It was stunning to behold. It glimmered in the light, its golden sides shining, its crystalline peak sparkling. Zoe climbed a stepladder and stood at the top of the now erect altar stone. She saw the depression in the flat top of the stone, saw that, yes, it matched the size of the Firestone's base perfectly.
"All right, then," she said softly to herself. "The Great Pyramid and Stonehenge. Let's see what you got."
With great reverence, she placed the square-based Firestone in the matching recess of the altar stone. And suddenly the altar stone took on a wholly new appearance. It looked like a mini obelisk, surrounded by the trilithons of the henge, guardians in the night. Her watch hit 3:49.
"I see Titan,"
Albie said. Through his high-powered telescope, the greatest moon of Saturn appeared as barely a dot behind the large orange orb that was Jupiter. It rose behind it, looking like a very dim star. A minute passed. The twins hit record on some digital video cameras they'd set up around the henge. They held ready in their hands still cameras as well. Another minute passed.
"And I see Saturn. Wow!"
A larger dot rose up behind Jupiter, moving ever so slowly, its rings barely apparent, before it cleared the horizon of Jupiter, and a gap appeared between the two planets. At which point, Stonehenge, silent and mysterious for over 45 centuries, suddenly and spectacularly came to life. An invisible light force shot over the horizon from the dark sun, lanced over the heel-stone in a dead straight line, shot through the outer circle of lintels before it slammed into the Firestone sitting atop the central altar stone. The Firestone blazed to life. Brilliant purple light flared around it, illuminating the ring of trilithons in an unearthly glow. Then shafts of this purple light, bright, strong shafts of the stuff, 6 of them, lanced outwards from the Firestone like the spokes of a wheel, and hit some of the uprights of the trilithons. Zoe and the others could only stare in stunned awe at the light show, a light show that had not been seen for over 4,500 years. And then something else happened. The lichens on the surface of the trilithons, the strange algae fungus that had no business existing this far inland, began to glow a pale green. And suddenly, as this faint glowing of the lichens combined with the cracks and indentations of the stone uprights themselves, images began to form on the trilithons, images that hadn't been discernible before. Zoe stared in wonder. The images on the trilithons looked strangely familiar, kind of like the continents of Earth, but not exactly like them. They were somehow different, the familiar coastlines warped. A couple of the trilithons depicted what appeared to be the edges of continents.
"It's the world," Lachlan breathed. "They all combined to create a map of the Earth millions of years ago."
"What?" Zoe whispered, not realizing that she was whispering. Lachlan nodded at the glowing images in the stones.
"They're the continents of our planet. They're in their current positions, but before rising oceans gave them their current coastlines. Whoever built this built it a long time ago."
Zoe swung back to gaze at the glowing images on the stones and saw that he was right. There was Africa, and that looked a little like Asia. The stone depicting Africa was pierced by two of the laser-like purple light shafts, one shaft penetrating it near the northern end, the second shaft hitting it at the very southern tip.
"You're getting all this," Zoe called.
The twins were indeed clicking away on their digital cameras, taking photos of the illuminated stones and light shafts. At the same time, their video cameras also captured it all.
"What about those two?"
Zoe asked, indicating the two uprights that appeared to depict the edges of continents.
"Oceans, I guess," Julius said. "But it's hard to tell which ones, given the altered coastlines. The world has three main oceans: the Pacific, Indian, and Atlantic Oceans. A third ocean might have been on one of the fallen uprights, which makes sense. No one has ever figured out why Stonehenge has 10 uprights. This would explain it: 7 continents and 3 oceans."
Zoe blinked.
Holy shit.
Then Albie called,
"She's sinking! Saturn's sinking!"
A moment later, everything went dark. The Firestone's purple light went out, and the great stone circle was dark once more. Zoe gazed at the twins and the kids.
"Bet you haven't seen that before. Come on."
She hurriedly re-erected her stepladder, heading for the Firestone.
"We're done. Lachlan, Julius, lower the altar stone, put it back exactly where you found it. Then we have to motor. Wizard and Jack are not going to believe this."
When the 2 security guards awoke 2 hours later, groggy and dazed, they found Stonehenge undamaged, seemingly untouched. There were several sets of footprints among the central stones, suggesting unusual activity, but nothing was missing. Except for the hole that had once housed the altar stone, it had been cleared of dirt. Everything, thankfully, was where it should be. The next day there would be reports from locals of a glowing purple light emanating from the area, but they were quickly dismissed. Every year there were at least a dozen UFO sightings over the Salisbury Plain, and numerous other crackpot claims. And so, as dawn came, Stonehenge stood once again, tall and silent, maintaining its centuries-old watch over the ancient landscape. Third ordeal: Jack West, Jr. and the Philosopher's Stone. China, 5th of December, 2007, 5 days before the first deadline. Sichuan Mountains, China, 5th of December, 2007, 17:35 hours. Around the same time Zoe and the twins were watching the wondrous light show at Stonehenge, Jack and Wizard were soaring over the wild, rugged mountains of central China in the hold of their stolen Hind helicopter, aware that a sizable portion of the Chinese People's Liberation Army, some 1.2 million men, were at that very moment mobilizing to hunt them down. With them were Stretch, Astro, Scimitar, Vulture, and the injured Tank Tanaka. Sky Monster had taken the Halicarnassus south, just over the Burmese border, where he waited patiently for the extraction coal.
"It is absolutely imperative that we get the Philosopher's Stone,"
Wizard said to Jack, when they were alone in a corner of the hold. He munched hungrily on some food while he put on clean clothes.
"I got that impression from your notes," Jack said. "That's where we're going right now. It's also why we needed to get this helicopter."
Jack told Wizard about the meeting in Dubai, about the new coalition of nations helping them in this quest, including America and Saudi Arabia, and most importantly, what they had so far deduced from Wizard's research.
"But I need to know more, Max," he concluded. "Your notes were good, but we could only piece together so much." Yes. For instance, the part where you said the Sa Ben Ben and the Philosopher's Stone were central to everything. Why?"
Wizard's head snapped up.
Good God, Jack, you didn't bring the Firestone with you, did you? We can't allow our enemies to have both it and Lao Tzu's stone. No, I didn't, Jack said. Zoe has it, in England. She's gone to Stonehenge with the Firestone, the twins and the kids. You got in touch with the twins? Oh, excellent, Wizard said, sighing deeply. And Stonehenge. Stonehenge and the Sa-Ben-Ben. But wait, it must be done during the Titanic rise. Got it covered. Wizard stared off into space, smiled. I only wish I could have been there to see it. I'm glad you figured that out. Wasn't me. It was Lily's friend Albie. Ah, Albie. Smart boy. And such a good friend to Lily. As things get more difficult, she will need companions like him. Wizard's voice trailed off, his eyes glazing over into a deep sadness. As he spoke, Jack scanned the torture scars on the old man's face, the bruises and gashes, the dried blood on his beard. Wizard had been through the ringer in that prison. Oh, Jack, Wizard said, the situation is dire, most dire. It's like nothing we've ever encountered before. Tell me. The world has reached a critical stage in its existence. A turning point has come, a testing point, a time at which the Earth can either renew itself or be destroyed. The Tartarus rotation was just the beginning, merely the first step in a far larger drama. The coming of this dark sun, Jack prompted. The coming of the dark sun is only part of it. There are many unexplained things in our world, Jack. And with the coming of the zero-point field, this dark sun, many of them will reveal their true purpose. The Great Pyramid and its capstone are just the start. Stonehenge, Nazca, Easter Island, it all comes together now with the coming of the dark sun. A coalescence of ancient things. But the greatest thing to fear, as always, is man himself. Why? Wizard said, let me backtrack. He grabbed a sheet from his notes, indicated a picture on it that Jack recalled seeing before. Wizard said, this is the common symbol for the Great Machine. Now, as you deduced correctly from my notes, the machine is simply our planet. As the image shows, at 6 locations around our planet are 6 underground shrines, pyramidal in shape and inverted, but gigantic, and all pointing down toward the center of the Earth. Note the downward-pointing pyramids in the picture, with the white rectangular pillars sticking out of them. While the machine is depicted in this image as a flat, 2-dimensional structure, we should picture it 3-dimensionally, with the 6 vertices situated just below the Earth's surface, arrayed around the spherical planet. Like this. Wizard drew a rough sketch. Now, at each of these locations, a cleansed pillar must be set in place, the pillars being small, oblong-shaped, uncut diamonds, whose whereabouts are largely unknown. Not totally unknown, Jack said. We're working on that. Oh, good. Now, let me come to the Ramessean stones, and the most unique part that they play in this challenge. We call them Ramessean stones, but their true name is actually guide stones. The 6 guide stones of Ra's dark twin. For when each comes into contact with the sun-charged Sa-Ben-Ben, they reveal something about this machine. For instance, at Stonehenge, when the Sa-Ben-Ben is placed atop the guide stone there at the rising of Saturn over Jupiter, the locations of the 6 vertices will be revealed. How this actually occurs at the site of Stonehenge, I don't know. Hopefully Zoe now does. And the Philosopher's Stone? Jack asked. Wizard again riffled through his notes, came up with another image. This is a carving of Lao Tzu's stone, Wizard said, otherwise known as the Philosopher's Stone. Note the pyramidal capstone hovering above it, and the rectangular recess in it. To cleanse a pillar, one needs 3 things. The Sa-Ben-Ben, the Philosopher's Stone, and one of the pillars. You place the pillar inside the recess in the Philosopher's Stone, close the lid, and then place the charged sa-ben-ben on the lid. The pillar is thus cleansed, and is then ready for placement in one of the 6 vertices. Which is why the sa-ben-ben and the Philosopher's Stone are central to everything, Jack said, understanding. Correct. The next most important Ramessean stone is the Killing Stone of the Maya. When united with the sa-ben-ben, it will specify the astronomical dates by which the pillars must be set in place at the vertices. Now, I already understand that the placing of the 6 pillars is divided into 2 distinct time frames. The first 2 pillars must be set in place within the next week or so. The remaining 4 must be placed later, about 3 months from now, just before the equinox on March 20th, 2008, when the dark sun will make its long-awaited return. Jack's mind spun. This was sounding very big indeed. Stars, stones, pillars, vertices, astronomical dates. In a vague corner of his mind, he recalled that the Americans had said they possessed the Mayan Killing Stone. Clearing his head, he brought Wizard back. So why, in all this, is man the greatest thing to fear? Wizard sighed. Because of the rewards, he said simply. The rewards. To he who lays each pillar goes a fabulous reward. So it is said on the walls of Abydos. It was there that I found the 6 rewards listed, underneath a carving of Ramesses II and his father, Seti I, a carving that scholars have long dismissed as a mere adornment. The 6 rewards were listed as knowledge, heat, sight, death, life, and power. Wizard's face went grim. Jack, what the rewards are exactly no one knows, but by all accounts they are of immense value. For instance, I believe heat is a fabulous power source, an unending power source, and knowledge is some great insight that we are yet to discover. Jack listened intently to what Wizard was saying. Power sources, great knowledge. Suddenly, the U.S.-Saudi interest in the success of his mission made more sense, not to mention China's grab for the Firestone at his farm. Wizard said, "Given these stakes, and the arrival of this dark sun, and the possible end of our world, I can see nations taking great risks to acquire and then place these pillars. And if history teaches us nothing, it teaches us this. Where items of great worth are at stake, men will do anything to possess them." Just then, the cargo hold was plunged into red emergency lighting, a buzzer sounding repeatedly. The intercom over Jack's head crackled. "Huntsman, we're coming up on the Wu Gorge system," Astro's voice said. "ETA is 9 minutes, and we're about to pop up on their radars like a big friggin' Christmas light. I hope you're right about this." "Come on," Jack said, standing. "We'd better suit up. The target is guarded, and we're on top of the local most wanted list, so we'll be going in hard and going in fast. Just stay close to me. It's time for us to finish what you started. It's time to get the Philosopher's Stone." Laozi's Trap System, Beneath Witch Mountain, Sichuan Province, Central China, 5th of December 2007. Colonel Mao Gongli swore loudly. In the 4 days since he'd captured Max Epper and sent him off to Xintan for interrogation, his force of Chinese troops had made little headway through the underground tunnel system that protected Laozi's legendary stone. Chiefly, their progress had been hindered by numerous anti-intruder devices, booby traps. Mao cursed himself. He should have known better. For over 3,000 years, Chinese tombs have been renowned for their ingenious protective mechanisms. For instance, the tomb complex of Emperor Qin in Xi'an, the home of China's famous terracotta warriors, was equipped with automatic crossbows and murder holes, out of which oil and liquid tar once poured onto unwary archaeologists. But the traps protecting this system were of a higher order, beyond anything Mao had seen, as clever as they were vicious.
He'd already lost 9 men, all in horrific ways. The first 3 to die had not got past the very first threshold of the trap system, the cylindrical doorway set into the wall. The doorway had rotated abruptly, trapping each man inside it, before dropping a foul-smelling, skin-searing yellow liquid from its hollow ceiling onto the trapped man, a liquid Mao now knew to be a primitive form of sulfuric acid. So his men had blown open that door with C2 plastic explosive and entered an inner chamber, the only exit from which was a low pipe-like tunnel on the far side. Thus, the next man to die had been lying on his stomach, belly-crawling through the pipe, when he had been skewered through the fucking heart by an iron spike that had risen up from an innocuous-looking hole in the floor. It had slowly and painfully penetrated the man's entire body, punching out through his back. 2 more men had suffered a similar fate from other holes in the floor of the tunnel, before Mao's chief lieutenant had hit upon the idea of pouring quick-setting cement into the murderous holes, plugging them up. And so cement was sent for. It would ultimately come from the Three Gorges Dam 100 miles away, and after a 2-day wait they passed through the pipe tunnel. But still they lost men in the next chamber, a long and magnificent downward-sloping hallway that was lined with silent terracotta statues on both sides. Here one of Mao's troopers had died when a terracotta warrior with a wide, yawning mouth had suddenly vomited a spray of liquid mercury into the hapless trooper's face. The trooper had screamed horribly as the mercury stuck to his eyeballs. The thick liquid clogged every pore of his face, slowly poisoning his very blood. He died in agony hours later. More quick-setting cement was brought in. It was poured into the mouth of the offending terracotta warrior, stopping it up. Planning to do the same at every other statue in the hall, Mao's men had moved on. Only for another trooper to be killed almost immediately when the second terracotta warrior statue shot a crossbow bolt out of its eye socket into his eye. As a third soldier poured cement into the adjoining statue, he managed to dodge that statue's lethal defense mechanism, a primitive fragmentation charge set off by a small amount of gunpowder hidden within the statue's eyes. A volley of tiny lead ball bearings had blasted out from the statue's eye sockets, narrowly missing the Chinese soldier, but causing him to lurch backwards and slip on the wet floor of the sloping passageway and slide out of control down its full length before he just fell off the bottom end of the passageway, dropping into darkness, disappearing from his teammates' view. They soon discovered that he had fallen into a deep and dark underground chasm at the end of the passageway, a chasm of unknown depth. And they hadn't got beyond that chasm. Which was why, earlier that morning, word had been sent to Xintan, demanding that Wizard and Tank be brought back to see if they might reveal the secrets of Lao Tzu's trap system. The submerged village. The 4 Chinese sentries left up on the surface of the trap system all looked skyward at the sound of an approaching helicopter, their alertness slackening when they saw that it was one of their own, a Hind gunship with PLA markings. The big chopper landed on a floating helipad, nestled among the half-submerged stone huts, blowing debris and spray through the alleyways of the ancient village. The sentries ambled over to the chopper, their rifles slung lazily over their shoulders, only to see the side door of the gunship whip open and all of a sudden find themselves staring at the wrong ends of some Type 56 assault rifles and MP7 submachine guns. Dressed in the Chinese Army uniforms of the helicopter's crew, Jack West Jr. and his team had arrived. The entry chamber. There were 2 more low-ranking Chinese sentries in the entry chamber, the same chamber that Wizard had marveled at only 4 days previously, before he had been captured by Mao, before Mao had murdered his gentle assistant, Chow. Suddenly, an odd-looking silver grenade came flying down into the entry chamber from the well shaft. The grenade bounced on the floor of the chamber, missing the wide hole in its center, but causing the two sentries to turn. It went off. A sun-like flash filled the ancient room, astonishingly bright, and both sentries fell to their knees, clutching their eyes, screaming, blinded, their retinas nearly burned clean off. The blindness wouldn't be permanent, but it would last for 2 whole days. Then Jack came swinging out of the entry shaft, swooping down into the chamber, his boots thumping hard against the stone floor, his gun raised. He keyed his radio. "Guards are down. Chamber is clear. Come on down." It was only then that he noticed the body bags. There were 9 of them, containing the soldiers the Chinese had lost inside the trap system. As Wizard and the others joined him in the chamber, Stretch binding and gagging the 2 whimpering guards, Wizard gasping at the stench of the body bags, Jack examined the entry chamber's feature wall. He beheld the magnificent jewel-encrusted carving of the mystery of the circles, 10 feet wide and stunning. And, directly below it, a thin recessed doorway with curved walls. Above the doorway was a small inscription of the Philosopher's Stone, just like the one he'd seen earlier, complete with the Sa Ben Ben hovering over it. The curved cylindrical doorway was roughly the size of a coffin, and on one side of it there were 3 cast-iron levers and the Chinese symbol for dwelling. The ceiling of this tiny space was crudely stopped up with concrete, presumably plugging a pipe out of which fell some horrific liquid. "Not exactly elegant," Jack said, "but effective." Wizard shook his head. "This system was designed by the great Chinese architect Sun Mai, a contemporary of Confucius, and like him, once a student of Lao Tzu. Sun Mai was a brilliant craftsman, a man of rare flair. He was also a castle builder, fortifications and the like, so he was well suited to this task. And how does Mao tackle him? With concrete. Concrete! Oh, how China has changed over the centuries." "The trap system," Jack said seriously, gazing at the darkness beyond the open doorway recess. "Any research? Like the trap order?" "You cannot study this system's traps beforehand," Wizard said. "It possesses multiple thresholds, through which one passes by answering a riddle in situ." Riddles in situ, my favorite. But riddles related to the works of Lao Tzu. Oh, even better. Wizard examined the concreted doorway and the chamber beyond it. Then he nodded at the body bags. "It seems our Chinese rivals have met with some considerable difficulty. If they'd asked me the right questions during my interrogation, I might have been more helpful." "So what's the trick?" West said. Wizard smiled. "What is Lao Tzu's most well-known contribution to philosophy? The yin-yang? Yes, the concept of duality, the idea that there are 2 of everything, elemental pairs, good and evil, light and dark, and all that. But there's more to it. Every pair is connected. In the good there is some evil, and in the evil some good." "Which means?" Jack prompted. Wizard didn't answer. Let him figure it out for himself. "If there's 2 of everything, then there are 2 entrances to this system," Jack said. Wizard nodded. "And?" Jack frowned. "The second entrance is connected to this entrance. Well done, my friend. Full marks." Wizard strode to the wide circular well shaft in the floor, the one that matched the entry shaft in the ceiling, and peered down into it. "There is indeed a second entrance to this trap system. Down there." Wizard said, "The tunnel system branching off this chamber is called the Teacher's Way. A second tunnel system situated below us is called the Student's Way." "So how are they connected?" "Simple. They must be tackled simultaneously. 2 people, 1 in each tunnel,
moving alternately through their respective traps, each disabling the other's traps. You have got to be kidding me. Jack had survived many trap systems over the years, but he had never encountered anything like this. It's the ultimate trust exercise, Wizard said. As I set off in the upper tunnel, I trigger a trap. That trap is nullified not by me, but by you in the lower tunnel. My life is in your hands. Then the opposite occurs. You trigger a trap, and I must save you. This is why our Chinese friends are experiencing such difficulty in there. They don't know of the lower route. So they use concrete and brute force. And in the typical Chinese way, he nodded at the body bags, they just weather the losses and make very inefficient progress. They'll eventually get through, but it will cost them many lives and much time. Jack bit his lip, thinking. All right, then. Stretch, you take Scimitar and find the lower entrance. I'll enter through here with Astro and Wizard. Tank, you stay here with Pooh Bear. Keep in radio contact with Vulture up in the chopper, because I suspect we'll be needing a rapid evac. All right, everyone. Buckle up. We're going in. The cylindrical doorway, lower. Minutes later, Stretch's voice came over West's earpiece. We found the second entrance, about 60 feet below you. Thin doorway cut into the wall of the shaft, identical to yours, but intact. No concrete clogging its upper recess. Step into it, West instructed. Down in the shaft, Stretch and Scimitar were hanging from individual ropes in front of a thin, recessed doorway hewn into the wall of the vertical shaft. The shaft itself dropped away beneath them into infinite black, depth unknown. Guided by his helmet flashlight, Stretch stepped off the rope and into the doorway, only to see the entire doorway suddenly rotate around him on its axis, its curved walls spinning 90 degrees so that the entry gap was sealed, and he found himself trapped in the coffin-sized recess, bounded on every side, with nowhere to go. Claustrophobia gripped him. His rapid breathing echoed in his ears. His flashlight's glow was too close against the tight walls. Then something gurgled in the void above him, and Stretch's blood went cold. Jack? Up in the doorway of the teacher's way, Jack assessed the 3 cast-iron levers in the wall, one on top of the other, next to the Chinese symbol for dwelling. None of the levers bore any marks or carvings. They were completely plain. Jack, came Stretch's voice. Whatever you have to do up there, please do it soon. Pull the bottom lever, Wizard said. Now. Jack yanked on the bottom lever, and at the same moment, down in Stretch's route, a slab of stone slid across the ceiling, and the cylinder rotated another 90 degrees. And suddenly, Stretch saw a new chamber on the other side, a cube-shaped stone room. He quickly stepped out of the deadly cylinder doorway and said, I'm through. Thanks, guys. Scimitar, your turn. In the upper tunnel, Jack turned to Wizard. How did you know? Wizard said, famous quote from Lao Tzu. In thinking, keep to the simple. In conflict, be fair and generous. In dwelling, live close to the ground. Since our clue was dwelling, I picked the lever that was closest to the ground. Nice. After getting Scimitar through the same way, Jack, Wizard, and Astro just stepped through their open entry door, its trap disabled by the concrete of Mao's troops. The crawling tunnel. Both sets of men were now met by identical cube-shaped rooms. 4 life-sized terracotta warriors, all magnificently detailed, stood in the corners of each room. In West's room, their mouths had been plugged with cement, while in Stretch's they yawned wide, revealing only darkness within. Don't step near the statues, Wizard warned. On the far side of each room was a low tunnel at floor level. Barely 2 feet square and pipe-like, it was the only exit from the stone room.
Jack peered into his. It stretched for about 100 meters, maybe more. Along its length were numerous tennis ball-sized holes cut into the floor, all of which had been filled with concrete. "Spike holes," Wizard said. "Stretch? We got a tunnel down here, low to the ground. Looks long, and it appears we can only get through it by crawling on our stomachs. Lots of holes in its floor." Jack said, "Careful with those holes. Iron spikes." Wizard found an inscription above his tunnel, this time accompanied by a single lever that could be pushed up or down. The inscription read, "Genius," Wizard said. "It's the Chinese symbol for genius." At either extremity of the lever were two images. Above it was a carving of a beautiful tree. Below it was a picture of a very plain seed. "Ah," Wizard said, nodding. "To see things in the seed, that is genius. Another maxim of Lao Tzu. Pull the lever down, Jack." West did so. "Okay, Stretch, you should be safe," Wizard said into his radio mic.
"Should be safe."
Scimitar scowled, looking at Stretch. "This whole situation troubles me greatly." "It's a trust exercise. It's only troubling if you don't trust your friends." Scimitar eyed Stretch for a long moment. "My sources tell me it was the old master himself who put that massive price on your head." Stretch froze at the name. The Old Master was the nickname of a Mossad legend, General Mordecai Muniz, a former head of the Mossad, who many said, even in retirement, was still the most influential figure in the organization, the puppet master who pulled the strings of those ostensibly in charge. $16 million, Scimitar mused. "A good price, one of the highest ever. The Old Master wants to make an example of you." "I chose loyalty to your brother over loyalty to the Mossad," Stretch said. "And perhaps this is why you have become such friends. My brother thinks too often with his heart and not his head. Such thinking is foolish and weak. Look where it has got you." Stretch thought about Pooh Bear up in the entry chamber. "I would lay down my life for your brother, because I believe in him. But you do not. Which makes me wonder, first son of the Sheikh, what do you believe in?" Scimitar did not answer that. Shaking his head, Stretch crouched and entered the low tunnel, belly crawling through it. It was a tight journey, claustrophobic in the extreme. The tight, wet walls brushed against his shoulders. Then he slithered over the first hole in the floor, and he held his breath, waiting for... But nothing sprang up from it. Scimitar followed close behind him, and the two of them wriggled along the tunnel until they emerged into standing room once more, finding themselves at the top of a steep, downward-sloping hallway. On the wall behind them, above the exit to the low tunnel, was a lever just like the one West had pulled, with the Chinese symbol for knowledge alongside it. Above this lever was a picture of an ear. Below it, a picture of an eye. Stretch relayed this to Wizard and West. "The correct answer is the ear," Wizard replied. "Since you're in the student's way, your riddles are Confucian, Lao Tzu's most talented and trusted student. Confucius said, 'I hear and I know, I see and I remember.' Knowledge is then hearing. As for us, once again, thanks to Mao's concreters, we don't need your help on this one." The grand hall of the warriors. It took them a while, but soon West's team was through their low tunnel. Now, like Stretch and Scimitar, they stood at the top of a magnificent, downward-sloping hallway. It was absolutely beautiful, with soaring, corbelled ceilings at least 20 feet high and lined with gigantic warrior statues, each one 7 feet tall and bearing a weapon of some kind. The hallway seemed to stretch for over 100 meters, sloping sharply downward, but with no stairs to get a foothold, delving deep into the bowels of the earth. The floor was wet and slippery.
Battery-powered lamps left by Mao's men lined the walls like dim runway lights. Distantly, West heard something coming from the end of his super-long tunnel. Voices, accompanied by the movement of lights and glow sticks. It was Colonel Mao and his men, held up at a trap at the bottom end of the tunnel. They'd caught up. Astro came up beside West, and they peered together down into the darkness in the direction of the voices. Without a word, Astro held up a grenade, this one with a yellow stripe on it. West turned, saw it. Do I even want to know what's in this one? CS2, variety of tear nerve gas with covering smoke, Astro said. It's a little stronger than the usual kind of CS gas you use in hostage situations, designed for situations like this, where you need to get past an enemy force holding an entryway, but don't necessarily want to kill them. Although, if you want to do that... Tears and unconsciousness will be fine, Lieutenant, West said. I don't like killing someone if I don't have to. Max, oxygen kit. At this point, Jack grabbed his trademark fireman's helmet and attached its full face mask and oxygen kit. The others did the same. Moments later, 3 of Astro's yellow-striped grenades came bouncing down the hallway and entered the midst of Mao's Chinese force gathered at its base, at the edge of the abrupt vertical drop there. Flash! Bang! Hissing gas and dense smoke engulfed the dozen or so Chinese troops. They instantly began coughing and gagging, their eyes watering uncontrollably. Through this hazy, gas-filled environment, 3 figures moved like ghosts. Wearing full-face oxygen masks and moving quickly, Jack, Astro, and Wizard slipped between the screaming Chinese as they fell to the floor, losing consciousness, although Jack did take the opportunity to give Colonel Mao a sharp blow with the butt of his Desert Eagle on the way past, breaking the Chinese commander's nose and dropping him. Then he came to the spot where the hallway's floor just fell away into nothingness. Mother of God, he breathed. Mao and his men had set up a diesel generator and some arc lights to illuminate the area. And now, in the haze of the gas, the vast space that opened up before Jack took on a mystical, almost otherworldly appearance. A vast chasm dropped away in front of him, perhaps 30 meters across and of unknown depth. On its far side was a sheer, polished stone wall. This wall was literally covered in round holes, hundreds of them laid out in a grid, each about the size of a human hand. And in the exact center of the wall was a small, square tunnel, heading deeper into the mountain. Standing on the edge of the chasm, Jack kicked a dropped Chinese gun over the edge. It sailed down into the darkness. Silence as it fell. Long silence. Then finally, a distant clunk-splonk. "Whoa," West whispered. "Jack!" A voice called both in his earpiece and from somewhere nearby. "Down here!" West looked down and saw Stretch and Scimitar poking their heads out from an identical ledge 60 feet below his. The only walkways connecting their tunnels to the magnificent dotted wall were a pair of narrow ledges, one for each hallway. West's higher one ran along the short left-hand connecting wall. Stretch's lower one ran along the right-side one. Along each narrow ledge were more of the hand-sized holes. Handholds, Jack guessed, but lethal ones. Each hole, he noticed, every single one, had a small, carved Chinese symbol above it. "Classic Chinese tomb trap," Wizard said. The easy way to spot a grave robber in ancient China was to spot the guy with the missing hand. Those are hand-chopping holes. Some have grips inside them to help you climb. All the others have spring-loaded scissor blades. If you know which ones are safe, you get across. If you don't, you lose a hand, and in all likelihood fall to your death. "What's the clue?" West said. "It's here." Wizard went to a panel on the wall. He translated it aloud. Here, where two paths will become one, the teacher becomes the student, and the student becomes the teacher. A subtle but deadly change. Our riddle is now Laozian. At the bottom of the panel was another cryptic carving. "The greatest treasure," Wizard translated. "What, according to Lao Tzu, was the greatest treasure?" he asked aloud. "Ah." He recalled the old philosopher's axiom in his mind. Health is the greatest possession, contentment the greatest treasure, confidence the greatest friend, non-being the greatest joy. "It's contentment," he said to Jack. Sure enough, one of the handholds on the left-hand ledge bore the symbol for contentment above it. So did the third one, and the fifth, and several more. "Go," Wizard said. "Go, go, go!" Wasting no time and trusting his friend, Jack plunged his hand into the first hole and found a hand grip. Then he was off, out along the ledge, above the bottomless black of the subterranean chasm. Stretch called in. "We got an inscription too, the noblest path to wisdom." Following close behind Jack, Wizard said, "That's an easy one. Look for the Chinese symbol for reflection. It's a Confucian saying. There are three paths to wisdom. First, by reflection, which is noblest. Second, by imitation, which is easiest. And third, by experience, which is the bitterest." After Wizard described it, Stretch said, "Got it. It's above every second or third handhole." "Use only those holes, Stretch," Jack said. "If you use any of the others, you'll lose a hand. See you on the other side." At length, Jack came to the great pockmarked wall itself, and saw that again every single hole had a symbol carved above it. It made for a bamboozling sight, and to the uninitiated it would have seemed totally incomprehensible. But following the holes that bore the symbol for contentment, he found a continuing path that ended at the square hole in the center of the polished wall. Free climbing across the sheer, slippery wall, high above the deep black chasm below it, he traced a winding path from the left, while Stretch and Scimitar followed a similar trail from their ledge on the lower right. And all the while, Mao and his crew lay on the floor of the hallway, a few of them groaning weakly on the edge of consciousness. Jack, Wizard, and Astro came to the square hole, where they were soon joined by Stretch and Scimitar. "Looks like we go together from here," Jack said. He cracked a glow stick and tossed it into the dark hole, revealing another ultra-long tunnel, square-shaped this time, big enough to crawl through and stretching away into distant darkness. "What choice do we have?" he said to no one. And so he hoisted himself up and climbed into the square hole, and guided by his helmet flashlight and another glow stick, disappeared into the passage. The cavern of the tower. After crawling for about 200 meters, Jack emerged in a dark chamber of some kind, where he could stand easily. He removed his breathing mask. For some reason, however, his flashlight couldn't penetrate the darkness around him. He could see a lake of some kind immediately in front of him, but no walls. Only black, infinite black. It must have been a large space. He cracked a glow stick, but it revealed little more. So he fired his flare gun and beheld the space in which he stood. "Hoo-ah," he breathed. In his time, Jack West Jr. had seen some big caverns, including one in the southeastern mountains of Iraq that had housed the fabled Hanging Gardens of Babylon. But even that cavern paled in comparison to this one. It took 7 more flares to light this one fully. The cavern that West now saw was immense, utterly immense, roughly circular in shape, and at least 500 meters in diameter. It was also a masterpiece of structural engineering. It was a natural cave, sure, but one that had been shaped by the work of men. Tens of thousands of men, Jack guessed,
to be even more impressive than nature had originally made it. 9 towering pillars of stone held up the cavern's soaring ceiling. They had clearly once been limestone stalactites that over thousands of years had eventually met their matching stalagmites on the floor of the cavern, forming into thick, roof-supporting columns. But somewhere in history, a Chinese work army had shaped them into beautifully decorated columns, complete with faux guard balconies. But it was the column in the very center of the cavern that dominated the scene. Thicker than the others and entirely man-made, it looked like a glorious tower, a great 20-story fortified tower, reaching all the way to the cavern's super-high ceiling, where it joined with it. It was easily the most intricately decorated of all the columns. It bore many balconies, doorways, archer slits, and, at its base, 4 sets of rising stone stairs leading to 4 separate stone doorways. Surrounding the tower and each of the other columns was a wide, perfectly still lake of a dark oil-like liquid that was certainly not water. It glinted dully in the light of West's flares. Stretching across it, from West's position all the way to the tower in the middle of the cavern, was a long series of 7-foot-high stepping stones, a bridge of sorts, but one which no doubt possessed its own nasty surprises. "Liquid mercury," Astro said, raising his gas mask to briefly sniff the lake's fumes. "You can tell by the odor, highly toxic. Clogs your pores, poisons you right through the skin. Don't fall in." As he rejoined West and the others, Wizard recited, "In the highest room of the highest tower, in the lowest part of the lowest cave, there you will find me." "From Confucius," he said. "3rd book of Eternal Maxims. I never really understood it till now." Near their position, a red and black cast-iron archway spanned the first stepping stone. Carved into it was a message in ancient Chinese script. "A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. So too this final challenge begins and ends with a single step." Wizard nodded. "Appropriate. Every journey begins with a single step is a quote attributed to both Lao Tzu and Confucius. Historians are unsure which of them came up with it. So here, where their 2 paths merge fully into one, there is just one quote." "So what's the catch?" Scimitar asked. West eyed the stepping stones, the tower, and the great cavern, the intent of it all becoming clear. "It's a time and speed trap," he said softly. "Oh, God, you're right," Wizard said. Astro frowned. "A what? What's a time and speed trap?" "A big one," Wizard said. "That usually begins with a single step," West added. "Your first step sets off the trap. Then you have to get in and out before the trap completes its sequence. You need accuracy and speed to get through it. I imagine that as soon as one of us steps on the first stepping stone, the sequence is set off." He turned to Wizard. "Max?" Wizard thought for a moment. "In the highest room of the highest tower, in the lowest part of the lowest cave. I imagine it's up there in the highest room of that tower. I think we need your skill and speed from here, Jack." "That's what I figured," West said wryly. He removed his heavy garments until all he wore was his t-shirt, cargo pants, boots, and the lower half of his gas mask, leaving his eyes clear. His metal left arm glinted in the dull light. He put his fireman's helmet back on his head and gripped a climbing rope in one hand. He also kept his gun belt with its twin holsters on. "He's going alone?" Scimitar asked, surprised and perhaps a little suspiciously. "For this test, the most important thing is speed," Wizard said. "And in places like this, there's no man in the world faster than Jack. From here, he must go alone. He's the only one who can." "Yeah, right," West said. "Stretch, if it looks like I'm in trouble, backup would be appreciated." "You got it, Huntsman." Then Jack turned to face the long line of stepping stones stretching out toward the colossal tower. He took a deep breath. Then he ran out onto the first stepping stone. The run. No sooner had his foot hit the first stepping stone than things began moving all around the immense cavern. First, a line of stalactites in the ceiling of the cavern, each the size of a man, began dropping from their places, raining down on the stepping stones, inches behind the running figure of Jack West. Jack bolted, arms and legs pumping, moving rapidly across the high stones, 7 feet above the Mercury Lake as boom, 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 the pointed missiles rained down behind him, some hitting the raised stepping stones, others splashing into the lake around him. But he outran the rain of sharpened stones. The flurry of stalactites was also highly distracting, designed to force an error from the intruder, but Jack kept concentrating as he ran, holding his nerve for the 200-meter-long dash. He hit the stairs at the base of the tower at a sprint, clambered up them 2 at a time, came to a high arched doorway, just as a mini waterfall of amber-colored acid came splashing down across its threshold. Jack dived under it, somersaulting into the tower a split second ahead of the skin-searing acid. He turned to look behind him and saw the long line of high stepping stones all slowly begin to lower into the lake. Oh, that's just nasty. At their rate of descent, he reckoned he had about 4 minutes until they were completely submerged under the Mercury Lake, cutting off his only means of escape. "Jack!" Wizard called urgently. "I see them." He looked upward, and by the light of his helmet flashlight, saw that the tower was completely hollow, a soaring cylindrical well shaft rising ominously into darkness above him, with ladder-like hand and footholds cut into one side. Breathing hard, he climbed up the ladder holds, noticing some small man-sized recesses along the way. Curiously, carved above each recess was the Chinese symbol for sanctuary. A groaning noise made him look up. The distinctive grinding sound of rolling rock, then a faint whistling. Jack swung into the nearest recess, just as, whoosh, a 2-ton boulder came plummeting down the hollow shaft, filling it completely from wall to wall, whipping by Jack in his tiny recess, missing his nose by millimeters. Once it was past him, Jack resumed climbing, and on 2 more occasions he dived into other sanctuary recesses, just before more boulders rained past him, preceded only by the telltale groaning. "Why do these guys have to be so protective of their treasures?" he muttered. But then, after a minute of climbing, he came to the top of the tower, to the point where it merged with the ceiling of the super cavern, and found himself entering a space just above the cavern's roof. He rose up into a beautiful square chamber, not unlike the entry chamber back near the surface. Intricately carved reliefs lined the walls, carvings of the mystery of the circles and the symbol that represented the machine, and against one wall, above a low, darkened alcove, an image of the Philosopher's Stone. There were other carvings, including one of 4 throned kings sitting shoulder to shoulder and flanked by 5 standing warriors, but Jack ignored them. He crossed to the alcove and beheld within it a small stone altar on which stood one of the most beautiful, most exquisite, most magnificent artifacts he had ever seen in his life, the Philosopher's Stone. It wasn't very big, but the simple purity of its design commanded respect. Its sides were perfectly lacquered in the ancient Chinese way. The shiny black flanks were of a deep, deep black and were lined with red. Flecks of gold peppered the red lining. Made of 2 pieces, the stone's body section was trapezoidal in shape, with a rectangular void cut into the top surface. Its second piece, the lid, was smaller, a perfectly smooth square block, and, Jack noticed, exactly the same size as the base of the firestone. Peering into the alcove, Jack saw that its roof was hollow, like a chimney above a fireplace, So with a quick lunge he reached in and snatched Lao-Tzu's stone and dived out of the alcove. A bare second before the alcove, but not the stone's altar, was drenched in a waterfall of pouring sulfuric acid that drained away through a grate in its floor. Jack hurried away from the alcove, stuffing the venerable stone into his rucksack, and began his breakneck return journey. Down the hollow core of the tower, ducking into its recesses as more boulders rained down, more now than before. It was as if the trap system knew the stone had been taken and was doing everything it could to stop the fleeing thief. Jack clambered down the handholds in the wall, came to the bottom just as another boulder came shooting down the shaft. He jumped into the main doorway, whose acid curtain had stopped by now, where he briefly glimpsed the lowering stepping stones leading back across the lake, when suddenly the boulder came whistling past, clipping his shoulder, causing him to lose his balance, and to his horror he fell, snatching desperately for a handhold but finding none, and so Jack dropped into the darkness of the well shaft at the base of the tower, only for a hand to snatch his wrist and clamp tightly around it. Hanging from the hand, West looked up to see Stretch's sweat-streaked face. "Your backup has arrived, Captain West," Stretch said grimly. "Come on, one more sprint to go." They emerged from the tower to see the stepping stones now only 1 foot above the surface of the Mercury Lake, and lowering fast. "Go!" Stretch yelled. They raced out across the Mercury Lake, moving step for step, almost perfectly in time, springing from stone to stone, all while the stones kept lowering. With 10 meters to go, the stones hit the waterline, and Stretch called, "Keep going! Suck it in, Jack! Suck it in!" Jack was almost out on his feet, exhausted, his heart pounding loudly inside his head, lactic bile rising in his throat, breathing through his half-mask in deep, rasping heaves. Then his feet splashed in mercury, and with a terrible sense of helplessness, he felt himself begin to stumble and knew there was nothing he could do about it. He was going to fall face first into this Mercury Lake, 3 steps short of safety. Staggering and breathless, he toppled forward, only to feel Stretch spring up alongside him, loop an arm under his armpit, and drag him over the last 3 steps until they both went sprawling onto solid ground, sliding to a halt on their bellies right at Wizard's feet. "Goodness gracious me," Wizard blurted, helping Jack to his feet. Sweating and gasping, and held up only by Wizard and Stretch, Jack sucked in air by the gulpful. When at last he could speak again, he uttered 2 glorious words. "Got it!" Jack and his team would be out of China by the end of the day, having left the trap system via the lower route, thus avoiding Mao's men, and rendezvousing with the Halicarnassus at the Burmese border. Once they were safely back on board the Halley, Wizard and Tank were sent straight to the infirmary to be treated by Stretch. Sky Monster said to Jack, "Huntsman, I just got a call from Zoe. She said the mission at Stonehenge was very successful. Says she has a ton of data that Wizard will want to see." "Excellent," Jack said, his clothes still covered in blood, grime, and splashes of mercury. "Set a course for England and call Zoe back. Tell her to send through any images she thinks we need to see beforehand." "Assembly point?" "Tell her we're coming to her. Time and location to be advised. We're going to have to take the long route." "Roger that." "Astro, call your American bosses and get them to send the killing stone of the Maya to England. And if they know the location of any of the pillars, which I'm pretty sure they do, tell them to bring those too." "Got it." "Oh, and tell our CIA friend Robertson that we need him to pull some strings with America's old friends, the House of Saxe-Coburg-Gotha, and get them to bring their pillar." "The House of Saxe what?" Astro was confused. "He'll understand." "Okay," Astro said, heading for a comms console. Jack turned to Vulture, sitting nearby. "I'm also going to need the House of Saud's pillar, Vulture." Vulture stood.
I knew you had a reputation for daring, Captain, but this borders on rank impudence. You really are a bold one. Yeah, real bold. West headed aft in the direction of his quarters. Now, if nobody minds, I'm going to boldly take a shower, and then I'm going to boldly hit the sack. Wake me when we hit Eastern Europe. A few minutes later, Jack was all cleaned up and lying in his bunk, eyes open in the darkness, when something occurred to him. He keyed the intercom button above his bunk. "Yes, Huntsman?" Sky Monster's voice said from the cockpit. "Have you spoken to Zoe yet?" "Just finished talking to her a second ago." "Can you call her back for me and tell her to pass on this message to Lily? Daddy says I love you and I miss you. Good night." "Sure, bro." Jack clicked off the intercom, and within seconds he was lost in a deep, deep sleep. He dreamed of many things, memories mostly, some of them happy, others horrific. But most of all he dreamed of Lily, of her bright, smiling face, and the home they'd made together in the remote northwest corner of Australia. A Girl Named Lily, Part 3. Australia, March 2006 to December 2007. The months after Tartarus. Great Sandy Desert, northwestern Australia, March 2006 to December 2007. In the months after the Tartarus rotation of March 2006, Jack West's team returned to their countries of origin, with the exception of Stretch, since his home nation Israel had declared him persona non grata after his actions during that mission. He variously stayed with Jack, Wizard, and Pooh Bear. Reports had to be filed, careers had to be restarted. After all, it was not exactly common for a professional soldier to disappear on a 10-year mission, and such an absence had to be explained to the various bureaucracies. Backdated promotions, for instance, were given to all of them. Naturally, this disbanding of the team had an effect on Lily, for that team of soldiers was the closest thing to family she had ever known. She felt like Frodo at the end of her favorite book, The Lord of the Rings. Having completed a huge, earth-changing mission, now they all had to return to normal life. And how could normal life ever satisfy someone who had participated in such an adventure? Worse, how did you deal with ordinary people who couldn't know of the great deeds you'd done on their behalf? Fortunately, the team came to visit her and Jack at the farm often, and once she got her own cell phone, a big day, Lily kept in touch with them by SMS. And of course, whenever it could be arranged, she went to visit them, seeing Pooh Bear in Dubai, Fuzzy in Jamaica, Wizard all over the place, and Zoe in Ireland. Zoe. Lily's favorite times, of course, were Zoe's visits to Australia. But at first this had been difficult, since an insensitive lieutenant colonel in the Irish Army, ignorant of the heroic role she had played in the Seven Wonders mission, had insisted she retrain and be regraded in the Sciathan Fiannaglach an Airm. Ordinary people, Lily sighed. Ugh. Naturally, Jack was aware of this. Indeed, sometimes he felt the same way himself. The solution was simple. They had to find new challenges to occupy them. Which was okay for him, Lily thought, as Wizard would often send him queries and conundrums via email. Things like, "Jack, can you look up the Neetha tribe for me from the Congo?" Or, "Can you get an authoritative translation of Aristotle's riddles?" Or, "Can you find out the names of all the birdmen of Easter Island?" But then, just when she had been at a loss for interesting challenges, Jack had provided Lily with a startling new one that she had not been prepared for. School.
Since schools were kind of hard to come by in the northern deserts of Australia, Lily was sent to a prestigious boarding school for gifted children in Perth. But, prestigious or not, kids are kids, and for a little girl who had grown up as an only child among crack troops on an isolated farm in Kenya, school proved to be a confusing and tough experience. Of course, Jack had known this would be the case, but he also knew that it was necessary. Just how tough it had been, however, became clear at his first parent-teacher meeting. Dressed in jeans and a jacket that concealed his muscular physique, and work gloves that hid his artificial left hand, Jack West Jr., commando, adventurer, and owner of 2 master's degrees in ancient history, sat in a low plastic chair at a tiny plastic desk in front of Lily's personal guidance advisor, a bespectacled woman named Brooke. A guidance advisor, Jack was told, was simply a teacher assigned to monitor Lily's overall progress at school. Brooke's long list of comments made Jack smile behind his concerned exterior. Lily has been embarrassing her Latin teacher in class, correcting her in front of the other students. She's scoring excellently in all her subjects, averaging over 90%, but I get the feeling that she can do better. She seems only to be doing what is necessary to get a tick, not what she is truly capable of. Our syllabus is the most advanced in the country, yet she seems, well, bored. She's very choosy when it comes to friends. She hangs out with Albie Calvin, which is great, but from what I've seen, she appears to have no female friends at all. Oh, and she made young Tyson Bradley cry by bending his wrist backwards with a strange grip. The school nurse says she almost broke his arm. Jack knew about that one. Young Tyson Bradley was a little rat bastard and garden-variety bully, and one day he'd tried to bully Albie into giving up his lunch money. Lily had intervened, and when Tyson had reached out for her throat, she had grabbed his wrist and twisted it inside out, forcing Tyson to his knees, almost breaking his wrist, exactly as West had trained her to do. Young Tyson had not bothered Albie or Lily again. It was at that parent-teacher night that West had first met Albie's mother, Lois Calvin. A sweet, timid woman from America, she was living in Perth with her mining executive husband. Anxious and nervous, she worried constantly about her gifted son. "That awful sportsmaster just terrorizes him," she complained to Jack over coffee. "I honestly don't see why a gentle boy like Albie should have to play a sport. What if he gets a knock to the head? My son can do amazing things in mathematics, things his teachers couldn't even dream of doing. And that could all be ruined by a single head injury in a soccer game. But that horrible sportsmaster insists that sport is compulsory, and I can't persuade him to excuse Albie." Lois was a lovely woman, and she clearly adored Albie. But Jack felt she must be exaggerating things, until later that evening, when he himself met the sportsmaster, Mr. Naismith. Mr. Todd Naismith was a great hulking man who wore too tight tennis shorts and a polo shirt that accentuated his thick biceps. To a kid, he would have appeared gigantic. To Jack, he was just a bigger version of Tyson Bradley, an adult bully. The big sportsmaster seemed to assess West's size and stature as he sat down. He pulled out Lily's file, absently tossing a softball in his spare hand as he did so. "Lily West," he said, perusing the file. "Ah, yes. How could I forget? She refused to participate in a game of dodgeball one day. Said it was a stupid game and that I was a dumb jock moron who didn't know anything about the real world, if I recall correctly." Oh dear, Jack had thought. He hadn't heard about this. "Geez," he said, "I'm really sorry. Not much of an athlete, your girl," Mr. Naismith went on anyway, bringing Jack up short. "But her teachers tell me she's a bright one. Now, book smarts are one thing, and sure, this school focuses on the academic. But between us, I like sports. You know why I like 'em?" "I can't imagine, Because they engender a team mentality. Team. The idea of selflessness. If the chips were down and their backs were to the wall, would Lily stand up and put herself on the line for her friends? I would, and I know I would, from my experiences in sport. Jack felt his jaw begin to grind, knowing full well what Lily had done on behalf of dipshits like this guy. "Is that so?" he said slowly. "It sure is." Naismith kept tossing his ball, and, quick as a whip, Jack snatched the softball in midair and held it in his gloved left hand between their faces, his ice-cold blue eyes leveled at the big sportsmasters. "Mr. Naismith, Todd. My daughter, she's a good kid, and I have no problem with her conceptions of loyalty and team spirit. I apologize for any offense she might have caused you. She gets her stubbornness from me. But then..." West squeezed the softball with his mechanical left hand, and with a soft crunch, cracked it to pieces, stringy pieces that fell through his fingers to the floor, the ball's leather covers sliding limply after it. Mr. Naismith's eyes went wide, his previous confidence vanishing in a second. "Perhaps you should try appealing to her on a more intellectual level. You might get a better response that way. Oh, and Mr. Naismith, Todd, if her little friend Albie Calvin doesn't want to play soccer, don't make him. You're making his mother nervous. That'll be all." With that, Jack left, leaving Todd Naismith sitting there with his mouth open. And so Lily lived for holidays and weekends, when she could return to the farm and meet up with her old friends. Wizard's visits were a highlight, although as the months went by they became less frequent. He was at work, he said, on a very important project, one that he had been working on his whole life. Lily was thrilled to read his notes, filled as they were with ancient mysteries and symbols, and on a few occasions she even helped Wizard translate some carvings that were written in the Word of Thoth, an ancient language that only she and one other person in the world could decode. Twice Wizard brought his research partner, Tank Tanaka, to the farm. Lily liked Tank. Clever, cuddly, and fun, on his second visit he brought Lily a toy from his native Japan, a little robot dog built by the Sony Corporation, called Aibo. Lily quickly renamed the dog Sir Barks-a-Lot, and equally quickly set about using him to terrorize Horus. A quick tweak from Wizard enhanced Sir Barks-a-Lot's infrared motion sensors, making him bark if he detected movement, even in the dark. It made for great games of Spotlight with Albie, with the goal being to belly-crawl past the hyper-alert robot dog. Tank also had a tattoo on his right forearm that intrigued Lily. It depicted a Japanese character hidden behind the flag of Japan. Ever curious about languages, she tried to look it up one day on the net, but she couldn't find it anywhere. But there was something else that struck Lily about Tank. There was a tremendous sadness to him, a blankness in his eyes that Lily detected on their very first meeting. When she asked him what was wrong, he answered by telling her about his childhood. "I was a small boy, about your age, when my country went to war against America. I lived in Nagasaki, a beautiful city. But when the war turned for my country, and the American Air Force started bombing our cities at will, my parents sent me away to live with my grandparents in the countryside. My parents were in Nagasaki the day the Americans dropped their terrible bomb on that city. My parents were never found. They'd been obliterated, reduced to dust." Lily knew exactly what it meant to lose your parents. She had never known either of hers, and so a special bond had developed between her and Tank. "I'm not very old," she said solemnly. "But one of the biggest things I've learned in life is this. While it can never replace the real one, you can make a new family with your friends." Tank had looked at her kindly, his eyes moist. "You are most wise for one so young, little Lily.
I wish I saw the world as you do." Lily didn't quite understand Tank's final comment, but she just smiled anyway. He seemed to like that. After each of Wizard's visits, the whiteboard in West's study would be overflowing with notes. After one such visit, it had this on it: Tutmosis V, renegade priest of Akhenaten regime, monotheist, rival of Ramesses II, exiled by him under threat of execution. Note Egyptian name element Moses, meaning son of or born of. This element is usually followed by a theorific or divine element. So, Moses or Moses or Mesis equals son of. Ramesses equals Ra-Moses equals son of Ra. Tutmosis equals Thoth-Moses equals son of Thoth. Whereabouts of twin tablets of Tutmosis? Who knows? Temple of Solomon to Archaeophiderus, to Menelik to Ethiopia, Templar quest to Ethiopia in 1280 AD, to churches of Lalibela? Templar symbols all over them. Are the tablets in Ethiopia? Nitha tribe. Remote tribe from Democratic Republic of the Congo, Zaire region. Much feared by other tribes, cannibals. Congenital deformities in all members, variety of Proteus syndrome, bony growth on skull, similar to Elephant Man. Found by accident by Henry Morton Stanley in 1876, Nitha warriors killed 17 of his party. Stanley barely escaped alive. Years later, he tried to find them again, but could not locate them. Possibly the same tribe encountered by the Greek explorer Hieronymus during his expedition into Central Africa in 205 BC. Hieronymus mentioned a tribe with terrible facial deformities in the jungles south of Nubia. It was from the Nitha that he stole the clear spherical orb that was later used by the oracle at Delphi. Best-known expert, Dr. Diane Cassidy, anthropologist from USC, but her whole 20-man expedition went missing in 2002 while searching for the Nitha in the Congo. Cassidy found this cave painting in northern Zambia and attributed it to ancestors of the Nitha. Seems to depict a hollowed-out volcano with the Delphic orb at the summit, but its meaning is unknown. And finally, the entries that intrigued Lily the most. Easter Island, a.k.a. Rapa Nui, the navel of the world. Coordinates, 27 degrees, 9 minutes south, 109 degrees, 27 minutes west. Birdman cult, Tangata Manu. Annual competition held near Ranokau, the southernmost volcano of Easter Island, whereby a young champion would compete on behalf of his chieftain. Each champion had to swim to Islet of Motonui, grab the first tern egg of the season, and then return across the shark-infested waters. The winner's sponsor became Birdman, or Chief of Chiefs, for the next year. Aristotle's Riddles, series of strange axioms left by Aristotle as life guidance for his students. Aristotle's authorship of them is disputed, since they find no correlation elsewhere in his works. They begin with, what is the best number of lies? 1, since to support one lie means telling more. What is the best number of eyes? Again, 1, after the all-seeing eye of Egypt. What is the best life to live? The afterlife, key source of Christian theology. What is the direction of death? West, Egyptian origin. Lily particularly loved to read through West's books on Easter Island. She could stare for hours at the great statues, the famous moai, that gazed out over the barren landscape of that distant island, the most remote on Earth. It was not uncommon for West to find her asleep in the corner of his office, an open book lying across her lap. On those occasions, he would gently pick her up, carry her to her room, and put her to bed.
The introduction of Albie to Lily's life brought not only fun and good times, but also new reading material. While Lily had been a long-time fan of The Lord of the Rings, it was Albie who introduced her to a boy wizard named Harry Potter. Lily devoured the Harry Potter series and constantly reread them. In fact, whenever she traveled, either back and forth to school or overseas to visit her capstone teammates, the entire Harry Potter series always went with her. Always. But as ever, the greatest source of mystery to Lily, even now after he had adopted her, was Jack West, Jr. During her adventure with the Seven Wonders, Lily had learned a lot about Jack, except when it came to his family. She remembered once overhearing Zoe and Wizard talking about his father. Apparently, Jack West Sr. was American, and he and Jack didn't get along. To anger his father, who wanted him to join the U.S. military, Jack had become a member of the Australian Army, based on his mother's nationality. So one day, over breakfast, Lily asked him straight out, "Daddy, do you have a family?" Jack smiled. "Yes, I do." "Brothers or sisters?" "One sister." "Older or younger?" "Older, by 2 years. Although what?" "Although she's not older than me anymore. Her name was Lauren. She's no longer older than me because she died when she was 30. "Oh, how did she die?" Lily asked. "She was killed in a plane crash." Jack's eyes became distant. "An airliner accident." "Were you close?" "Sure we were," Jack said, perking up, returning from his memories. "She even married my best friend, a Navy guy named J.J. Wickham." "What about your parents?" "They divorced when Lauren and I were in our teens. My mother was a high school teacher, history, a smart and quiet woman. And my dad, well..." Lily waited, holding her breath. West stared off into space for a moment. "He was with the U.S. Army, met my mum while out here on exercises. He was on the fast track up the promotions ladder and always wanting to go higher. Ambitious. He was also intelligent, really intelligent, but conceited about it. He looked down on anyone who didn't know as much as he did, talked down to them, including my mother. Which was why they split in the end. She won't see him now." "Do you keep in touch with her?" Lily had never met Jack's mother. Jack laughed. "Of course I do. It's just that she doesn't want my father to know where she is, so I only see her rarely. I was actually going to ask you if you wanted to join me the next time I visited her. She's very keen to meet you." "Is she? I'd love to," Lily exclaimed. But then she frowned. "What about your dad? Do you ever see him?" "No," Jack said firmly. "We never really got along. In fact, I can honestly say I don't ever want to see him again." Despite the fact that Jack was no longer on active service, the military never quite went away. On one occasion in late 2006, an Australian general came to visit Jack at the farm and asked him lots of questions about the Capstone mission. The general also asked Jack if he knew the whereabouts of someone called the Sea Ranger. This Sea Ranger, Lily gleaned, was a modern-day pirate of some sort, cruising the east coast of Africa in some kind of boat. Jack told the general he hadn't seen the Sea Ranger in years. But the thing about Jack that was of most interest to Lily was his relationship with Zoe. When Zoe was finally able to come to Australia more often, Lily was thrilled, especially when she could see how close Zoe and Jack were becoming. They would smile when they talked on the balcony or went for walks together at sunset. Lily also enjoyed doing girly stuff with Zoe, painting toenails, doing each other's hair, dyeing their end tips in matching electric pink. But more than anything else, she loved how Zoe made Jack happy.
She once asked Zoe if she was in love with Jack. Zoe had just smiled. "I've loved him from the first moment I met him. But, well—" "But what?" Lily had asked gently, but Zoe didn't reply. She just stared off into space, her eyes moist with tears. Lily let it go, but more than once she imagined Jack and Zoe getting married, and it made her happy because then Zoe would officially be her mum. Christmas 2006 was an occasion Lily would remember for a long, long time. She and Jack spent it in Dubai, at the Burj Al Arab Tower, with all the members of the team that had found the Seven Wonders and the capstone. Pooh Bear and Stretch were there, as was Fuzzy, having come all the way from Jamaica, Zoe and Sky Monster, Wizard and Tank. The whole family back together again. Lily loved it. She spent much of the next week with Pooh Bear and Stretch, visiting Pooh's father's palace. There she met Pooh's older brother, Scimitar, but he talked to her like she was a child, so she didn't like him too much. What she did like was Pooh's demolition shed out beyond the mansion's stables. An explosives expert, Pooh had all manner of blasting supplies there. He even showed Lily a strange, foam-like epoxy that Wizard had given to him. It was called blast foam, and it came from the famous Sandia laboratories in the U.S. You sprayed foam from a small canister around a live grenade, and it could absorb the blast of the grenade. He also showed Lily how to use C2 plastic explosive, a small radius, high-impact explosive used by archaeologists on delicate sites. It could blast away tight sections of rock, but not damage nearby relics. "It can also blow locks," Pooh Bear whispered to Lily, "which is why Huntsman always keeps a little wad of it in a compartment in his artificial arm, and why I keep some in this." He indicated the ornamental bronze ring that kept his massive beard in check. "Don't leave home without it." Lily grinned. Pooh Bear was cool. A week later, the team celebrated the New Year on the rooftop helipad of the Burj Al Arab Tower, watching a fireworks display in the Arabian sky alongside many of Sheikh Abbas's powerful friends and associates. Despite the fact that she should have been in bed, Lily snuck out in her gown and slippers and watched the gathering from the storage shed on the helipad. The women wore sparkling dresses, even Zoe, who Lily thought looked just beautiful, and all the men wore smart dinner suits or Arabian-style robes. Even Jack wore a tux, which Lily found very funny. It didn't suit him at all, and he seemed very uncomfortable in it, but it did make him look very handsome. Arriving late at the New Year's celebration, just before midnight, had been Jack's brother-in-law, J.J. Wickham. Wickham was a few years older than Jack and seriously good-looking, with short brown hair and a rough, unshaven jaw. A sexy guy. All the women on the pad cast sideways glances at him as he walked by. Accompanying Wickham was an exceedingly tall and skinny black man named Solomon Cole. His skin was a deep, deep black, and his eyes were kind. He walked with a long, loping stride and stood with a stoop, as if to diminish his considerable height. Lily stared at the two men, frowning, struck by a strange feeling of recognition. She felt she had seen both of them before, but couldn't remember where.
"Why, if it isn't the Sea Ranger!"
Pooh Bear exclaimed, clasping Wickham's hand warmly.
"Hey, Zahir," Wickham said quietly. "Sorry, it's Pooh Bear now, isn't it?" "It is indeed, and it is a name I wear with pride. 'Tis a great honor to be renamed by young Lily. I hope you have that honor one day."
Lily smiled inwardly. She just loved Pooh Bear.
"Wick," Jack said, coming over. "Glad you could make it. And Solomon, my old friend, how are you?"
The giant African smiled broadly.
"We miss you in Kenya, Huntsman. You must visit again soon. Magdala misses young Lily terribly. She yearns to see how she has grown."
"Oh, she's grown all right," Jack said, "and she's hiding right now in the shed over there. Lily, you can come out now." Lily emerged, head bowed, in her gown and slippers. Jack put a hand on her shoulder. "Lily, I'm not sure if you remember Solomon. He used to live next door to our farm in Kenya and would come over often. He now looks after it for us, just in case we ever return."
My, you have grown, little one," Solomon said. "Soon you will be as tall as me."
Wickham was also gazing down at Lily, but silently, sadly. Then he turned to Jack. "I can't stay long. Got the man on my tail again, but thought I'd swing by and say hi." Jack said, "They came asking about you last month, arms smuggling. Said you grabbed an American weapons shipment by mistake." "Oh, it wasn't a mistake. I knew exactly what it was," Wickham said, "and I knew exactly where those weapons were heading." "Be careful, Wick," Jack said. "One man's crusader is another man's pirate." "They're calling me a pirate now?" "You keep grabbing CIA weapons shipments to African warlords, and soon you're going to have the whole 7th Fleet combing the Indian Ocean for your ass." "Bring it on," Wickham said. "The American military can be beaten."
"I mean, hell, look what you did, and you're a chump."
Jack smiled. "Watch yourself is all I'm saying." "I will. Call me if you're ever in Zanzibar," Wickham said. "Buy you a beer." Then the midnight fireworks started going off. Seen from the helipad of the Burj Al Arab, they were simply spectacular. The assembled crowd oohed and ahed as the desert sky lit up in a million colors. But when Lily turned back from the dazzling fireworks display, J.J. Wickham was gone. A few days later, when they were alone, Lily asked Jack about him. "He's a good man," Jack said. "A decent man who got court-martialed by the U.S. Navy for doing the right thing." What did he do? It was more what he didn't do. Wick was the XO on a submarine in the U.S. Navy, a little Sturgeon-class sub operating out of Diego Garcia, the U.S. base in the Indian Ocean, doing patrols off Eastern Africa. Anyway, a few years after the Black Hawk Down incident in Somalia, his boat intercepted an unregistered Kilo-class submarine, en route to the private dock of a Somali warlord. Russian pirates in an old Russian sub, smuggling arms. Wick's captain ordered him to take a boarding party onto the Kilo and sail it back to Diego Garcia. When he got on board the Kilo, however, Wick found a dozen crates of American Stinger missiles and one very pissed-off CIA agent. Turned out the CIA was in the process of destabilizing East Africa by arming all the warlords. "So what did he do?" Lily asked. Wick did what he'd been ordered to do. With a small team, he secured the Russian pirates, took command of the Russian sub, and began sailing it back to Diego Garcia. But halfway there, he got a priority signal from Naval HQ, telling him to hand the sub back to the CIA man and forget he'd ever seen it. Wick was stunned. The big shots back home were actually supporting this operation. So he made a decision. He figured enough was enough, and since he no longer had a family to worry about, he'd do something. And so he stopped the sub in the middle of the Indian Ocean, threw all its crew, including the enraged CIA man, into a life raft and set them adrift. Knowing a court-martial would follow, he offered all his men on board the sub the opportunity to leave. Indeed, he encouraged them to do so, to think of their careers. Most did, and he set them adrift as well, in life rafts with homing beacons. And so, with a skeleton crew, Wick kept the Russian submarine, and has been using it ever since, conducting his own private patrols off the coast of Africa, using several old World War II submarine refueling stations as his bases. He was court-martialed for desertion and disobeying a direct order in absentia, and sentenced to 25 years in a military prison. There's still an outstanding warrant for his arrest. So, is he a pirate? To the people of Africa, he's a hero, the only guy who stands up to the warlords by intercepting their arms shipments. He also brings the people food, free of charge and obligation. They call him the Sea Ranger. Unfortunately, he steals much of the food from Western cargoes, so the U.S. and British navies call him a pirate. Lily frowned. When I saw him on New Year's Eve, he seemed, I don't know, familiar, like I'd seen him before. That's because you have seen him before. I have? When? When you were very young and we were living in Kenya. You were just a toddler, and Wick had only just started sailing his own private submarine. He was on the run, so I let him hide out with us for a while. He played hide-and-seek with you, peekaboo, that sort of thing. You loved it. Now that you're officially my daughter, he's officially your uncle. He lives mostly on the island of Zanzibar, off the Kenyan-Tanzanian coast. But wherever he is and wherever we are, we'll always be family. And so life went on for Lily, at the farm with Jack, and at school with Albie, and with Zoe and Wizard when they came to visit, until that fine summer's day when the sky above the farm filled with parachutes. The Second Meeting, Locating the Temple Shrines. England, 9th of December, 2007, one day before the first deadline. K-10 Submarine Base, Mortimer Island, Bristol Channel, England, 9th of December, 2007, 21:45 hours. Daddy! Lily leapt into West's arms as he strode into the central lab of the submarine base, K-10, having taken 3 full days to get to England. Situated on a windswept island in the mouth of the Bristol Channel, K-10 had been a refueling and repair station for U.S. naval vessels in the Second World War. After the war, as a gesture of thanks to the Americans, the British had allowed them to keep using the island. To this day, it has remained a U.S. base on British soil. In the American classification system, it is a Level Alpha base, the highest security level, and along with Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean, is the only base outside of continental America to maintain and store SLBMs, submarine-launched ballistic nuclear missiles. About a dozen people milled around the high-tech lab, Zoe and the kids, the twins in their cow-level T-shirts, 2 Saudi commandos guarding a small velvet case between them. Vulture went directly to them. And Paul Robertson, the American diplomat/spy they'd met in Dubai, who had arrived with a larger Samsonite trunk. When Lily saw Wizard, his welts and cuts still pink, she released Jack and threw her arms around the old man. Jack went straight to Zoe. Hey, so? We've been busy while we were waiting for you. The data from Stonehenge is absolutely mind-blowing. Jack glanced at Robertson. He brought the killing stone of the Maya. Arrived about an hour ago all by himself, with the Mayan stone in his big case. He didn't bring a pillar, too. No, he said America didn't possess one. What did he say about the Saxe-Coburg pillar? Apparently, a member of no less than the British royal family is coming here bringing it. Mr. Robertson certainly has some pull. You bet he does. What about the Saudi goon squad over there? Jack said. They brought the pillar of the House of Saud, complete with a couple of armed guards. Zoe shifted hesitantly. Jack, can we really trust these guys? No, Jack said. Not a bit. But right now they're being uncommonly helpful, and we need that help. The big question will come later. How loyal will they be then? For now, just keep one hand on your gun. At that moment, the outer doors to the central laboratory opened, and a very attractive young woman strode in, accompanied by 2 burly bodyguards, whom Jack immediately picked as British SAS men.
Paul Robertson exclaimed, "Ah, Iolanthe. I was wondering if they would send you." He air-kissed the young woman's cheeks. Jack noticed that she held in her hands a purple velveteen case the size of a jewelry box, or a pillar. Lily gazed at the woman in dumbstruck awe. She was beautiful. Perhaps 35, she had shoulder-length black hair which seemed professionally groomed, perfect makeup with the most exquisitely sharpened eyebrows, and striking green eyes, penetrating eyes that seemed to miss nothing. Most of all, however, this young woman just had a confidence about her, an easy yet absolute belief in her own right to be here. She dominated the room instantly. Lily had never seen anything like it before. Paul Robertson performed the introductions. "Ms. Iolanthe Compton-Jones, may I present to you Captain Jack West?" Jack noted that in his introduction, Robertson had presented Jack to her, a formality of diplomatic etiquette that implied this woman was Jack's superior. Iolanthe Compton-Jones shook his hand with a firm grip. As she did so, she appraised him and smiled at what she saw. "The huntsman," she said, relishing the word. "Your reputation precedes you." "Ms. Compton-Jones?" "Call me Iolanthe. I am the official keeper of the royal personal records for the House of Windsor, a position that has existed for nearly 700 years, and which can only be held by a blood relative of the monarch." "And then only by a talented one," Robertson added, "one in whom the Queen has the utmost confidence." Iolanthe ignored the compliment and handed West her velveteen box. "I was instructed to give this to you personally." He opened the box to reveal the pillar inside it. Jack suppressed a gasp. It was the first time he had seen one of these fabled pillars, and its magnificence took him by surprise. Resting in a fitted velvet hollow inside the box, it was an uncut diamond the size and shape of a house brick. But it wasn't shiny like any diamond he had seen before. Rather, it was cloudy, translucent, more like a piece of ice than a diamond. Nevertheless, it was still breathtaking. Robertson said, "Princess Iolanthe is the emissary of the House of Windsor in this matter." "Princess Iolanthe?" Lily blurted. "You're a real princess?" Iolanthe turned and saw Lily as if for the first time. She smiled kindly and crouched down in the most ladylike manner Lily had ever witnessed. "Why, hello there. You must be Lily. I've heard a lot about you. You're practically royalty yourself, and from a far older line than I. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance." They shook hands. Lily blushed, twirling her pink-tipped hair nervously. "And yes, I suppose technically I am a princess," Iolanthe said. "I am a distant member of the royal family, second cousin to Princes William and Harry." "No way." Beside Lily, Zoe rolled her eyes, at which point Iolanthe noticed her. "And who might you be?" she inquired politely. "Zoe Kisane, Irish Commandos. No royal blood, I fear." Lily jumped in quickly. "Zoe's a princess too, you know. Well, her nickname is Princess." "Is that so?" Iolanthe said, glancing at the pink end tips of Zoe's blonde hair, before saying, deadpan, "How positively quaint." Jack saw Zoe's eyes flash, and he quickly jumped in. "As you, of all people, should know, Iolanthe, names are important," he said. "One can do many things with a name, including hiding one's past. Today you've brought us your family's pillar, an object it has held far longer than it has held its current name." Now Iolanthe's eyes flashed, seeing where he was going with this. Jack turned to Lily. "You see, the House of Windsor, the name by which the world knows the British royal family, has only existed since 1914. But while the name is young, the house is old, very old. Once known as the House of Tudor, then Stuart, in the 1800s it became known as the House of Saxe-Coburg-Gotha, a very Germanic name that not only betrayed the British royal family's strong links to European royalty, but which also became most embarrassing during the First World War.
To save face, the British royal family changed their moniker, naming themselves after their favorite manor, Windsor. "You're named after a house?" Lily asked incredulously. Iolanthe clenched her jaw. "The handsome captain is indeed correct." Then, in a lower voice, "He is also clearly loyal to his people," a nod at Zoe. "Once again, your reputation precedes you, Captain." Jack nodded. The unspoken battle for control of this room was over. And so he turned to the rest of the gathered crowd. "Okay, people, let's do this. Let's all open our treasure chests." The base had several examination labs, two of which, Labs 1 and 2, were sterile rooms, with two-way observation windows in their walls. In Lab 1, Wizard had set up the Philosopher's Stone on a workbench. In Lab 2, the second clean room, the Killing Stone of the Maya was also placed on a bench. Chunky and solid, with a triangular void on its uppermost side, a void which had once perfectly matched a triangular head-chopping blade, and with rather frightening Mayan inscriptions of human sacrifice all over it, it resonated with menace. Last of all, in Lab 3, the twins had set up several data projectors, ready to roll their startling footage from Stonehenge. Taking the Firestone from Zoe, West said, "Before we cleanse any pillars, we need to know where and when they have to be placed. We start in Lab 3. Lachlan, Julius, you're on." The lights went out in Lab 3, and as the assembled audience watched in silent awe, Julius and Lachlan played back the video footage of their spectacular ritual at Stonehenge. Purple light played over Jack's face as he saw the Firestone burst to life in the midst of the dark circle of ancient stones. Julius commentated, "Note the shapes on the stones, formed by the indentations, the lichens, and the Firestone's light. We'll look at those shapes in more detail later, but for now—" At that moment, the Firestone let loose its 6 shafts of purple light, sending the laser-like beams into some of the uprights of the henge, one after the other. And then it was over. Stonehenge was plunged back into darkness, and Julius stopped the playback and projected some digital snapshots onto the screen. "Okay," he began. "Now let's go through it all a little more methodically. This is how one of the trilathons looked before the light show." He flashed up a digital still. "During the ritual, however, as the light beams from the Firestone hit it and the lichens came to life, it appeared like this." "Note the right hand upright," Lachlan said, "and see how the outline of the African continent can be clearly discerned. You can even see the Mediterranean Sea at the top. The Red Sea, which only flooded in recent geological times, is not yet in existence." Lachlan quickly outlined the twins' theory that the shapes on the stones represented the continents and oceans as they existed millions of years ago, before the melting of the ice caps and the worldwide rising of sea levels had produced the present coastlines.
What about the outline on the left-hand upright? Paul Robertson asked from the darkness.
Julius said, "That one's more difficult. As you can see, it only depicts a sliver of land on the right and at the top, so we're guessing that it depicts a section of ocean, but we haven't figured out which one yet." Lachlan went on, "You will further see on the right-hand upright 3 luminous little star-like objects. These are the points at which the shafts of light struck the upright. We have numbered them 1, 2, and 4, while number 6, as you'll see, is on the left-hand upright. This is the order in which the light shafts hit the stones of the henge." "The order in which the pillars must be placed," Wizard said. "Yes," Julius said. "That's right, that's what we think." "I'm glad my years of studying this matter meet with your approval, Julius," Wizard said with a half-smile. "Oh yeah, sorry," Julius said. "Here's the other trilathon that was hit by light shafts 3 and 5. Again, we are still working on the exact locations of these points. As you can see, the coastlines are exceedingly old, representing the Earth as it was millions of years ago, and so don't match any existing coastlines. So, like the previous example, we do not yet have a match for these locations. Lachlan took over. In any case, according to Professor Epper's research, each of these sparkling points represents a vertex, or corner of a giant six-pointed machine. Julius said, "Think of two pyramids sitting base to base, forming a diamond within the Earth's spherical shape." Wizard interrupted. "Point of clarification, boys. They represent no less than the locations of 6 great temple shrines, underground structures of a magnificence that we cannot even begin to contemplate. It is at each of these temple shrines that a cleansed pillar must be placed." Julius nodded. "Yes, sorry, good point that."
"So where are they?" Paul Robertson asked gruffly. "The first one looks like it's somewhere in Egypt."
"That's not a bad guess," Lachlan said. "The African ones are the easiest to figure out, thanks to the relative stability of the continent's shape over the millennia. GPS imaging and satellite photography have proved to be very helpful. Not to mention Google Earth," Julius added. "Oh yes, Google Earth too," Lachlan said. "In the end, according to the data, the first site lies in southern Egypt, not far from the Sudanese border. But—" "But what?" Scimitar asked warily. Julius winced. "But there's a problem with our analysis. We've run the data over and over again, and one issue remains. This first site, it seems, lies underneath a lake." "A lake?" Vulture said. "Yes, Lake Nasser in the deep south of Egypt," Lachlan said. "One of the largest lakes in the world." Julius said, "And sadly, that's as precise as we can be from the available data. We're not sure how you find the exact location of the temple shrine if it's underwater, let alone its entrance." A general murmur of disappointment went through the room, and the twins, Lily saw, seemed a little embarrassed not to have done better. She felt for them. But then a voice spoke up from the darkness. The voice of Jack West, Jr. "Which end of the lake was it?" "The southern end," Lachlan said. Jack nodded. "Thank you, gentlemen. Well done. I think I know where the first temple shrine is." "Where?" Vulture asked quickly. "Yes, where?" Iolanthe snapped around in her chair. Jack stood up, examining the image on the screen closely. "Lake Nasser is not a natural lake," he said, gazing at the picture of the first trilithon. "Technically, it's part of the Nile. It's an artificial lake that formed behind the Aswan High Dam in 1971, stretches for about 200 miles to the south. It could easily have covered the entrance to an ancient subterranean structure. The dam was also built by the Soviets after the U.S. pulled out at the last minute." A glance at Paul Robertson. "Its construction was a Cold War battlefield for Egypt's allegiance. After much initial excitement and promise-making, during which the Americans did extensive surveying of the area, the U.S. suddenly decided that they didn't want to go ahead with the project. Maybe their surveyors just didn't find what they were looking for." Paul Robertson was poker-faced. Jack looked directly at him. "You guys have been at work on this Dark Sun project for a long time." Robertson shrugged. "We all have our secrets." Jack's gaze lingered on him before he went on, grabbing a sheet from Wizard's black folder and placing it on the projector. "This is a scan from Wizard's notes. It's a carving from the sarcophagus of Ramesses II, written in the Word of Thoth. Translated by my learned colleague," a nod to Lily. "It reads, 'With my beloved Nefertari, I, Ramesses, son of Ra, keep watch over the most sacred shrine. We shall watch over it forever, great sentinels. With our third eyes we see all.'" "With our third eyes we see all." That line didn't make sense to me until now. Astro said, "What are you saying?" "At the extreme southern end of Lake Nasser stands one of Egypt's greatest monuments, the 4 colossal seated statues of Ramesses II at Abu Simbel. Each one is over 20 meters tall, gigantic. Back in Ramesses' time, they sat on the banks of the Nile at the border of Egypt and Nubia as a warning to any would-be intruders. This is how powerful the king of Egypt is. Think twice before you enter our lands. Abu Simbel, as it's called, is also the most distant monument in Egypt. Its distance from the major Egyptian centers of Thebes and Cairo is astonishing, making it the subject of much speculation. Why build such a dazzling monument so far from the centers of your civilization? The thing is, Jack said, there's a second set of statues at Abu Simbel, about 100 meters from the 4 well-known ones of Ramesses. It's a smaller rock-cut temple dedicated to his favorite wife, Nefertari. That second temple features some giant statues of Nefertari, all of which also gaze out over the lake. These 2 sets of immense statues are still there today, sitting on the banks of the Nile, now Lake Nasser. But they don't just keep watch over an old border. According to this carving from Ramesses' own sarcophagus, they keep watch over the most sacred shrine, the temple shrine. A hush fell over the room as the magnitude of what he was saying set in. "So how do these statues reveal the shrine's location?" Vulture asked. "With their third eyes," Jack said, smiling. "Oh, Jack," Wizard said, "you're a genius."
What do you mean?" Scimitar said.
Jack's eyes glowed as he spoke. "I imagine if we go to Abu Simbel and carefully calibrate the eye lines from the third eye of each set of statues, of Ramesses and of Nefertari, the meeting point of those eye lines will be the location of the first temple shrine." The Killing Stone of the Maya. The group moved on to Lab 2, to where the Killing Stone of the Maya sat on its workbench. They all filed into the observation room that looked into the lab. Leading the way, Wizard said, "In addition to the locations of the temple shrines, we need to know the dates by which the pillars must be placed in them. Now, in Laozi's entry chamber in China, Tank and I discovered this reference to the laying of the first pillar. The first pillar must be inlaid exactly 100 days before the return. The prize shall be knowledge." We had previously calculated the return, being the full return of the dark sun, when its orbit brings it to the outer reaches of our solar system, to be the day of next year's vernal equinox, March 20th, 2008. Working backwards, then, we deduced that the first pillar, duly cleansed, must be set in place by December 10th this year, by the light of the dark sun, which means during a titanic rising. "December 10th, Stretch said dryly. "Tomorrow." "Yes. Cutting it a little close, aren't we?" Wizard shrugged as he headed for the door. "When ancient knowledge is lost, sometimes it is never found in time. We've been very lucky so far. Tank and I were aware of the 2008 deadline, so we thought we had more time than this. We were surprised that the laying of the first 2 pillars was required so soon, and so far in advance of the latter 4. Jack, do you have the Firestone?" Jack produced the Firestone from its pack, handed it to Wizard. The old professor then stepped out of the observation room and into an airlock-type doorway, emerging inside Lab 2, now alone with the Killing Stone. Everyone watched intently through the 2-way mirror as Wizard brought the little golden pyramid over to the Killing Stone. 2 HDV video cameras whirred in the silence, recording the scene through the glass. 4 more were inside the lab with Wizard, filming the Killing Stone from every angle. The 2 stones could not have been more different. The Firestone was ultra-smooth, gold, and glittering. The Killing Stone rough and scratched, with dry maroon stains all over it. And yet somehow they seemed connected, fashioned by the same maker. One of the 2 flat sections on the upper surface of the Killing Stone bore a shallow, square-shaped recess that perfectly matched the base of the Firestone. "Okay," Wizard's voice said over the speakers in the observation room. I am now going to set the firestone atop the killing stone." Slowly and with great reverence, he held the firestone above the recess in the killing stone, and then he lowered the pyramidion onto it. As he gazed through the two-way window, Jack found himself holding his breath. The firestone slotted into the recess perfectly, now married to the killing stone. Wizard stepped back. Nothing happened. And then the crystal on the firestone's peak began to glimmer. An ominous humming began to thrum from the paired stones. Wizard's eyes went wide. Then abruptly the humming stopped. Silence. No one moved. But then, in beautiful silence, some symbols on the killing stone, individual symbols mixed among the dozens of others carved into it, began to glow dazzling white, one after the other. One symbol would glow brightly, in total silence, before it went dull again, and another shone to life, and another, and another. A sequence of some kind. As it played out, the twins jotted down each symbol as it glowed. "Numbers and Mayan epochs," Wizard said over the intercom. "Only the numerical symbols for dates are glowing. Crucial dates." The sequence went for about 40 seconds, before the glowing subsided and both ancient stones resumed their normal appearance once again. Half an hour later, after Wizard, Tank, and the twins had watched and re-watched the video footage of the event and crunched the numbers, Wizard announced, "The date from Lao Tzu's chamber is correct. The first pillar must be set in place during the Titanic rising just before dawn tomorrow, the 10th of December. The second pillar must be laid a week from now, on December 17th, again during a Titanic rising." "Can you be absolutely sure of your calculations?" Robertson asked. Tank said, "Yes, the Mayan calendar has long been synchronized with our own. It is one of the easier primitive calendars to calculate." "What about the other 4 dates?" Robertson asked. "They're all some way off," Wizard said. 3 months from now, clustered around the 10 days immediately before the return itself, in late March 2008. It seems we face 2 separate periods of intense activity, one now, one later. If we survive the placing of the first 2 pillars over the coming week, we get a period of relief, a hiatus, before, in 3 months' time, we face another flurry of activity, requiring the placing of 4 pillars in the space of 10 days. Jack said, "So unless we get it right this week, we don't even get to play next year." "That is correct," Wizard said. There was a silence as everyone present took this in. "Okay then," Jack said. "Our next step is to cleanse the pillars we have, which brings us to the last lab." The Philosopher's Stone. Last of all, the group moved into Lab 1, where the Philosopher's Stone sat proudly and silently on its workbench. Once again, the larger group remained in an observation room, while Wizard, Vulture, and Stretch entered the lab itself, Wizard carrying the Firestone, Vulture bearing the velvet case containing the Saudi pillar, and Stretch carrying Iolanthe's velveteen case with the British pillar. Again, cameras recorded everything. And although no one noticed it, a security camera inside the observation room was observing them. In a darkened room elsewhere on the island base, others were watching. In the lab, Vulture opened his velvet case and placed his family's pillar on the workbench. Stretch did the same with Iolanthe's, so that the 2 pillars stood side by side. They were almost identical, 2 brick-sized blocks of uncut diamond, extraordinary in size, hazy and translucent. As Jack knew, all diamonds looked this way until they were cleaved by an expert and polished to sparkling brilliance. He also knew that these 2 raw diamonds far exceeded any diamond previously found on Earth. The largest diamond ever found was the Cullinan, a huge gem found in South Africa in 1905. Cut into 9 smaller gems, labeled Cullinan 1 to 9,
Its largest gem, the Cullinan I, was the size of a baseball and now formed part of the British crown jewels. It was only then that Jack noticed something else about these pillars. Most peculiarly, each of the pillars possessed an oval-shaped void in its core, a little round chamber that appeared to contain a liquid of some sort. A clear, colorless liquid. "But how can that be?" he whispered. "It can't be explained," Iolanthe said from beside him. "It defies explanation." "What can't be explained?" Lily asked. Jack said, "Diamonds are made from carbon that has been crystallized under intense pressure and heat. This makes a diamond one of the hardest and most dense substances known to man." Zoe added, "The word diamond itself comes from the Greek adamas, and its equivalent in Latin, diamus, meaning unconquerable," Lily said. Jack said, "Which means that a true diamond, so violently compressed during its formation, should never have any kind of void inside it, let alone one that's filled with liquid." He keyed the intercom. "Vulture, do you have any idea what kind of liquid is inside the diamond?" From inside the lab, Vulture replied, "An analysis by our scientists suggests that it is a form of liquid helium known as helium-3, He3. Lachlan Adamson whispered, "A substance not found on Earth, although it was found in solid form on the Moon. Apollo 15 brought some back." "Very curious," Jack said. There was one other thing about the two pillars that he noticed. On the uppermost flat end of each was a marking. On Vulture's it was a single horizontal line. On Iolanthe's there were 4. Even Jack could count in Thoth. These were the first and fourth pillars. Inside the lab, Wizard approached the Philosopher's Stone, carrying the Firestone. Then, reverently, he slotted the Firestone into the flat square section on top of the Philosopher's Stone lid. It clicked into place. "Okay," he nodded to Vulture. "Place your pillar inside the Philosopher's Stone." Vulture stepped forward and held his oblong diamond block above the rectangular slot in the Philosopher's Stone. The dimensions of the slot matched those of the pillar exactly. With both hands, Vulture lowered the pillar horizontally into the slot until it rested on its side, its long, flat upper surface lying flush with the rim of the slot. Then he stepped away and, with Wizard, gently picked up the lid and, with the Firestone now incorporated into it, slowly lowered the lid back into position, covering the pillar. Jack watched intently. Beside him, so did Paul Robertson and Iolanthe. The lid slotted into place, concealing the pillar. Now the two pieces of the Philosopher's Stone were one, with the charged Firestone crowning it, and with the Saudi pillar within it. All the watchers waited in silence. No one knew what this so-called cleansing would entail. A blinding flash of light startled them all. It flared out from the slit between the lid of the Philosopher's Stone and its trapezoidal base, and yet it easily illuminated the entire lab. The watchers stepped back, shielding their eyes. The dazzling white light continued to blaze out from within the Philosopher's Stone. Some incredible kind of transformation was taking place inside it. The crystal at the peak of the Firestone flared like a purple beacon. From beside West, Tank spoke quietly. "Throughout the ages, the Philosopher's Stone has always been associated with transformation. Some say that it can perform the act of alchemy, or as scientists would say today, elemental transmutation. Isaac Newton was notoriously obsessed with this property. Others have claimed that it can change water into an elixir that can grant long life. Always the key word has been change. Incredible, astonishing change." Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the blazing light from the Philosopher's Stone went out, as did the purple light atop the Firestone. Silence again. Normal light. Everyone blinked.
In the lab, the Philosopher's Stone sat still, lifeless, yet somehow it radiated energy, power. Wizard and Vulture then used some tongs to gently lift away its lid. The lid came clear, to reveal the pillar still nestled within the stone. Wizard lifted the pillar from its slot and gasped. Whereas before the diamond pillar was cloudy and translucent, now it was perfectly clear, like polished glass or crystal, and the liquid trapped inside it, which had previously been colorless, was now a vivid, shiny silver. The first pillar had been transformed. It had been cleansed. "We've got no time to waste," Jack said, striding through the corridors of the base. "We have to get this cleansed pillar to the temple shrine at Abu Simbel by dawn." Hustling to keep up, Iolanthe said, Captain, please. There are other issues about the pillars that I must discuss with you." "You can discuss them on the way to Egypt," Jack said, heading for the door. "I'm going with you." "She's going with us?" Zoe asked. "She is now." Things started moving very quickly. In a hangar near the base's runway, the Halicarnassus stood in all its glory, black and huge, bathed in arc lights. The doors to the hangar parted, and a chill Atlantic storm rushed in, rain and wind lashing the nose of the plane. Jack's team hot-footed it across the hangar floor to the air stairs leading up to the 747. The trusted regulars, Wizard, Zoe, Pooh Bear, Stretch, and the new players, Vulture, Scimitar, Astro, and now Iolanthe. And the kids, Lily and Albie. This time, Jack decided, they'd come with him. In Egypt, the home of the Word of Thoth, he had a feeling he might need Lily's linguistic skills. The only ones not going were Tank and the twins, Lachlan and Julius Adamson. They would stay here on Mortimer Island and continue their studies, searching for the locations of the other temple shrines. In an office elsewhere on the island base, the American colonel known as Wolf watched the 11 members of West's Abu Simbel team arrive at the Halicarnassus on a closed-circuit TV monitor. Flanking him, as always, were his 2 junior men, Rapier and Switchblade. The door behind them opened, and Paul Robertson entered. "What do you think, Colonel?" he asked. At first, Wolf didn't reply. He just kept watching Jack on the monitor. "Judah was right," he said at last. "West is good. He puts together puzzles very well. Abu Simbel was smart. He's also slippery. He got the better of Judah at Giza and escaped Black Dragon's attack in Australia." "Iolanthe?" Robertson asked. "She is to be watched like a hawk," Wolf said. "They might appear helpful now, but the great houses of Europe only ever act in their own interests. They have their own agenda here. Make no mistake, the royals will abandon us the instant it suits them." "Do you want me to give Astro or Vulture any special instructions?" Robertson asked. "As far as Astro is concerned, definitely not. At this stage, his actions must be completely unconnected to us. Astro must be completely ignorant of his role in this, otherwise West will almost certainly find him out. As for the Saudi, he knows we're watching." "What about this mission to Abu Simbel to place the first pillar?" Robertson said. "Should we step in?" Wolf thought about that for a moment. "No, not yet. It's not the first reward that interests us. It's the second. Thus, we have an interest in Captain West succeeding in placing this first pillar. We can also learn from his experience." Wolf turned to Robertson, his blue eyes glinting. "Let young West lay this one, and when it is done, grab the little fuck and all his people and bring them to me." Lashed by the driving rain, the Halicarnassus lifted off from Mortimer Island in the Bristol Channel. As it banked round on a heading that would take it to Egypt, another encrypted signal went out from the island base, but not one related to Jack or Wolf or even Iolanthe.
To those who could decrypt it, the message read, "First pillar successfully cleansed. West going to Abu Simbel in southern Egypt to set it in place. Do what must be done." Fourth ordeal, the first vertex. Abu Simbel, Egypt, 10th of December, 2007, the day of the first deadline. Airspace over the Sahara Desert, 10th of December 2007, 0135 hours. The Halicarnassus soared towards southern Egypt, zooming through the night sky, racing the coming dawn. Despite the late hour, there was activity going on all over the plain. Jack and Iolanthe checking the layout of Abu Simbel and its surrounds. Wizard, Zoe, and Albie doing mathematical and astronomical calculations, while Lily, Stretch, and Pooh Bear studied Lake Nasser. "So," Jack said, coming over to Wizard's desk, "when exactly do we need to have the pillar in place?" Wizard tapped some astronomical charts with his pen. "Again, everything depends on Jupiter. According to these charts, the Titanic rising will occur at 6:12 a.m. local time, just around dawn. It'll be difficult to see Jupiter due to the light of the rising sun, so we'll have to use an infrared telescope. The duration of the rising will also be shorter than the one Zoe saw at Stonehenge because we're on a different latitude. At the high latitude of Stonehenge, the Firestone received a flat, almost tangential blow from the dark sun. But at Abu Simbel we'll be a lot closer to the equator, and thus more perpendicular to the dark sun, so we'll receive a more direct hit from it, which means it'll be shorter, lasting about a minute." Jack nodded. 6:12 it is, then." Wizard asked, "How are you going with the location of the temple shrine?" "I think we have a candidate." Jack turned a book around for Wizard and the others to see. It showed the two massive temples dedicated to Ramesses II and his wife Nefertari at Abu Simbel. The larger temple featured 4 20-meter-high figures of Ramesses, all seated on thrones, while the facade of the second temple, 100 meters from the first, featured 6 10-meter-high figures, 4 of Ramesses and 2 of his favorite wife, Nefertari. Both sets of statues gazed out over Lake Nasser at a curious collection of pyramid-shaped islands that jutted above the flat surface of the lake. "What we have to remember about Abu Simbel," Jack said, "is that it does not stand where it originally stood. When the Soviets built the Aswan High Dam in the 1960s, they knew that the lake it created would cover the statues. So UNESCO had the statues of Abu Simbel moved to higher ground, block by block, piece by piece. They erected the statues on higher ground in almost exactly the same alignment as they originally stood." "Almost exactly the same alignment?" Astro said, alarmed. "You mean the statues aren't correctly aligned anymore? If they're not—" "They're a couple of degrees out," Jack said calmly. "But the discrepancy is known, so we can account for it. You can see the difference in this picture, the original and present-day positions of the statues." "They don't look so big," Astro said. "Trust me, they're big." The plane flew south. At one point on its journey, Iolanthe disappeared into the aft crew quarters to get changed into something more rugged. As soon as she was gone, Vulture spun to face west. "Huntsman, a moment with you. Can the British Royal be trusted?" Jack turned, gazing at the rear section of the plane. "Not at all," he said. "She's here to represent her family, her royal house, just as you are here representing yours, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So I guess I trust her about as much as I trust you. Right now we're useful to her and she's useful to us. But the moment we cease to be useful, she'll cut us loose." "Or cut our throats," Zoe said. The American Marine, Astro, frowned, confused. "I'm sorry, but what are you talking about? Great houses? Royal houses?" Stretch said, "When we ventured out to locate the 7 wonders of the ancient world, we did so in competition with the United States on the one hand and old Europe on the other.
France, Germany, Italy, Austria. The Catholic Church, knowledgeable in ancient matters, also formed part of this Old Europe coalition. "Think of it as old money versus new money," Jack said. "America is new money, recently attained and acquired. Europe is old money, wealth that is acquired through heredity, land ownership, family name. Remember Jane Austen. A gentleman does not work, he receives income from his lands." Astro reddened. "I didn't read Jane Austen in high school." Stretch said, "While we like to think of Europe today as a patchwork of modern democracies run by and for the people, this is an illusion. Almost 55% of mainland Europe is owned by 3 families, the Saxe-Coburgs of the United Kingdom, which through war and marriage acquired the lands of the old Habsburg family of Austria-Germany, the Romanovs of Russia, and the Oldenburgs of Denmark, the canniest and most cunning royal line in history. Through multiple royal marriages, Danish blood runs thick through nearly all the houses of Europe, and thus the Danish royal family controls a quarter of continental Europe all by itself." "The Romanovs of Russia?" Astro said. "I thought the Russian royal family was executed out of existence in 1918 by the Soviets." "Not at all," Stretch said. "2 of the royal children survived, Alexei and one of the girls. And royals do not like to see other royals deposed. They look after their own. The surviving Romanov children of Tsar Nicholas II were sheltered by the Danish royal family in Copenhagen and ultimately married off to well-bred families. While they might not use formal royal titles like Tsar anymore, the Romanov line certainly still exists, just out of popular sight." Stretch then turned an eye to Vulture, who was sitting a little too silently in the corner. "There is, of course, one other old royal house that holds much sway in the world today, the House of Saud in Arabia. But it is not held in high esteem by the great houses of Europe. Since its rise from obscurity in the 1700s, it has always been seen by the European houses as a quaint band of tribesmen, merely affecting royal traits. Even the discovery of oil in Arabia in the 20th century, by which the Saudis gained enormous wealth and power, did not gain for them the respect they so desired." "Old money only respects old money," Jack said. Vulture said nothing, but the look in his eyes suggested that he agreed. "So, these royal houses, what's their link to the machine?" Astro asked. "Think of royalty throughout history," Wizard said, "going all the way back to primitive tribes. What made one tribal family worthy of greater respect than all the other families of the tribe? Strength, their ability to fight on behalf of the tribe." "Sometimes, yes," Jack said, "but not always." Astro shrugged. "What else is there, then?" Wizard said, "More often, it was the family that held some kind of sacred talisman that was regarded as the head family of the tribe. It might be a mace or a crown or a holy stone. The ability to fight was often collateral to the ability to maintain possession of a sacred object." Jack said, "Macbeth slays Duncan and takes his mace. Thus Macbeth, as holder of the mace, becomes king." Wizard said, "And the 3 great houses of Europe have always held something that has made them greater than other noble households." "Pillars," Astro said, getting it. "Exactly," Wizard said, "and the knowledge that goes with them. Hereditary knowledge, passed down from generation to generation, about the use and purpose of those pillars." Jack added, "And the fact that our Princess Iolanthe is the current keeper of the royal personal records means that she's a key holder of that knowledge." Astro said, "So if there are only 3 European houses, does that mean they only have 3 pillars?" "I believe so," Wizard said, But that doesn't mean we don't know where the other 3 are," Iolanthe said from the doorway at the rear of the main cabin. Everyone spun. Iolanthe was the picture of calm, and not, it seemed, the least bit offended that they had been talking about her behind her back. Now, dressed in a cream jacket, Oakley boots, and slim cargo pants, she strolled back into the cabin and slid onto a spare couch. "If I may contribute to the discussion," she said, "throughout history, commoners have actively sought someone to look up to, someone of higher birth, of noble blood, of superior sensibility. Royalty. Those who would willingly undertake an obligation to keep safe both the people and certain important objects. And because royalty are known to subscribe to a higher standard of honor, they are trusted to do so. The common folk, on the other hand, knowing in their hearts that they themselves are too fickle, too greedy, to stay true to any such notion of honor, seek a family of renown who will. Thus the strong rule and the weak get ruled over by their own choice. It is the natural order of things. It has been so since humans began to walk upright." Lily gazed at Iolanthe closely. "The strong rule, and the weak get ruled over." She had heard those words before, uttered by a deranged Vatican priest named Francisco del Piero, the man who had raised her twin brother Alexander to be a despotic and cruel ruler. Wizard had heard those same words, and he too gazed at Iolanthe with watchful eyes. Astro said, "If people love royalty so much, why is democracy so embraced then? Look at America." Iolanthe snuffed a laugh. "Look at America? Why, Lieutenant, for the last 200 years, your country has been steadily and unequivocally marching toward monarchy. The trouble is, your rulers have no talisman, no treasure, to hold on behalf of the people. So you get bold usurpers seeking to create a kingdom. Kennedy's father, Joseph, wanted to establish a line of Kennedy presidents. John, then Robert, then Edward. In recent years, the Bush family, aided by its friends in the House of Saud, has succeeded in creating a lineage, and indeed plans to install a third Bush on the throne. But it has no talisman, and thus no kingdom. Although perhaps when this adventure is over, it will, and thus it will take a seat at the table with the great houses of Europe." Jack said, "So right now in this race we have, us, the good guys, aided by the new money wannabes from Saudi Arabia and America, you, the royal dynasties of Europe, and China, aided by who knows who. So where do, say, the United Arab Emirates fit into this worldview?" "Newer money, that's all," Iolanthe said. "A puny desert tribe that only recently found itself sitting on massive oil reserves." She shrugged apologetically at Pooh Bear and Scimitar. "No offense." Pooh Bear growled, "Ma'am, in the words of my young friend Lily, get bent." Scimitar just bowed. "We take no offense at all, madam." Jack said, "So what about other countries, like Australia, for instance?" "Still a colony of Britain," Iolanthe said dismissively. "China? A nation of corrupt officials and a billion ignorant rural peasants, fat, slow, and bloated. By the time it advances to the level of the West, we will have reached Mars. Africa? The slave lands of the world, useless now as it has already been thoroughly plundered. Nowadays, African nations are like whores, willing to sell themselves and their armies to anyone with hard currency. Japan? An interesting case, for the Japanese stand sui generis in our world, in a category of their own. Even the most humble commoner there has a deep sense of honor. But their pride is their weakness. Japan is the most racist nation on earth. The Japanese sincerely believe themselves to be superior to all other races. This got them into trouble in World War II. "But Japan has a royal family," Zoe said, "the oldest continuous royal line in the world." "This is true," Iolanthe said. "It is old and noble, and not nearly as weak as it pretends to be. Japan's capitulation at the end of the Second World War almost saw the first modern destruction of a legitimate royal family. The Americans humiliated Hirohito, but they did not disempower him, because they were unable to find his talisman. Jack frowned at that. This was something new to him. He leaned forward. And that talisman was something which I am not inclined to tell you about just yet, my dashing huntsman. Iolanthe gave Jack a mischievous, sexy grin. You may have to employ other methods to prize that little secret from me. Maybe you could romance it out of me. Alternatively, you could just ask your American colleague here. A nod at Astro. Jack raised an eyebrow at Astro. Well? Search me, Astro said. Iolanthe said, in any case, while they might protest otherwise and say that they have moved on, the Japanese have not forgotten the profound slur of World War II. And such a prideful people hold a very long grudge. You turn your back on Japan at your peril. For a moment, no one said anything. The world is a complex place, Iolanthe said softly, almost to herself. Wars are won and lost, empires rise and fall. But through all of recorded history, power has always been in a state of flux, ever transferred from one empire to the next, from Egypt to Greece and then to Rome, or more recently, from France under Napoleon to the British Empire to the current American dominance. But now, with the igniting of the machine, it will be different. The transfer of power will cease, for now is the one and only time in history where total and absolute power will come to rest forever in the hands of one nation. A couple of hours later, the main cabin of the plane was dark and silent. The only person still at work in it was Jack, poring over a map of Africa by the light of a desk lamp, with Horace perched on his chair back. All the others had gone aft to get some sleep before the big day ahead, except for Lily. She lay fast asleep on the couch beside Jack. Horace squawked. Jack looked up to see Iolanthe standing in the doorway to the main cabin, dressed in a loose tracksuit, her hair tousled from sleep. "Command is lonely," she said. "Sometimes. I was told you inspire loyalty in those who follow you." Iolanthe sat down. "All I do is let my people think for themselves. Seems to work." Iolanthe watched him for a moment, eyeing him closely in the darkness, as if assessing this strange being named Jack West, Jr. "Few people can think for themselves," she said. "All people can think for themselves," Jack said quickly. "No, not true. Not all of them can," she said softly, looking away. Jack said, "You mentioned before that you might know the whereabouts of the other pillars." Iolanthe was roused from her reverie, and she smiled at him, raising an eyebrow. "I might. It's just that we have this Saudi pillar marked with a single dash, and your one marked with 4 dashes, indicating that they're the first and fourth pillars. We'll be needing the second one soon, within the week. If we survive today." "Let's be optimistic and assume we will," West said. "Where is it?" Iolanthe stood, touching her upper lip with her tongue. "According to my sources, the second pillar is to be found in the jungles of Central Africa, zealously and jealously guarded by the same tribe that has held it for over 3,000 years, the Nitha. I've researched the Nitha. Cannibals, nasty. Captain, nasty does not even begin to describe the Nitha, nor does cannibal. Carnivore would be better. Ordinary cannibals kill you before they eat you. The Nitha do not give you that dignity. It's believed that 1,000 Rwandan refugees fleeing the genocide in 1998 got lost in the jungle and stumbled upon the grounds of the Nitha. Not a single one of them emerged. To enter the Neetha's territory is to enter a spider's web. Another question, Jack said. What do you know about the last Ramessean stone, the basin of Ramesses II? Wizard doesn't know where it is. Nobody knows where it is, Iolanthe said simply. The basin long ago disappeared from history. Do you know what it does? No, not a clue. Iolanthe turned to go. I don't trust you, you know, Jack said after her. Nor should you, she said, not turning round. Nor should you. She left the room. Jack continued with his reading. Neither he nor Iolanthe had noticed that Lily had awoken during their conversation, and heard every word. An hour later, the cabin lights throughout the plane came on, and a tone beeped over the intercom.
Rise and shine, people, Sky Monster's voice called cheerfully. Jack, I've spotted a stretch of highway about 40 clicks west of Abu Simbel. Nothing there but desert. Can't land on the northern highway. There's several convoys of tourist coaches coming down it. They set out early each day from Aswan to get to Abu Simbel just after dawn. The western road should be long enough to act as a runway, and far enough out to allow us to get in and out without anyone noticing.
Thanks, Monster, Jack said, standing. Take us in. Abu Simbel, southern Egypt, 10th of December 2007, 0400 hours. In the pre-dawn light, the enormous statues of Ramesses the Great loomed like giants frozen forever in stone. They towered above West's team and their vehicles, dwarfing them. Whereas Zoe had used silent, non-lethal force to subdue the guards at Stonehenge, here Jack had not been so subtle. The two Egyptian Department of Antiquities guards, who had been on patrol at the popular tourist site, had quickly surrendered when they found themselves staring down the barrels of 4 submachine guns. Now they lay bound and gagged in their guardhouse. Jack stood before the 4 statues of Ramesses, while Wizard stood 100 meters away in front of the smaller temple of Nefertari. The whole team was here except for Sky Monster and Stretch. They'd remained on the Halicarnassus and now circled high overhead, keeping watch over the landscape and waiting for the extraction call. Rangefinders, Jack commanded, and 2 laser rangefinders were brought out, one for each set of statues. Is that going to be a problem? Zoe said, nodding at the second of the 4 statues of Ramesses II. Sometime in the distant past, its head had fallen off. No, West said. In ancient Egypt, they counted from right to left. The third eye will be on that one. He pointed at the statue second from the right. Helped by Pooh Bear, Astro abseiled down from the rocky overhang above the statue in question, clutching one of the rangefinders in his free hand. Over at the Nefertari temple, Scimitar did the same, aided by Vulture. There, the third eye was also on the second statue from the right, a statue of Nefertari. As they roped into position, West turned and gazed out over Lake Nasser. The great lake stretched away to the horizon, dark and silent, possessed of that unnatural calm found only in man-made lakes. A low fog hovered over it. The opposite shore swung around in a long curve, and rising up out of the lake in front of this shoreline, Jack could just make out a series of pyramid-shaped islands. At the base of many of those islands, and all along the old shoreline, Jack knew, were all manner of hieroglyphic carvings that UNESCO had not been able to save from the rising waters, just like the Three Gorges Dam in China. Astro and Scimitar were in position. The great stone head in front of Astro was simply huge, even larger than he was. "Mount the rangefinders in the eye sockets," West instructed. "Make sure they're precisely aligned with the statue's sight lines." Astro did so, likewise Scimitar at his statue, using clamps to secure his rangefinder to the eye socket of his statue. Once they were done, West got them to adjust the devices slightly,
2 degrees to southward, to account for the slight repositioning of Abu Simbel by UNESCO. Okay, turn them on. The rangefinders were switched on, and suddenly 2 dead-straight red laser lines lanced out from the third eye sockets, shooting out over the lake, slicing through the fog, disappearing into the near distance, only to converge at a point about 2 kilometers away, at one of the small pyramidal rock islands jutting up out of the waters of Lake Nasser, not far from the opposite shore. "Oh my goodness," Wizard breathed. "We found it." 2 Zodiac speedboats were immediately inflated and launched into the water. Vulture and Scimitar were left on the shore as a rear guard, while Jack and the others shoomed off in the 2 speedboats. Within 10 minutes, the 2 Zodiacs arrived at the pyramidal island, shrouded by fog. The semi-submerged snouts of dozens of Nile crocodiles could be seen nearby, forming a wide circle around the 2 boats, their eyes glinting in the team's flashlights, staring at these intruders. As it drew near, Zoe peered up at the rocky island. At the waterline, its flanks were sheer, almost vertical, while further up they tapered to a more gentle slope. "The surface looks almost hand-carved," she said, "like someone chiseled the rock island into the shape of a pyramid." Wizard said, "Archaeologists have long pondered the shape of these islands, back when they were just hills, before the lake rose. But no, tests have proved that they were not carved in any way. This is just their natural shape." "Weird," Lily said. "Hey, I've got a sonar reading," Astro called from his Zodiac, on which was all manner of depth-sounding and ground-penetrating radar devices. "No, wait," he sighed. "It's nothing. Living signature. Something down on the bottom. Probably just a crock. Hold on, this is better. GPR has found a void in the base of the island directly beneath us. Sonic resonance confirms it. Looks like a horizontal tunnel of some kind, delving into the island." "Bring the boats together," Jack ordered, "and anchor us to the base of the island. Then bring out the air chute and the docking door. Astro, Pooh Bear, get your tanks on. You've got the job of sealing the entrance." 20 minutes later, a strange contraption sat in between the 2 anchored Zodiacs. A hollow inflatable rubber tube that dived down into the water like an open-topped vertical pipe. Astro and Pooh Bear, in full scuba gear and bearing harpoon guns for the crocs, splashed backwards into the inky water, flashlights on. 30 meters underneath the boats, they arrived at the lakebed, at the point where it met the base of the rock pyramid. They panned their flashlights over the surface of the island pyramid to reveal hundreds of images cut into the rocky surface. They were mainly standard Egyptian carvings, hieroglyphics and images of pharaohs shaking hands with gods. "Jack," Astro said into his face mask mic, "we've got carvings, lots of them." Pooh Bear waved a portable GPR, ground-penetrating radar, device over the image-riddled wall. Kind of like an X-ray, it could detect hollows and voids behind the surface of the wall. "Here, got a void behind this carving." Astro shone his flashlight onto the suspect section of wall and found himself illuminating a carving he'd seen before, the symbol for the machine. "We should have known," he said. "Found it." Astro and Pooh Bear then quickly set about affixing a peculiar tent-like device over the point where the lake floor met the wall of the pyramid island, covering the carving of the machine. Shaped like a cube, the tent-like device was a portable variable aperture United States Navy submarine docking door, a gift to West from the Sea Ranger. Normally used to join submersibles to submarines, it was a rubber-walled docking unit that operated like an airlock. Once you affixed it in place, sealing the edges, you filled it with air, inflating it like a balloon and expelling any water from it, thus providing a dry docking environment between 2 submerged points. There were removable entry holes in each of the cube's 6 sides, and at the moment one of these, on the upper side of the docking unit, was connected to the tube that snaked back up to the Zodiacs. Once the unit was in place, its corner points bolted to the lake floor and to the pyramid island itself, Jack started an air pump, filling the tube and the docking unit with air. The docking door inflated quickly, and suddenly the way was clear to climb down its tube, perfectly dry, and access the wall of the ancient pyramid island. Jack climbed down the rubber tube, gripping its inbuilt ladder holds, slowly descending into Lake Nasser. He carried a full-face scuba mask but did not wear it. It was a precaution, just in case the docking door collapsed or otherwise unexpectedly filled with water. He also held the cleansed first pillar in a chest pack. On his head he wore his trademark fireman's helmet. He came to the bottom of the entry tube and stood, thanks to the air-filled docking unit, on the floor of Lake Nasser. His boots stepped down into an inch of water, water that formed a suction layer against the bottom of the tent-like docking unit. The exposed flank of the pyramid island stood before him, rocky and uneven and glistening wet. Carved symbols covered it, a kaleidoscope of images in which the carving of the machine was easily lost. But there was no discernible door in the wall, nothing but carving after carving after carving. Jack gazed at the symbol for the machine. It was a fairly large carving, about the size of a manhole, and the 6 rectangles in it, depicting the 6 pillars, seemed to be life-sized, the same size as the pillar in Jack's chest pack. Unlike all the others, however, the uppermost rectangle in the carving was indented, recessed into the image. "A keyhole," Jack said aloud. He removed the pillar from his chest pack, held it against the recessed rectangle. It was an exact match for size. "You'll never know if you don't try." And so he reached forward with the pillar and pressed it into the rectangle. And immediately, the entire circular carving turned on its axis, rotating like a wheel, and retreated into the wall, revealing a dark round tunnel beyond it. Jack stepped back in surprise, still gripping the pillar. "Jack, you okay down there?" Zoe's voice asked in his ear. "Am I ever?" he said. "Come on down, we're in." The tunnel of